그래도 오른오공의 밸류가 있는 하나생명이라고 생각을 하거든요. 극구반 한타에서 막 누나라도 굉장히 괜찮고.
극구반 가면 괜찮은 포인트가 있긴 있군요. 하나생명. 여기까지 가는 과정이 쉬워 보이진 않습니다. 양팀 모두
서로 의식하는 게 아펠의 딜각 그리고 유나라의 딜각을 어떻게 만들 것인가 그 부분을 바라보고 있겠죠. 서로 챔피언의 차이가 있다면은 지속딜을 했을 때 분명히 강한 측면이 있습니다. 근데 아펠리오스는 특정 무기일 때만 그렇고요. 예를 들면은 반월검 같은 대신에 화염포로 광역딜은 또 있습니다.
네. 유충을 KT가 먼저 또 하나 정리 피너치요.
타이밍 알고 이거 순간이동 타이밍이 서로 안 맞았죠. 비디오 지금 실풀이고요.
이거 다 주는 건 기분 나쁜데요.
자 위쪽 싸움이 날 수도 있습니다.
딜라이트 전면 없으니까 보는 건데
아예 반대편에 있는 곳을 뚫으려고 했었는데 이게 한
번에
합니다. 아니었어요.
딜라이트
거라서
가고
안쪽에 커즈가 돌았고
이걸 하죠. 이거
한번 또 띄우고
감싸 먹을 수 있나요?
근데 이게 유나라가 계속 지속딜하니까
결국 그 계속되는 지속딜에 와 또 다 먹었군요. 킬도 바이퍼 카스퍼블에 이어서 하나 더.
이러면은 아래쪽 내려와서 어떻게 뭐 유충이라도 하나 더 먹고 싶을 텐데 그냥 가기에는 기분 좀 나쁘죠.
2대1이 떴습니다.
그러니까 언급하신 것처럼 덕담이 이게 반월 화염포를 들고 있으면 거의 탄창이 끝났었거든요. 그래서 바이퍼 선수의 저 자기 초월로 인한 지속딜로 좀 이득을 받네요. 하나 생각으로.
됐습니다만 결국 좀 더 지나가니까 바이퍼였습니다.
그리고 KT 로스터가 먼저 상황을 열려고 탈리아가 위쪽으로 올라가긴 했지만 스킬 연계가 막 깔끔하게 된 모습은 아니었어요. 그러다 보니까 같이 있는 포지션에서 KT가 자리 잡기 좀 어려웠습니다.
유충에 이어서 바로 큰 싸움.
이게 집간 걸로 KT도 근거를 잡고 했던 건데 길게 싸움 지속되다 보니까 제카도 막 공간을 쓰면서 따라왔고요.
그렇죠. 뒤쪽에서 50이 쫓아오니까 결국 좌측으로 턴을 끌어다 쓸 수밖에 없잖아요. 그랬을 때 퍼펙트도 저 안쪽에 주요 대상한테 딜을 넣기 좀 어렵다 보니 이렇게 서로 나뉘는 모습이 나왔죠.
KT가 애초에 좀 딜라이트 쪽 전면 없는 걸 노린 건데 그게 안 된 순간 좀 계획이 틀어졌었네요.
없어도 한번 피넛이 진격. 여기까지.
확실히 오늘 퍼펙트 무빙이 완벽하게 살아있긴 하거든요.
본인 쪽으로 보통 럼블 쪽으로 많이 견제가 들어갑니다만 아직까지 0-0-0으로 버텨주고 있습니다.
근데 럼블 입장에서 좀 안 좋은 소식이 있다면 사실 럼블은 많이 먹는 상황에서 오른을 못 먹게 만들어야 되거든요. 근데 서로 못 먹는 상황인데 오른이 CS마저도 높고 있어요. 이거는 사실 럼블이 라인전을 순조롭게 하고 있다는 그 지표는 아닙니다.
안 죽은 게 다가 아니군요. 퍼펙트 럼블 같은 경우는요.
저렇게 CS가 비등하면은 체력 압박이라도 많이 됐었어야 되는데 그런 상황도 아니고요.
역시 제우스 쉽지 않은 상대긴 할 겁니다. 탑 입장에서는요. 용이 이제 30초. 달개부터 정리.
그래도 피넛이 탑 들리는 동안에는 KT가 좀 아래쪽 편하게 시야 장악도 다 해놓고 강가를 쥐고 있어요.
그래서 잡혀있는 맵 장악을 통해서 조금 더 드래곤을 이어가고 싶은 마음은 분명히 있을 거고요. 벌써 이런 식으로 라인 관리를 이퀄라이저로 하게 만들면 안 되는 거거든요. 약간 갱 압박도 많이 느꼈던 것 같습니다. 퍼펙트.
오비덱트 싸움이 얼마 안 남았는데 말씀처럼 궁극기 쓰고 럼블 다시 위쪽으로 갑니다.
반대로 저게 오른 입장에서 라인 밀어놓고 그냥 뚜벅뚜벅 내려와 버리면은 사실 KT로서는 드래곤 쪽에 집중할 수 없잖아요. 그래서 손해 보더라도 그냥 하나의 길로 가네요. 옵션 따자.
그러면 합류하고 제우스는 집에 갔다가 또 올 것인지 이번에 벌써 치고 있습니다.
이거 집 타이밍 아니까 이거 지금 오기 전에 빠르게 해소하나요?
제우스는 오기 어려울 테고요.
하나생명도 이게 다음
을
명이
빨리.
그러니까 오른이 멀긴 한데 그냥 진행하자거든요.
자 먹었고요. 5명 다 있습니다. KT는요.
떴고요.
왜 이게
이거 뺀 사람들은 빼고.
그래도
딜라이 잡고
오른이 아직도 멀기 때문에 하나생명이 사실상 4대 5거든요.
KT 한번 빼야죠. 오른 온다.
오지마.
느리게 맞.
또 덕담이 또 포탑 공사 잘해줬고요.
근데 좀 크게 쪼이는데 이거 오른 뿔필 있어.
넘어가고 솔방울로 타원 있습니다. 1차.
와, 그래서 KT한테 최선의 수는 약간 용적 모션 주면서 이거
제우스 이거 딱 제우스 타겟. 퍼펙트.
이게 전멸은 있습니다.
일단 전멸로 피하긴 했지만 받아치지 못해서 적절한 반격이 있는 그림도 아니었는데요.
피넛 좀
맞고 이거 KT로 다 따라하고 있어요.
근데 이후 데미지 연계가 되나요?
바이퍼와 데크가 빠집니다. 쌍코가 빠질 수밖에 없어요.
이게 하나생명도 앞라인이 들어가긴 하는데 이게 아까 분명 자기 초월도 썼고
네. 빼는 와중에 상대방의 움직임을 놓치지 않고 있었습니다.
네.
거리가 벌어지니까 KT 로스터가 바로 반격이 들어갔거든요.
그렇죠. 뭔가 한번 더 노려보다가 결국 깊숙이 싸움이 열렸습니다. KT 진영에서 싸움이 열렸고 손해를 좀 봤습니다. 하나생명.
야, 그래서 약간 제동 걸릴 뻔한 열차가 다시 움직이는 듯한 느낌인데요.
예.
그러니까 하나생명 입장에서 만약에 럼블이 여기까지 올 거라고는 좀 생각을 못했을 것 같아요. 탑 쪽에서 이퀄라이저로 썼고
네.
머리수를 채워주는 게 중요하니까 와서 제 역할을 해주고 있습니다. 퍼펙트.
아대 오 자체는 잘했는데 방금 교도에서 회전격이나 자기 초월 전부 사용을 했기 때문에 여기서 대장장이 신의 부름이 좀 연계가 안 된 순간
그쵸.
좀 힘들었어요.
꼬인 거죠.
네, 이득을 보기가.
저 좁은 길을 들어올 때 탈리아라든지 노틸러스의 뭔가 스킬을 맞을까봐 사실 딜러 쪽에서는 자신있게 싸우기 어렵거든요. 그런 측면을 고려해서 KT 로스터가 약간 지역장을 잘했습니다.
그렇습니다. 그래서 자 제카, 바이퍼만 그나마 뭐 산 게 다행이겠습니다만 자, 꽤 많은 것들이 KT 쪽으로 넘어갔습니다.
그리고 잠깐 지나간 장면이었지만 제카 선수가 센스 있게 쓰려고 했던 저 궁극기가 생존 느낌보다는 약간 딜로스를 만들어 버려서 하나 입장에서 추격하는데 시간이 좀 걸렸네요.
그렇군요. 자, 그런 것도 다 영향을 미쳐서 하나생명 조금 아쉬운 상황이 됐습니다.
다만 그 와중에도 바이퍼도 막 킬 잘 먹고 해서 조합적인 파워 자체는 살아있는 상황이 나거든요.
바이퍼 301로 바꿨습니다.
상대는
예.
뭐 노틸러스는 뭐 먹은 탱커는 아니니까 약간 준 탱커라 본다면은 순수 탱커는 약간 신짜오거든요. 그것만 넘어가면은 데미지를 진짜 확실하게 꽂아 넣을 수 있기 때문에 갇혀놓고 싸우는 전투에서는 하나생명도 분명히 할만할 거예요.
그리고 아까 용 싸움에서 퍼펙트가 계속해서 좀 희생하면서 온 만큼 이제는 오른쪽이 좀 주도권을 많이 쥔 듯한 모습이 보였고요.
네.
바텀 쪽에서.
생각보다 너무 빨리 저 사이드에 대한 주도권이 넘어갔습니다. KT는.
그런 만큼 BDD 쪽 주도권은 절대 내주면 안 될 것 같고요.
BDD 제카는 현재 위쪽에 배치돼 있었습니다.
그래서 뭐 제우스 선수가 대기를 하면서 뭔가 럼블을 잡아보고자 했던 시도, 그리고 유나라가 라인을 멈춰놓았던 것들이 퍼펙트한테도 어느 정도 내상이 있다는 게 좀 보였던 것 같아요. 원래 초반부터 셀 때 럼블이 계속 견제하면서 오른을 괴롭혀야 되는데 그 시간이 어쨌든 넘어가긴 했었으니까요.
아래쪽으로 선수들이 좀 모이는 듯한 느낌이고요. 부터 시작입니다.
왜 나한테만 그래?
럼블이 보통 그래요. 럼블이 뭔가 이렇게 땡기나 봐요.
그러니까 아까 전멸을 빼놓은 거를 이렇게 하나생명도 팀 차원에서 정말 회수를 잘한 거고
네.
뭐 물론 그런 동안 KT가 이득은 보겠지만요.
그렇죠. 아래쪽에 여러 명 투입됐다. 그럼 당연히 위쪽에 15분 지났으니까 전력은 가져갈 수 있을 겁니다. KT.
3요충으로 치고 있긴 한데 타워까지는 좀 무리가 있고요.
근데 이런 포탑이 결국에 무력 행사까지 이어지는 포인트였기 때문에 KT 로스터가 좀 손해를 많이 봤습니다.
그렇군요. 바로 무력 행사가 완성이 됐습니다. 하나생명 쪽으로요.
그리고 중요한 게 같은 하이퍼 캐리지만 그래도 주도권이 있는 쪽이 유나라라고 말씀드렸잖아요. 그런 부분에서 하나생명이 움직이기 조금 편한 것들이 다 사이드 쪽으로 압력이 가고 있는 거죠.
네. 일단 결정적인 순간에 본인 무기 잘 갖춰서 덕담 장군다운 그런 플레이가 나와줬으면 좋겠습니다. KT 입장.
뭐 하나생명 입장에서 오른 오공도 정말 잘 크고 있고 한타부터 짜도 괜찮은데 뭐 KT 입장에서 봐도 챔피언들의 우선순위를 따졌을 때 막 럼블이 1순위, 2순위까지는 아니기 때문에 그런 거 부분에선 좀 괜찮게 생각할 여지가 있을 것 같아요.
네. 결국 뭐 상대도 갖춰놓은 전투에서 회전격 돌고 오른의 궁극기가 막 연계가 된다면은 분명히 위협적인 인시가 될 수 있긴 하지만 좁은 곳에서 싸운다면은 지각 변동이라든지 이퀄라이저의 그 스킬 밸류가 올라가기 때문에 유나라 입장에서 부담을 느낄 수 있거든요.
네.
결국 전장을 어떻게 선택하는지가 게임 내에서 꽤 중요할 겁니다.
그렇겠네요. 자, 그런 조건만 좀 잘 맞추면 자 KT 자, 오늘 모릅니다. 자 타고 한 방 맞고요.
세 번째 용이 나왔는데 한화생명 입장에서는 좀 많이 먹고 싶은 용이긴 하거든요.
예. 못 먹었으니까요 지금까지.
네.
근데 먹어본 사람이 더 땡기기도 할 테고요. 지금 2개 먹었습니다. KT는.
특히 KT가 더 땡기는 게 뭐냐면 KT는 못 먹으면 게임 내내 불편할 거예요. 사이드를 지금 럼블 입장에서 너무 부담스러워하고 있거든요.
예. 오, 근데
다만
그 가치가 좀 더 크군요. KT.
이렇게 똑같이 대치한다는 가정했을 때 탑 쪽에선 제카가 엄청 편하기 때문에
네. 이거 가만히 있으면 탑에 뚫립니다 결국에는.
네.
지속적으로 유지만 돼도 괜찮다 생각하고 있는 하나생명일 것 같아요.
그러면 KT가 뭔가 결단을 뭔가 빈대를 좀 찼습니까? 빈틈을 뭐 어떻게 되는 거예요?
미드 바텀을 좀 밀었을 때 용쪽 들어가면서 이제는 결단을 좀 내려야 될 것 같거든요.
일단 상대가 오른이랑 오공이 있으니까 감쌀 수 있잖아요. 그런 부분에서 시야 장악을 미리 하고 하는 거예요. 사전 작업을 하는데 시간이 썼다는 얘기죠.
용칩니다. 서로 모이고요.
네, 이거 하나서면 크게
근데 이거
포지션인데요.
이거 싸먹힐 수 있겠는데요?
위쪽으로 포지션을
아니,
위쪽으로.
다리가
자 띄우고
일단
들어왔고.
전면 막아줬고요.
받으면서
덕담 쪽.
근데 이거 웨이한테 시선 많이
덕담을
뺏기면
광탈
있습니다.
덕담 일단은
마음을
빠졌어요.
먹고요.
자, 덕담 눌렀어.
근데 이거 라이즈도
제카
나와
아웃.
있는 상황이기 때문에 비디디 믿고 나올 수 있죠.
그렇죠. 이것과 다르고요. 피로까지 한번.
아니 그래서 이게 웨이가 매혹이나 건 것처럼 시간을 제대로 벌었는데요.
네, 이거 교체 투입 오늘 지금까지 괜찮습니다. 웨이.
이게 딜라이트가 보인 장면이 Q 전멸을 했으면 대박인 각이었는데 그 전멸을 딱 막아버렸거든요, KT가. 와, 그게 진짜 컸던 것 같아요. 잘못했으면
그렇군요.
다 쓸릴 수 있었습니다, 원복 콤보로.
저도 죽는 각이라고 봤었는데
다시 보도록 하죠.
여기서 대장장이신 거의 뭐 사실상 5인국의 딜라이트 Q 풀 타이밍에
그렇죠.
딱 웨이가
아.
압박을 걸었네요.
아
그리고 웨이는 저렇게 사니까
그렇죠.
교체 기용의 이유를 좀 보여줍니다.
이게 원래였으면 저 앞에 잡으면서 더 치고 나갈 수 있는 타이밍을 잡을 수 있었을 것 같은데 중요 상황이 있었네요.
예.
그럼 제카도 안 죽었을 것 같아요. 잘했으면.
그런데 제카만 잘 된 상황이 아니어서 제카만 나갔습니다.
근데 아직 용은 남아있고
예.
생각보다 오른의 궁극기는 쿨이 길거든요. 그 전에 칠 거라면 KT는 지금이 기회입니다.
예. 공이 좀 많이 빠져 있습니다. 하나생명 쪽이요. 뭐 KT도 1분 없습니다만.
궁극기 의존도를 따져봤을 때 저 오른 50 쪽이 진짜 크긴 하거든요.
근데 뭐
맞아요.
KT가 저희들의 시점 아닙니까? 말씀 들어보면.
이미 치고 있어야 돼요.
예.
예.
폭레만 돌고 하자 같기도 하고요.
폭레?
이게 유나라는 궁극기를 사용 안 했기 때문에
예.
견제할 수단이 필요하다고 생각할 수도 있어요.
근데 이제 궁이 곧 돌아옵니다. 하나생명도 뭐 서로 마찬가지겠습니다만.
그냥 만반의 상태로 해도 우리가 이긴다.
예. 그러면 다 있으면 궁 비중 하나생명 좀 높다고 하셨는데
일단
다 있으면 좋은 거고요.
이거 탈리아 럼블이
싸우자.
바텀 찍힌 거라 일단 본대 쪽 무조건 빼야 돼요, KT.
예.
이거
모두 카운트 다운 8초, 7초.
네. 그러니까 아 이게 덮쳐지는 게 부담스럽다. 차라리 너네가 쳐라. 우리도 벽으로 막으면서 이퀄라이저 뿌리면은
예.
감싸는 전투 자신이 있다라는 생각이에요.
그래 우리가 칠게 하나생명입니다. 칩니다.
근데 준비가 조금 덜 된 것
예.
같아요. KT가
이거 저
앞에를 좀 크게
먹었고요.
예, 예.
자, 좌우로 나누긴 했습니다만.
예, 이러면 우리 벽
길 열어버렸어요 그냥 오른이.
생각보다 뭐 싱겁게 지나가 버렸는데 뭐 바텀 타워를 민 거에 의미를 둘 수도 있고요.
네.
그리고 이게 주요 딜러진들 전멸이 없기 때문에 이게 바이퍼 쪽은 전멸이 있잖아요. 딜라이트도 전멸이 있고 데미지 딜링을 넣기 힘들었다고 판단했을 수도 있습니다.
바이퍼가 이것저것 다 들고 있어서 그게 좀 불편했나요?
맞습니다.
저 BDD 덕담이 뚜벅이 챔피언들인데 딜라이트 전멸 있는 게 좀 크다고 판단한 것 같아요.
딜라이트도 그렇죠.
그래서 뭐 지금 당장이 아니더라도 괜찮다라는 생각 KT가 했고요. 원딜 쪽에서 이제 아이템 차이도 뭐 보이는 부분들이 있으니까 저게 무대가 됐을 때 다시 한번 KT가 한번 나와 봐야겠죠.
네. 자 추가 거의 2라운드 싸움에서는 그냥 KT가 적당히 양보하고 말았습니다. 그러면서 용은 2대1 이렇게 스코어가 나눠지게 됐고요.
럼블이 진짜 힘든 게임을 하고 있는 반면에 탈리아 쪽에서는 키러시를 많이 먹기 때문에 코어템이 좀 빨리 떴잖아요.
네.
이런 부분들을 통해서 탈리아 중심적인 운영의 KT도 나와야 될 것 같아요. 가만히 있으면 럼블 쪽에서 계속 손해를 보거든요.
네. 스타일리시한 게 좀 나와야겠죠. 운영적으로도 그렇고요. BDD입니다.
이거 그래도
오른
탑
옵니까?
밀고 있던 오른을 좀 호출하는데 성공했어요.
네.
그대로 뒀으면 탑이 밀렸을 텐데.
예, 근데 미도 웅성웅성하니까 왔어요.
네.
와서 뭘 하죠?
그렇죠. 예. 이제 한번 싸워볼래라고 말하는 건데
탑을
서로.
계속 쳤으면 상대 딜러진 전멸 없을 때 열어보겠다였던 것
네.
같은데
타워를 조금 더 반피는 뽑아내고 오!
이게 유나라가
날려요?
대놓고 바텀 가니까
예.
칠 근거가 생겼어요.
그럼 아타카를 먹어야죠.
하나생명도 이거
예.
해야죠. 일방
됐습니다.
미드가 나갔습니다. 지금 하나생명은요.
그래서 이거 내려가는 과정에서 함정이 있는지 다 체크하고
예.
가고 있는 것 같거든요.
딜라이 대기 중.
네.
일단 라이즈가 안 붙어있기 때문에 앞에가
예.
느려요.
라이즈 공간의 부분 있고요.
예.
그 뒤쪽에서 제우스 튀어나오면서 지금 딜라인
근데 딜 근데 이걸 웨이가 한 번 더 막았고
웨이가 막아줬고요.
그러면 이거 아타카는 정리가
바이퍼
BDD
아타카를
쪽.
씁니다.
BDD 쪽.
야 니네 어떻게 살아봐봐. 아타카를
하나생명이
먹었고.
미아리가 다 갈려있어요.
죽고 딜라이 죽고.
KT
예. 더블킬이 덕담에게 아니 미드도 날렸고.
그래서 하나생명의 그 따로 국밥이 하나는 먹었는데 하나는 완전 엎어졌습니다.
그러니까 이게 제대로 주문한 게 이게 맞습니까?
따로따로 들어가면 맛있는데 그거를 웨이가 또 대장장의 신의 부름을 한번 커트해주면서
무단지 웨이!
하나생명의 계획표가 좀 무산됐어요. 여기서
네.
아펠리오스 쪽에 전멸 에어본 들어가고 딜라이트가 전멸 오고 하면서 보려했던 것 같은데
네.
딱 끊긴 순간 계획표가 찢어졌습니다.
예.
맞습니다. 그러다 보니 하나생명의 저 오른쪽에서 감쌀 수 있는 병력도 그냥 아타칸을 마무리했나 싶고요. 이게 중간중간에 잘 안 보이는 장면이지만 사실 오른은 저 한 방을 위해서 나온 챔피언이거든요. 웨이가 일반 스킬로 하나하나 커트해주는 게 생각보다 엄청 큰 겁니다.
그러니까요. 오른 나왔을 때 그 장점은 항상 강조하시는 게 궁전어 뭐 이런 얘기인데 그 역할이 지금 안 되고 있습니다. 웨이!
실제로 지금 23분까지 교전이 정말 많이 이루어졌는데 오른궁이 막 맛있게 들어간 장면이 안 나왔거든요.
제우스가 뿜어대는데요. 다른 선수도 아니라.
그렇죠. 특히나 첫 번째 장면에서도 뭐 견제를 넣다 보니까 거기서 약간 역전의 발판이 되는 그림이 저 레드 쪽에서 그려지기도 했었고요. KT로서는.
예.
물론 하나생명도 지금 골드 차이 보면 사실상 안 나는 수준이고 한타 단계 때 폭발력이 많이 있는 잠재된 챔피언들이 있기 때문에 막 불리하다까지는 아닌 것 같아요.
그렇죠.
예.
그리고 하나생명 상대하는 팀 한 25분 전후부터 정신도 똑바로 차려야 됩니다.
그렇죠. 결국 서로 붙어봤을 때 승부가 나는 게임이기 때문에 사이드로 재미를 보는 것도 어느 정도 한계는 있을 거고요.
KT도 이런 경기 흐름 자체는 많이 만들었었는데 승리까지 가질 못했던 게 문제였거든요. 그런 부분에서 집중해야 되고요.
젠지전도 그랬어요. 잘 가다가 결국 마무리를 못했습니다.
네. 그래서 서로 교전을 열 수 있는 신짜오와 노틸러스 그리고 오공과 알리스타, 오른까지의 역할이 참 중요해 보입니다. 결국 그게 완성이 되었을 때 지금 성장을 잘하고 있는 저 원딜들이 힘을 뿜어내는 거잖아요. 일반적으로 큰 게 아니라 3명씩을 먹어놨기 때문에 지금 엄청 센 타이밍이에요.
그렇습니다. 오늘 뱀픽 끝난 다음에 관전 포인트가 하드캐리 원딜 대결인데 말씀처럼 성장사가 좋습니다. 또 서로 기대할 만하겠습니다. 양팀 팬분들.
실제로 사이드라인 좀 버리면서 서로 미드 쪽 붙어서 원딜 보좌해주다 보니까 오브젝트 타이밍이 순식간에 오죠.
네.
20초 남았습니다. 네 번째 역입니다. 합쳐서.
저는 그래도 이런 식으로 흘러간다면은 나중됐을 때 지금은 차이가 안 나지만 오른이 럼블보다 해줄 수 있는 역할이 정말 많다고 생각하거든요. 그때 되면은 KT로서도 앞라인의 부족을 느낄 수 있기 때문에 저는 상황이 나올 때마다 그냥 교전을 하는 게 좋아 보여요.
예. 싸움 좋아하는 팀이기도 하고요. 이제 나오면 신짜오가 아래쪽에 배치돼 있습니다.
KT도 막 당장 하기는 별로 같은 게 지금 아펠리오스 무기가 좀 많이 별로인 편이거든요.
근데 용을
그냥
치는데
바로
반피.
가나요?
이걸
이거-
서로 나눠갖기?
이거 라이즈니까 그냥 먹고 도망가겠다.
근데 이거 탈리아도 궁극기로 합류가 돼요.
네, 좀 빨리 가거든요.
이거
이쪽도.
진짜 빨리 마무리해야 돼요.
나오니까 한번 땡겨 한 번은 피합니다만.
어떻게든 저지시키려고 하는데
그리고 꾹딱 뺐어요.
아 이거
꾹딱
이거
뺐는데요?
용 그냥 내주고 바로.
이러면 미드는
이거 미드 가야죠. 예.
아니 바로 맛만 보고 먹질 못하면 어떡합니까? 이거 신식만 하고. 자 텔.
네.
막아.
그러면 다시 한번 회전해가지고 바론 쪽에 뭐 시야 장악할 수도 있는 거고
예.
KT 롤스타가 어쨌든 대응이 조금 더 유연해 보이는데요.
KT는 먹고 싶은 거 먹고 상대편 거 먹고 있는데 젓가락 뺏었어요 지금.
네.
이거 쌍텔까지 뽑은 걸 어느 정도 체크했을 거라
네.
이후에 펼쳐질 운영 양상에도 좀 많이 유리합니다.
그렇겠죠.
하나생명답지 않게 뭔가 좀 뚝딱거림도 있는 것 같고요. 중간중간에 웨이 선수가 또 알리스타 쿵쾅을 빼니까 이니시컬 스킬이 하나 빠진
네.
거잖아요. 그런 것들도 영향을 주고 있고요.
잠깐 딜라이트.
KT 입장에서
딜라이트.
이거만 안 당해주면 되는데 어차피 지금 BDD가 바텀 밀고 있고
예. 아 이거 딜라이트
네.
숨어 있는데 뭐 특별히 할 수 있는 게 없나 보죠.
그러니까 저 웨이브가 손해보기 싫으면 약간 철안하고 압박한 거거든요. KT로서도 먹어놓은 시야가 있으니까
나이다!
근데 신짜오로 한번 버틸 수는 있어요.
커드니까요. 진짜오.
공격 포괄!
BDD 합류했고요.
네.
이거 대박.
그래도 1차 타워가 있어서 KT가 뒤로 빠질 수는 있어요.
예. 나는 벽도 역할 해주고 좀 지켜볼까요?
오,
들어갔는데 제우스.
오! 끝까지 가서 마무리하는
정답이.
선수인데요?
내 발포 때문에 밀려날 수밖에 없고요.
방금 마지막에 체력 많이 빼둔 걸로 바론 그냥 가져가겠는데.
예. 두 명이 없기도 하고요. 그러면 KT는 바로 말고 미드?
꽤나 과감한 시도가 될 거라고 생각을 했었는데 어쨌든 탈리아가 없었기 때문에 중요했었던 저 앞라인을 녹이는데 데미지 로스가 좀 크게 발생했네요.
그렇죠.
BDD도 순간이동을 쓰긴 했는데 그 쓰고 나서 합류할 때까지 신짜오가 너무 많이 얻어맞았어요.
예. 버틸 수 있는 것도 분명히 한계가 있습니다. 진짜 다시 보도록 하죠. 이제 끝난 줄 알았는데.
그리고 아직 순간이동 쓰고 있는데 물리고 시작하고 이후에 지키기 위해서 웨이도 막 들어가서 딜러진들이 데미지 못 넣는데 막 홈레 들어가고 하다 보니까
그쵸.
생각보다 견적수가 안 나왔습니다. KT 입장에서.
그리고 앞에도 좁은 지역에서 싸우기 힘들다 보니까 위쪽으로 갔는데 사실 오는 시간이 딜로스였단 말이에요. 럼블이 성장을 많이 한 상황이 아니었기 때문에 KT가 저 앞라인은 녹이 데미지가 없었습니다.
맞습니다. 각각의 선수들이 5명이 다 자신의 힘을 집중하지 못했습니다. KT 뭐 위치가 달라서 이러면서 2,300을 앞서 나가는 한화생명 발언 파워플레이 이제 돌아갑니다.
그래서 뭐
밀려나야 돼요 이것도.
네.
들어가나 했는데 이게 탈리아가 대놓고 탑을 밀고 있는 거라서요.
탈리아 없으면 KT로서 못 나옵니다.
예.
럼블 사실상 지금 너무 연약한 상태거든요.
결과를
아래쪽.
얘기해보면 KT가 조금씩 이득 보던 거 하나생명이 꽤 크게 먹으면서 많이 따라왔습니다.
아래 욕 먹고 위에 발언 저지할 때만 하더라도 분위기 좋아 보였었는데 그 다음에 상황이 급변했습니다.
그리고 그 과정에서 하나생명 조합 중심이라고 볼 수 있는 바이퍼도 꽤나 과성장했고요.
상황이 KT 로스터가 드래곤도 챙기면서 꽤 괜찮은 흐름으로 가는 것처럼 보이긴 했지만
예.
게임 내에서 중요할 수 있는 사이드 주도권은 좀 빠져있는 상황이었어요. 그런 것들이 결국 좀 문제가 되면서 하나생명 쪽에서는 좀 재미를 봤던 상황이었네요.
그렇습니다. 한 2,500원 정도 앞서고 있다고 지금 표가 나오고 있습니다만 이 정도면 일단 바론이나 좀 잘 넘기고요.
네.
피넛과 커즈의 차이 2렙 차입니다.
뭐 실제로 지금 단계에서 2,000, 3,000원 정도 막 엄청나게 차이 난다 보긴 힘든데
예.
KT 입장에서 용 좀 잘 쌓아둔 거 영혼 완성시키면서 좀 밸류를 바라보고 싶을 것 같거든요.
그러면 이 정도 돈 차이라는 것들은 다 상쇄되는 겁니다.
그리고 점사 잘해야 됩니다. KT 로스터는 뭐 오른 쳤다가 오공 쳤다가 알리 쳤다가 하면은 하나도 안 죽을 거거든요.
예, 그 세 명은 그렇습니다,
네.
진짜.
그리고 그 용을 위한 빌드업이 젠 시간이랑 지금 바로 끝나는 시간 겹쳐서 지역 장악을 하나생명이 엄청 빡빡하게 해놓을 거거든요. 그걸 뚫고 나가는 것도 문제고요.
1분 정도 시간이 더 필요합니다.
BDD 머리가 좀 아프죠. 본인이 있어야지만 한타를 하는데 BDD가 아니면 사이드를 못 막아요. 그래서 내가 본대 쪽에 있어야 되는지 아니면 탑을 막아야 되는지 거기에서 머리가 너무 아픕니다.
예.
지금 단순 4대4라면 하나생명이 이쪽이 훨씬 세거든요.
그렇겠죠. 그러면 BDD 없다? 아직 오는구나. 적당히 이렇게 압박합니다.
미드탑 라인 들어오는 템포가 다른 걸 이용해서 최대한 돌아다니면서 막아주고 있고요.
예. BDD 진짜 오늘부터 몇 인분 합니다. 현재까지.
네.
일단 수비만도 그렇습니다.
그래서 모든 걸 다 해주면 좋겠지만 BDD가 필요하다라는 말씀을 드려야 될 것 같고요.
예. 자, 그렇게 BDD가 해준다면 아직까지 노데스 덕담 장군 앞을 잡았거든요.
진짜 서로
우리가 다 아는 그 앞을 덕담.
원들끼리 KDA도 똑같고
오.
바이퍼는 뭐 말할 필요도 없고 덕담도 막 그렇게 잡았을 때 막 데미지 엄청 넘면서 캐리했거든요.
그렇죠.
지금 너무 기대되는 한타 열기
네.
직전인데요.
그래서 이번 사용은 KT 입장에서도 운영을 안 막고 전투를 펼칠 수 있는 기회이기 때문에 이거 나가야 돼요.
맞아요. 무조건 싸워야 됩니다.
네.
아, 무조건이에요. 이거 내주는 게 아니라 그냥 주고 딴 게 아니군요. 교환이 아니군요.
서로 적당히 교환하더라도 KT가 먹으면 대박이니까요.
예.
이게 운영으로 흔들려서 너무 많아서
커즈
일단
붙어.
겹치고
자, 길막. 싸움은
연계가 오른 먼저 점프 남았어요.
들어갔는데 예.
덕담 쪽
이거 앞에를 치는 건 가능한가요?
앞에 마무리되나요?
절단으로 일단 회복하긴 했었고.
됐고요. 그럼 바이퍼는요?
예. 근데 추가적인 상황에서
자, 파이퍼가 커즈는
커즈도 시간 좀 오래 걸고 있어요.
커즈가?
커즈.
예.
그림을 됐고.
커즈를 그럼 3-3 교환.
아니 그래도 KT 로스터는
맞아요. 용을
더블
먹었고
다행했습니다.
영혼이 완성됐군요. 이러면 나름 할 만한 거 아닙니까? 성과가 있었네요.
이게 덕담이 물리는 게 조금 아프게 물리는 구도가 있긴 했지만 절단으로 회복했던 것처럼 보이면서 꽤나 딜을 하고 갔던 게 주요했던 것 같아요.
하나생명이 계속해서 저막 오른 라이즈 막 50 연계를 하려 하는데 그걸 웨이가 계속해서 끊어주니까 이게 시작이 좋았는데도 결과가 막 압도적이진 않게 비등비등하게 나오는 것 같고요.
네.
그리고 아래쪽에서 신짜오가 오랜 시간 버티면서 유나라를 막았기 때문에 제카가 힘받으면서 위쪽을 다 끊어내지 못했습니다.
아, 그렇군요. 힘이 집중됐다면 역시 하나생명도 근데 그 부분은 아쉬움이 있었습니다. 2대2. 그런데 용으로 완성. 결국 저 작전은 용먹기였거든요.
네.
용을 4용을 챙겼습니다.
물론 이게 KT가 전반적으로 전멸을 다 소모한 거에 비해서 하나생명은 전멸이 없이 전투에 임했었던 타이밍이었거든요. 그런 유무 차이로 좀 다음 한타가 벌어진다면 크게 갈릴 수도 있습니다.
맞습니다.
하나생명은 조금 더 적극적
그리고
이고 싶겠는데요.
사용을 먹긴 했지만 KT 로스터가 여전히 유리하다고 말하지 못하는 거는 그만큼 하나생명도 오른의 아이템 강한이 있거든요.
우와! 없어! 근데 제카 일단 한번 없어. 제카 살려.
박수 한번 더!
그러면서 네. 근데 이거 마공룡 슬로우.
예.
웨이가
웨이칠이 잘 들어갔고요.
근데 오른 구두야 초대박.
이가 이게 뭡니까 이제 파이퍼 쇼.
헤우스가
파이퍼 미쳐난 이가 있습니다. 에이스.
이거 하려고 오른 뽑았어.
아니 이렇게 일방적으로.
근데 남아있는 원딜을 제외한 인원들이 탱커 둘이라
예.
끝내기까지는 무릴 것 같고요.
예.
예.
아 그러네요.
아무튼 뭐 있는 전면 다 쓰면서 한타는 대승.
그러니까 앞라인은 다른 하나생명 인원들이 정말 잘 처리해줬고 피넛도 탈리아랑 아펠리우스의 발을 완벽하게 묶어주면서 KT를 완전히 분리시켰습니다.
제카가 위험하게 시작됐는데요.
사실 여기까지만 보더라도 진짜 이게 제카 조금 큰일 나나 했는데
그런데 빠지는 상황에서 몸이 앞으로 쏠렸는데 이게 실패하면서 이거 다 띄웠어요.
이게 또 제우스가 좀 띄우기 이거 다른 선수도 마찬가지겠습니다. 그 다음에 파파파파. 이야 이게 유나라.
그래서 확실히 양측 원거리 딜러들이 데미지를 넣기만 하면 어떻게 되는지 좀 잘 나온 한타 같아요.
그리고 이게 제우스의 궁을 끊기 위해서 많은 스킬을 투자했는데 결과적으로는 탱커를 때리게 된 거잖아요.
예.
그러면서 하나생명의 딜러는 구도가 너무 깔끔하게 잡혔습니다.
그렇습니다. 이제 바이퍼가 지금까지 노데스인데 수호천사까지 완성이 됐고요. 둘이 많이 때리고
네.
있습니다만
와.
2,100원 더 먹었습니다. 바이퍼.
KT도 분명 조합의 잠재력은 엄청 뛰어나고 아펠리우스도 있긴 한데 사용도 있지만 막 하나생명 골드 차이 생각해보면 지금은 이제 한타 했을 때 좀 힘들 수 있을 것 같은데요.
그렇죠.
5,800원이면 의미가 있긴 있죠.
맞습니다.
앞라인의 안정성 차이가 너무 크게 차이 나서
본인의 방향은 분명히 알 거예요.
네.
근데 어떻게라는 문제에 있었을 때 제시할 사람이 없습니다. 럼블이 이퀄 간다고 그게 뭐 다 되겠어요? 결국 신짜오랑 노틸러스가 앞에서 버텨야 되는데 오른 탱킹력이 그거를 아예 상회하기 때문에 한타 견적이 너무 힘든 거죠.
이거 만약에 바론 쪽 들어오면 지금 딜라이트가 칼날부리 쪽 와드에 순간이동 타고 아펠리오스 전멸 없는 거 덮치려는 거죠. 이렇게요. 이거 덕담 쪽 위험할 수 있습니다.
이거 보이기로
오른쪽 연계.
빼는 거 잘 봐야
안
돼요.
돼요. 덕담 떴고요. 그래도
일단 나오긴 했었고
뒤쪽에서 이런 데미지를 못해요.
던져냈고 와 이러면은 구도가
그래도 광역들이 잘
바이퍼가
들어갔어요.
있나요?
많이 들었습니다.
바이퍼가
그리고 BDD도 계속 때리고 있어서요.
네.
저항이 조금 됐거든요.
물론 인원수 차이는 많이 나긴 하는데
네.
데미지가 광역으로 잘 들어갔습니다.
근데 결과적으로 봤을 때는 또다시 하나생명 입장에서는 웃는 그림이죠.
그렇죠. 3대1 교환입니다. 현재
네.
보시는 것처럼요.
중요한 게 안 녹아요 이 챔피언들이.
사실 데미지가 굉장히
덕담. 달려들지 못했습니다. 다행히 상대편이.
그렇죠.
깜짝 놀랐어요.
만약에 막 튕겨져서
네.
반사됐으면 큰일 날 뻔했죠.
저의 솔랭을 보는 것 같았습니다. 애니비아한테도 저런 거 많이 당하거든요.
예.
네.
그래서
자, 제카까지 합류.
채우고 돌아온 하나생명이 인원수 차이로 바론까지 가져가네요.
네.
그러면 아무래도 안 그래도 앞라인 차이가 심했는데 더 심해질 것 같고요.
예, 큰 그림 그렸던 하나생명인데요.
그러니까 순간이동 들고 지백속 있을 때부터 근데 KT가 이걸 알기는 힘들었을 것 같아요.
네. 그래서 어쨌든 덕담이 저 본대 쪽으로 튕겨진 게 아니기 때문에 딜하는 구도가 나오긴 했지만 중요한 건 점사콜이 되기 좀 힘들잖아요. 그런 구도에서 다시 한번 하나생명 조합의 강점인 앞라인에서 버티는 모습이 나왔죠.
그렇군요.
진짜 영리한 게 이게 아펠리우스의 무기가 조합이 맛이 없을 때마다 하나생명이 써요. 방금도 저 절단 중력포가 사실 데미지를 넣는 데 있어서는 어떻게 보면 최악이라고 볼 수 있는 콤비거든요.
예.
가능하면은 지금 단계 때는 반월이나 화염포가 조금 더 맛있긴 하죠.
그렇군요.
저렇게
그다음에 무기를 보고 그게 또 싸움을 여는 시점이 될 수 있군요.
앞라인이 많을 땐 막 화염포 같은 것도 괜찮고
네.
반월 만월 같은 것도 충분히 괜찮은데 조합이 안 좋을 때마다 하나생명 계속 싸움을 거니까 그런 포텐이 안 나오고
예,
있고 한 번 더
과정에 열어.
예,
지금 약간
잘 끊었고
다음은요.
근데 이거 마공룡이라서 어떻게 슬로우로 계속 쳐볼 수 있나요?
예.
네.
이제는 강수입니다.
그러니까 칼등의 장점은 있거든요. 확실히 KT도
이거
있어도.
진짜 구원 쓰고.
아까 순간이동 활용했기 때문에
예.
집값 싸워야 되고요.
네.
아쉬운 부분이 있다고 하더라도 진짜 큰 거 나오거든요.
그러면 그나마 KT 진격 타이밍이
예.
딜라이트 집 갔을 때인데 이게
50 위치가 좀 심상치 않긴 합니다.
보내고
맞아 너무 넓게 퍼져 있으니까 집격하기 쉽지 않아요.
이거 C자랑 다 뚫려있기 때문에 안 보이는 시야를 뚫고 들어가야 되는 거라서
예.
잘못 물면 이거 옆 라인이 뚫려요.
피노 대기 중. 그리고
이거 지금 딜라이트가 위쪽으로 돌고 있거든요.
예, 알리 거의 왔어요.
아 근데 그래도 이거 KT 대장장이 신분이 부름
설마.
없을 때 싸워야 돼요.
앞에 전멸 박치기? 전멸 박치기!
뒤에서 이러면 바로 아웃.
아 근데
파이널 바로 기대해야
모르겠는데
이러면
와.
전차가 열차를 밟고 넘어가죠.
그렇습니다. 롤러코스터 뒤로 후진하고 있습니다. 전멸박치기라고 하셨는가요?
네.
그거 그대로 뿔에 제대로 맞히고 죽었습니다.
베우스가
덕담이
순간이동으로 라인 끌고 오면은 지금 바론 버프도 남아있는 상황이기
예.
때문에
1분 10초.
사실상 끝났다고 보는 게 맞고요.
예.
아, 바이퍼의 유나라 8012 700골드.
이거는 럼블 풀템 쥐어서도 못 막습니다.
예.
이게 이퀄라이저 돌아도 요 바론 버프가 있어가지고
너무 센 게 많아요.
이번 턴에 끝낼
예,
생각해야죠.
그냥 죽여.
오.
예. 그냥 살고 있어.
쌍둥이까지 한번 가보나요? 일단 아펠은 아슬아슬하지만 탈리아 못 나오거든요.
네. 그냥 죽이지도
이게
않고 그냥
밀어주고
미네요.
너무 빨라요.
합니다. 넥서스 깨면서 GG. 한화생명 자 1세트 승리합니다.
KT 로스터가 중간중간에 꽤나 분전하는 모습을 보이긴 했지만 전반적인 전투 설계는 하나생명이 한 수 위였다는 생각이 들었습니다. 곳곳마다 함정을 설계하면서 KT 로스터를 그 안으로 끌어들이면서 싸웠던 플레이가 하나생명이 상당히 좋았네요.
그래서 막 거기서 KT한테 막 뭘 어떻게 해라 뭘 잘못했다라고 말하기는 조금 어려웠던 것 같고 초반 단계 때 그리고 그 중반 단계 때 운영 과정에서 럼블이 좀 망가져서 사이드 주도권을 너무 일찍 잃었던 거 그런 거에 스노우볼링이라고 보시면 될 것 같아요.
예. 그걸 극복하지 못하고 결국은 패하고 말았습니다. 또 결정적일 때 오늘 집중 견제 당했습니다만 모두 잘 터져 나왔었고요. 제우스 그렇습니다.
그렇습니다.
예.
탱커를 잡아도 주도권을 잡는다? 이거 사실 이상한 거거든요. 그런데 그런 게 이어지다 보니까 조합의 힘이 더 강해 보이더라고요.
네, 그게 말이 돼 제우스입니다, 여러분.
제우스가
예.
계속 사이드 포지션 잡고 그런 거 안 나왔어야 되는데 KT 입장에서는
그러니까요. 정말 노데스로 게임 마무리 지었던 걸로 봤었는데
네. 대신 진 선생님, 제우스 미쳤다. 긍정적인 의미 있어.
탑 신이 두 명이네요 이 팀은.
그렇네요.
네. 자, 데이터로 정리해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 마지막엔 큰 차이가 났고요.
네. 상황을 보면은 딜을 잘했던 모습이 있었지만 결국 탱커에게 때린 거기 때문에 유효타로 들어가지 못했던 게 KT에게 너무 아쉬울 것 같습니다.
네. 자, 뭐든지 실질적인 데미지가 들어가야 되는 겁니다. 이렇게 보신 것처럼 1대0으로 한화생명이 앞서고 있는 가운데 한화생명 오늘 경기 승리를 거두면서 18승까지 달려갈 수 있을지 잠시 후에 양 팀의 두 번째 대결로 돌아오겠습니다.
나 땡겨서 보는 게 나을 때 밑에 쓰지 말고 천천히 나오는 거 어때? 여기서 보는 게 나을 때 여기서 보는 게 나을 것 같아 하는 거 좋고 보자 앞에 앞에 놓고 그냥 달려 나와봐줘 달려 잡았어 한 명은 타지 마
Long ago, a legend was passed down through the Yupgok. They said that one day, when the demons, worn out from endless competition, left the Hyopgok in search of lighthearted fun, they drifted into the peaceful realms of Honmun, like TFT, Kalbara, and Earth. A true demon would rise again, to remind them all that the true joy of the game lies in fierce competition and in Bakem. Her name is Demon Bunny Eun-bin. And so begins her desperate climb through the Soleil to summon the demons back once more.
자신 없어.
요즘 꼴은 너무 조용해. 밤을 태우던 악기들은 모두 어디에? 럼블콩 맞은 전적 위에 의지를 가져. 악기 토끼가 깨어난다. 숨을 고르고 큐를 돌려라. 사라진 불꽃을 다시 불러. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Now it's time, here I go. 맘을 다잡고 뛰어들어라. 승리의 감각을 다시 깨워. 난 원래 악기였던 거야. Roll it back, 다시 날 부른다. 나는 그래 악기였던 거야. So like hunters, wake up, wake up.
Her journey had already begun.
오늘의 두 번째 매치 레전드 그룹의 KT 롤스터와 하나생명 e스포츠의 대결입니다. KT 입장에서는 3강팀을 상대로 가능성을 보여줄 수 있는 승리가 필요한 상황이었는데 체급의 하나생명이 1세트 승리를 가져갔습니다. 두 분 1세트 어떻게 보셨을까요?
그 말씀하신 가능성에 있어서 오늘 KT 롤스터의 경기 내용이 꽤 비등비등했단 말이에요.
네.
근데 말씀하신 대로 이제 마지막에 그 한 방에 넘어가는 게 일종의 체급의 힘이라면 그 전까지의 단계는 꽤 괜찮았던 것 같은데 딱 이제 거기서 아쉽게 끝난 게 되게 이제 좀 안타깝네요.
맞습니다. 또 오랜만에 좀 AP 헬리오스 딱 다시 또 나오면서
네.
펠리오스
오늘 머리도 좀 비슷해요.
그렇죠. 덕담 이번 한 번만 도와주겠 약간 이런 느낌은 아니었는데
네네네.
어쨌든 굉장히 좀 라인전이나 준비되어 있던 카드를 굉장히 잘 꺼냈기 때문에 좋은 장면들을 많이 만들어낼 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다.
네.
근데
제
진짜
노래도
머리가
좀 잘
비슷해요.
보셨나요? 혹시?
네?
제 노래도 잘 보셨나요?
그럼 장난 아니었습니다.
한번 불러보시죠.
네.
그건 나중에 제가 한번 기회가 되면 해보도록 하겠습니다. PD님이 아니 제가 하는 날 안내 보내주시기로 했는데 이렇게 당황스럽게 만들어주셨습니다.
당황스럽지만 또 뱀픽 얘기는 해야 되니까.
그렇죠.
네.
저도 이제 원딜에 새로운 도전을 하는데 지금 이번 세트 원딜이 좀 강조를 해주신다고요?
요새 이제 유나라가 1, 2픽에서 되게 많이 나오고 있는데 또 이제 1픽에서 그러니까 1, 2픽 세트에서 유나라가 나왔고 이걸 보고 이제 뭘 할지 궁금했는데 아펠리오스가 일반적인 막 솔랭 이런 데서는 저는 유나라 상대로 되게 유리하다고 생각 안
네.
되거든요. 근데 이제 대회의 경우에는 아펠리오스 같은 픽을 꺼낼 때 좀 라인전을 체계적으로 진행하잖아요.
그렇죠.
그쪽에 있어서 KT 롤스터의 생각은 충분히 해볼 만하다라고 생각했던 것 같아요.
맞습니다. 특히나 양쪽 모두 상체 쪽에서는 이제 잘 나가는 챔피언들을 많이 부색을 잘 갖춰놨기 때문에 그런 위쪽에서의 교전도 굉장히 중요하지만 아래쪽에서의 라인전 단계라던가 그 라인전을 빠르게 스킵하는 방법, 방향성이 굉장히 좀 중요했었는데 양 팀 모두 좀 어느 정도 그걸 잘 보여준 것 같습니다.
네, 먼저 볼 장면이 양 팀의 긴 교전이 있었는데요. 이때 하나생명에게는 의도가 있었던 것 같은데 뜻대로 되진 않았던 것 같습니다. 그 교전 상황을 다시 보시죠.
이게 하나생명이 처음에 여기 교전의 의도 자체는 지금 오른이 정비를 하고 먼 거리에서 오잖아요. 그래서 이제 상대가 드래곤을 먹는 건 먹는 거고 우리가 원하는 교전 유도를 한번 해보자였던 거예요.
그렇죠. 특히나 이 교전 유도의 또 근거는 이제 바이퍼 선수는 코어템이 나왔었고 아펠리오스의 총이 굉장히 좀 안 좋은 타이밍이었거든요.
네.
그래서 교전 자체는 좀 굉장히 좀 할만한 구도가 되었습니다.
그렇죠. 근데 이제 여기서 라이즈가 궁을 쓴 이유가 이러니 저러니 교전이 4대5인 거잖아요.
네.
그래서 라이즈 궁을 약간 습관적으로 미리 깔고 적당히 눈치를 보면서 싸우려고 했던 것 같아요. 근데 이제 이후 장면을 천천히 보면은 구도가 괜찮아서 라이즈는 오케이 안 타야겠다. 근데 나머지는 타고 끌려가요.
그렇죠. 사실 어떻게 보면은 그런 구도가 되어서 그나마 좀 다행히도 뭐 딜라이트 선수만 딱 잡히고 그리고 뭐 웨이 선수 교환 나고 이 정도에서 끝나는 듯 싶었어요. 그리고 하나생명 입장에서 이제 오른이 오고 있잖아요. 오른이 오고 있기 때문에 이 구도에서 이왕 오른까지 온 거 용은 줬으니까 조금 더 유효타를 만들기 위한 그런 판단력이 있었던 것 같습니다. 밀어내기 위한 선택을 한 거죠.
그러니까 저는 여기서 하나생명의 의도가 이 두 번째에서는 상대와 진짜 싸움을 하기보다 여기서부터 저 유나라와 라이즈가 바텀과 미드를 관리하잖아요.
그렇죠.
그래서 상대를 바텀에 밀어넣고 라인 관리로 이득을 보자였는데 여기서 이제 또 한 가지 놓쳤던 게 지금 이용을 먹으면서 싸웠어요. 그래서 이용을 먹으면서 싸움으로써 저 관문이 생성이 됐어요. 그래서 제우스가 아래로 쭉 돌 때 관문이 나왔고 이 관문을 타고 웨이의 노틸이 와버린 거예요.
네.
그래서 여기서부터 또 싸움 유도가 되는 거죠.
맞습니다. 그러면서 이제 제우스 선수가 걸리게 되었고 그 구도에서 탈리아의 W를 피하기 위해 전멸을 쓰다 보니까 궁 연계도 되지 않았고 오히려 좀 본인들이 원하는 방향대로 이제 타이밍대로 싸우지 못하다 보니까 하나생명이 조금 손해를 볼 수밖에 없는 타이밍이었죠.
그래서 이게 하나생명이 원래 또 이런 강팀들 보면 이 타이밍에 되게 공격적인 교전이나 오브젝트 한타를 통해서 게임을 가져오잖아요.
네.
그런 걸 해보려고 했는데 약간 좀 뻣뻣하게 뭔가 살짝 어긋나는 그런 것들이 쌓이면서 KT 쪽으로 조금 웃는 구도가 나온 거죠.
맞습니다.
그런데 이후에 중요했던 한타 상황에서 시작에 괜찮았던 만큼 모든 걸 걸었던 KT였지만 이때 오른 궁 대박이 나면서 하나생명이 한타 대승을 했습니다.
사실 이 구도에서도 게임이 굉장히 좀 팽팽한 타이밍이었잖아요. 그래서 이 이후에 게임을 어떻게 가져가느냐, 상대를 밀어내느냐가 굉장히 중요한데 그 시작점 자체는 이 비니디 선수의 탈리아에 말도 안 되는 좀 플레이가 있었습니다. 이 상황에서 먼저 웨이 선수가 한번 후구로 가볍게 떠보는 플레이를 해주고 라이즈를 넘기면서 조냐까지 굉장히 잘 빼는 타이밍이었죠.
그러니까 직접적인 꽝 싸움 없이 라이즈의 체력 압박도 됐고 조냐까지 뺐는데 저는 이후에 이퀄라이저와 노틸러스 이니시가 너무 급했다고 봐요. 그러니까 라이즈가 어차피 전멸을 쓸 거라면 좀 천천히 진행도 괜찮았거든요.
그렇죠.
근데 이 기회를 놓치지 않게 들어갔는데
네.
오른이
스트라이크! 반대로 들어가면서 오히려 구도가 망가지는 그리고 아펠리오스가 성장을 잘했지만 팀원들이 먼저 쓸리다 보니 확실히 그리고 다시 봐도 말씀하신 것처럼 노틸러스가 궁극기를 들고 있었더라면 오른의 궁극기를 끊을 수 있었는데 이런 장면들이 다시 또 맞물리는 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다.
직선으로 가다가 오른한테 이렇게 다 맞는 게 이게 흔히 나오는 장면이 아닌데
네.
대박이 난 거예요.
그럼 이번에도 하나생명이 2대 0으로 빠르게 게임을 끝낼지 2세트로 확인해 보겠습니다.
네, 하나생명 1대0을 앞서 있고요. 아, 요 두 팀은 최근에 아무튼 뭐 그냥 2세트에서 다 끝났습니다.
그렇습니다. 그래서 다시 한번 KT 로스터는 좀 분전해야 되는 상황이 되고 있고 확실히 하나생명이 시간이 지났을 때 한타로 가는 그 교전에서는 큰 강점을 보인다는 게 다시 한번 등장했습니다. 실전 롤러코스터.
지금은 아주 순조롭게 가고 있습니다.
그래서 KT도
KT부터인가요? 예.
지난 맞대결에는 1세트는 좀 비등했다가 2세트 좀 힘들었던 부분이 있거든요.
네.
그런 거 없이 좀 고쳐진 부분이 나와야 되겠죠.
입니다. CL의 진이 영재 선수도 파이팅. 뭐 CL에선 KT가 그냥 완전히 거의 젠지예요.
사실 KT 로스터 CL은 저는 CL 레벨이 아니라고 생각합니다. 다른 지역에서 다 눈독 들이고 있습니다. 특히 진이 선수가 엄청나죠.
그럼요. 자, 그 모두가 현재 KT입니다. 이렇게 응원해 주시는 분들 많이 계시고요. 그러면 2세트는 다른 결과가 나와야겠죠. KT 롤스터 진행합니다.
저는 항상 이 두 팀이 맞붙을 때마다 좀 강조를 드려야 되는 라인이 있다면 탑이라고 보거든요. 일단 퍼펙트가 편안하게 게임을 플레이할 수 있는 그 상황을 만들어주는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 대표적으로는 탑 쪽에서 좀 강한 카드를 좀 잘라주면서 뭐 레넥톤이라든지 요릿 같은 걸 쥐어주고 스스로 자생할 수 있는 능력을 보여준다면은 KT 로스터 입장에서 조금 더 게임이 편할 수 있긴 하거든요.
네.
실제로 이전 세트 좀 안 좋았던 부분이 오로라 그웬을 하고 럼블을 쥐어주면서 그런 쪽으로 굉장히 좀 밀어줬다고 생각을 했거든요.
맞습니다.
그랬는데도 불구하고 이게 워낙 초반부터 라인전 주도권을 잃었다 보니까
네.
그런 쪽에서 다시 한번 그쪽으로 가는 것 같기도 하고요.
예.
퍼펙트의 편한 뱀픽이요.
제우스. 제우스.
쉽지 않죠.
네.
네. 근데 앞으로 이런 일정이 KT 로스터는 계속 이어질 겁니다. 그게 레전드 그룹의 사명이고요.
이게 퍼펙트가 로드 투 MSI 당시 안배사면하고 약간 사이온 같은 걸로 되게 역할 수행을 잘했었거든요. 이번 판은 좀 그렇게 가나요?
실제로 탱커 상대로 좀 강점을 보일 수 있는 카드들을 많이 밴했죠.
그래도 오로라를 풀어주더라도 바루스는 좀 밴하고 이번에도 좀 바텀 쪽보다는 탑이나 미드 쪽 선픽을 많이 생각하고 있는 KT가 보이네요.
그렇군요. 앞서서는 탈리아였었고요.
변수 있는 픽이 있다면 뭐 뽀삐 같은 것들도 있고 뭐 트런들 같은 카드들도 분명히 교전에 세다 보니까 좀 견제가 될 만하고요.
이번엔 하나생명이 다릅니다.
이게 미드 쪽에서도 은근 밴이 많이 되어 있었기 때문에 오로라를 가져가면 좀 껄끄럽다고 생각하는 것 같아요. 퍼펙트가 수업을 해서 탑으로 갔을 때도 좀 잘 활용을 했었기 때문에.
그래서 뭐 탑 쪽에 밴이 많이 되어 있는 상태이지만 먼저 뽑았을 때는 카운터를 맞을 수 있으니까 픽을 좀 후순위로 밀어두었고요. 초중반 교전에 강할 수 있는 트런들을 가져오면서 힘싸움에 일단 신경을 쓰는 픽입니다.
네. 가끔이라도 요즘은 참 오랜만인데요. 뭐 바꾸겠죠? 네.
지금 나올 순 없죠. 예.
또 남아있는 정글 중에서 그 다음이 좀 바이 쪽이었는데
자르반은 기창을 통해서 트런들의 그 공격을 약간 넘어다닐 수 있죠. 그리고 이니시도 좀 강점이 있기 때문에 교전 상황을 조금 더 신경 쓰는 픽이라고 보시면 좋죠.
예. 50 진짜도 아니고 트런들 자르반부터 시작합니다. 양팀.
자르반을 처음에 맛있게 썼던 팀도 KT였기 때문에 그런 쪽 뱀픽도 재밌고요.
바로 세트 효과.
이게 오리아나를 하면 보통 요즘 친구로 나오는 정글러가 이제 녹턴이었는데 그런 쪽에선 사용을 잘 안 했어가지고 좀 더 안정성 있는 느낌으로 가는 것 같아요. 한타 밸런스까지 생각한.
네. 그래서 상대 미드가 라인전 조금 셀 수 있지만 뚜벅이가 나왔기 때문에 이 약점을 좀 공략하는 식으로 갈지 아니면 강하게 서로 라인전을 맞출지가 궁금하긴 합니다.
예전 기억 한번. 사이언.
확실히 앞라인을 잘 세워놓고 한타 구도를 바라보는 느낌도 꽤나 있는 것 같은데
네.
아제르처럼 막 DPS가 잘 나오는 미드 챔피언이 메타
와.
없었거든요.
지금 또 파이팅해야 되는 챔피언 하나 빅토르 나왔습니다.
KT 롤스터식 밸류 조합이라고
네.
보시면 될 것 같아요. 트런들 사이온이 어쨌든 진압도 뭐 들고 있는 거니까 상대가 탱커가 나오더라도 앞라인이 무조건 KT 롤스터가 셀 거거든요. 그런 부분에서 확실한 딜러 하나를 꽂아 넣었죠.
이거
제우스의 손에서 뭔가
빨간
왔다가-
안경이
야, 확실히 슈퍼스타예요. 저희를 이렇게 가지고 노니까
진짜 혹시 했습니다. 제우스 이기에
많이 힘들 수도 있었거든요. 나와도 이게 트런들 사이온 상대로.
그쵸.
그리고 이게 자르반이 먼저 나왔음에도 불구하고 빅토르를 했다는 건 그런 만큼 KT가 특히 교전 쪽에서의 포지셔닝 설정을 좀 잘해보겠다가 보이고요.
네. 벤으로 가보도록 하겠습니다.
라인전 단계에서의 주도권이 서로 미세하게 약간 팽팽하기 때문에 상대 쪽에 약간 정글 개입을 약간 잘해줘야 될 것 같은 상황이고요. 그런 부분에서 로밍에 강점이 있을 수 있는 카드들을 조금씩 잘라줍니다.
그래서 위쪽에서도 데미지 밸런스가 좀 갖춰진 한화생명에 비해서 KT 입장에서는 지속딜이 괜찮은 원딜이 좀 나와야 하는 입장이거든요. 빅토르 혼자 독박딜을 할 수는 없어서
그리고 생존기가 조금 필요할 것 같아요.
그런 부분에서 뭐 제일 손을 번쩍 들고 있는 친구는 코르키긴 한데 이게 사실 선픽은 한화생명 거라 한화생명도 생각을 하고 있을 거거든요.
네. 그리고 상대방의 조합을 보니까 뭔가 이쪽도 하이퍼 캐리가 좀 필요하나 생각이 좀 들 거고요.
지금까지의 조합을 봤을 때 단단한 친구들이긴 하지만 막 메인 탱이라고 볼 수 있는 챔피언은 없어서 막 사이온처럼요. 그냥 KT가 진을 사용할 수도 있을 것 같기도 하고요.
이쪽에서는 저걸 뚫기 위해서는 뭔가 카이사 쪽이 그래도 좀 눈이 가긴 하는데 먼저 뽑으면 라인전 카운터를 좀 당할 수 있단 말이에요. 그래서 혹시 서포 픽을 먼저 뽑나요?
시간 다 쓰고 말씀처럼 서폿을 먼저 준비하는 듯 보입니다.
상대가 자야라칸도 안 되니까 니코가 먼저 나가도 상관없다라는 생각이네요.
그리고 막 조합적으로 봤을 때 루시안 브라운 같은 티어 챔피언들도 살아있긴 한데 그렇게 됐을 때 KT 조합의 이니시가 굉장히 애매해질 수 있거든요. 그런 부분에서 채워야 할지 좀 고민도 많이 될 것 같아요.
교체 투입 웨이 1세트 나름 뭐 준수한 모습이 나오긴 했습니다만 진
라인전도 세고 서포터란도 굉장히 좀 여러 가지 챔피언들이 호환이 되니까 일단 유틸적인 부분을 좀 채웠고요.
그러나 그 중에 뭐가 어떤 서폿이
라인전을 보면은 카르마인데 카르마가 남의 이니시가 하나도 없어서 쓰기 너무 힘들고요.
그래서 막 남은 이니시 챔프를 막 둘러보면 레오나 같은 챔프가 좀 맛이 있진 않거든요.
그냥 세게 갑니다.
네.
그냥 바텀 이기겠다고 선언했어요.
사실 저렇게 라인전 잘 압박하고 잘하고 이겨주면은 이니시 필요 없이 그냥 골드로 찍어 누를 수도 있거든요.
맞습니다.
맞죠?
네.
자, 그리고 니코부터 시작해서 카이사로 마무리를 지었습니다. 한화생명 여기서 KT가 어떻게든 본인들의 세트 연패 이 레전드에서 그걸 만들어내야 될 텐데 어떻게 보십니까?
확실히 KT가 막 퍼펙트 쪽에 막 공격적인 픽도 많이 쥐어졌었고 한데 그 굉장히 잘했을 때의 기준에 막 퍼펙트한테 그 삼신기, 사이온 이런 거 쥐어주면서 역할을 확실하게 정했을 때거든요. 그때의 조합을 KT가 한번 다시 들고 왔고 하나생명은 그런 조합을 대놓고 KT가 가져가니까 라인별로 좀 카운터 칠 수도 있고 상성도 괜찮은 챔피언들을 가져왔지만 바텀 쪽에서만 좀 힘들지 않은 라인전을 보낸다면 좀 무난하게 갈 수 있을 것 같아요.
맞습니다. 그래서 말씀하신 것처럼 후반으로 갔을 때는 확실히 하나생명의 조합이 조금 더 밸런스가 좋아 보이는 측면은 있거든요. KT 롤스터가 카르마같이 꺼낸 이상 바텀 그리고 초반에 강한 트런들의 그 장점을 확실하게 살려야 될 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 대길 오늘 KT 대길할 운이로세
그렇습니다. 운세가
저 하나
얘가 제일 잘 나가.
네. 바 선생님이죠?
맞습니다. 예.
파이프 이스터 베스트네.
그래서
1세트 유나라로 진짜 슈퍼 하드 캐리를 해줬고요. 한 번 더 보도록 하겠습니다. KT가 성공 사례가 있는 조합인 것도 같습니다만 오늘 한화생명의 공세를 어떻게 받아낼 수 있을 것인지 양팀 준비됐습니다. 가겠습니다. 경기 보시죠.
시간차의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
KT와 한화생명의 2세트입니다.
30초 남았습니다.
어차피 조합상 KT는 탑 쪽에서는 어차피 1대1 냅두면서 그들만의 리그하게 냅두면 되고요.
네.
어떻게든 트런들과 저 진카르마 1레벨 강한 거나 라인전 단계 우위를 좀 이용하려는 듯한 움직임이 나와야 합니다.
맞습니다. 뭐 예전 같았으면 아트록스가 라인전 우위를 통해서 사이언을 압박할 수 있다라고 말씀드리겠지만 요즘에는 상황에 따라서는 사이언이 이기는 장면도 종종 나오니까요. 탑 쪽에서에는 정말 말씀하신 것처럼 정글 쪽을 그냥 좀 배제하는 느낌으로 투자하지 않고 KT로선 최대한 바텀의 이 힘을 가지고 커즈가 피넛보다 성장 잘하는 모습이 필요해 보이네요.
네, 지나가다 가볍게 서로 인사를 했습니다.
그래서 만약에 KT 바텀 저 진카르마가 라인전 단계에서 약간 망가지게 되거나 손실을 당하게 된다면 진짜 빅토르 혼자 데미지 해야 되는데 그 말인즉슨 그냥 데미지가 없다는 얘기거든요.
그렇겠죠. 진짜 세게 가자. 이게 핵심인데 KT 특히 바텀이 카르마까지 뽑아놓고 흔들리면 안 되죠.
심지어 시간 지났을 때 자르반의 압박도 느껴서 빅토르가 라인전 편한 구도가 좀 사라질 거예요. 그렇기 때문에 그 턴이 오기 전에 피해를 입히는 게 필요하고요.
그렇군요.
바이퍼도 라인 계속 치면서 베리어까지 교환했습니다. 그냥
이거 더 앞으로 가야 됩니다. 저거 경험치도 약간 놓칠 느낌으로 놓치게 만든 느낌으로 KT가 압박해주는 게 좋아요.
이렇게 서로 동선은 바텀 쪽 짜주면서 바텀 라인전 중요성이 얼마나 부각되는지 좀 보이는 프로들의 선택이고요.
정글러들 위쪽에서 자 정글링 시작했습니다.
자르반을 의식해서 바텀 라인을 조금 덜 세게 할 수도 있긴 합니다. 근데 트런들이 저 3템 먹으면서 상대 정글 찾아주면은 자르반 위치 보이잖아요. 그거 믿고서 하는 게 KT는 필요하지 않을까 싶습니다.
네.
벌써부터 체력 교환도 좀 하나생명이 나쁘지 않고 특히 저 서포트 카르마의 초반 라인전 단계는 만트라 Q가 한두 번 빗나가냐 맞느냐 차이로 엄청 크게 갈리는데 하나생명이 잘 피해주고 있어요.
엄청 일교환을 잘해놨죠 생각보다.
물론 뭐 배리어 차이 같은 건 있겠습니다만 그걸
저
감안하고
미드는
3레벨에
예. 서로 비슷하게 체력. 그냥 말씀처럼 레벨은 제카가 하나 높고요. 정글러들이 이제 점점 근접하고 있습니다.
라인을 좀 강하게 밀어서 바위기 쪽에서의 주도권을 잡고 싶은 KT 로스터고.
지금 스킬 적중률이 미쳤는데요.
네.
하나생명 바텀 듀오가?
일단 지금 먹을 수 있는 거 다 먹었죠. 소위 물약 같은 건요.
이런
계속
게
예.
지금 당장은 6개를 벌린 것처럼 보이지만 체력 교환이 이런 식으로 나게 되면 여기서 멈추거든요. 그러면 카이사가 라인전 나 잘했다 그런 말 나오는 거예요.
실제로 더 이상 CS 격차를 벌리는 건 좀 많이 힘들어 보이고요. 집 타이밍을 잘 잡는 게 지금 당장 KT 바텀한테 주어지는 최고의 인물일 것 같아요.
자르바는 위쪽으로 바로 가고요.
저희가 둘 다 바텀이다 보니까 이런 라인전 보는 재미가 좀 있습니다. 개인적으로는요.
이거 저러다
계속 때리는데
불구하고 완전 앞으로
반격이다. 트런들
나왔거든요. 예.
트런들
테러가
갈 길이 없어요.
우와 바이퍼 캣.
이거 KT 입장에선 완전 땡큐.
예, 가스 밥을 시원하게 들어갔습니다.
아니 날이 완전 서 있는 바이퍼 상대로 저 살상연이 맞춘 게 진짜 컸습니다.
바이퍼가 날이 너무 서서 그런가 진짜 공격적으로 하다가 결국은 한번 이겼습니다.
그러니까 뭐 하나생명 입장에서는 피넛도 위쪽 가 있는데 아래쪽도 주도권을 얻어준다면은 막 대박이니까 이럴 것 같거든요.
그러니까 탄력 받을 만도 했는데 분위기상 하지만 그건 상대편에 노림수도 어느 정도 있었던 것도 같고요. 그냥 바로 커즈 개입하면서 결국 킬이 나왔습니다. 진!
사실 자르반 올라간 시점에서 어느 정도 예상이 되긴 하거든요. 실제로 보기도 했었고.
근데 이거 스킬 다 피하고 막 만트라 Q 피하고 그 전에 스킬 다 피하고 맞추다 보니까 오히려 그래서 더 공격적으로 하게 된 것 같아요.
예. 뭐 나중에 뭐 기둥이 세워지더라도 전멸로 좀 뛰어넘으면 되겠지라는 생각이었겠지만 말씀하신 대로 덕담 선수의 스킬샷이 굉장히 좋았네요.
그럼요. 자 그러면서 보시는 것처럼 첫 킬이 나왔습니다. KT 쪽으로요.
픽구도로 이어지는 상승구도로 봤을 때 막 하나생명이 빠르게 탑 바텀 막 스왑하고 그럴 줄 알았는데 KT가 라인전 잘 굴려주고 있고요.
네.
오? 이거 취소해가지고 지금 사이언 큐가 끊겨서 만화 없어서 더 못 쓰는 상황이거든요? 이거 아트 입장에서 집턴을 좀 편하게 잡을 수 있고 이쪽에서는 약간 시간 손해가 있습니다.
네. 그리고 나름의 스왑이 있습니다. 아트록스 아래쪽으로 향하고 있네요. 카이사는 위쪽.
근데 이거 완전 동선이 이렇게 갈리면
예.
제우스 쪽 막 바텀 쪽 탑라이너들이 계속 맞다가 다이브도 당하는 장면이 나와서
그러니까 이게 중밀라에 걸렸어요. 퍼펙트가.
네. 벌써 칭칭울감이 천천히 쓰면서 때리면은
그래서
잡을
전멸도 와!
거의 결정적으로 거기서
야!
결정적일 때 속박을.
요즘 저 딜라이트 쪽 폼이
예. 천하장사 딜라이트.
그러니까 여러 가지 의미로 정말 환중하겠네요.
그래서 진짜 이거 사이오는 탑에 또 가면은 뭔가 상대방이 매복 있을까봐 좀 무섭긴 하고요.
예. 그리고 사이오는 뭐 아텔로 복귀를 합니다만 대신 아래쪽에서는
예.
용을 먹어줍니다.
그동안 바텀 속에서 뭐 용 먹어주고
예.
근데 이런 그림을 하나생명은 어느 정도 생각도 했을 겁니다. 아트록스가 다이브만 당하는 게 아니면 어쨌든 카이사 입장에서는
가볼래? 나 이 아직 있다.
보통 잘하는 선수일수록 스킬을 재다가 씁니다.
그리고 이거 혹시 해보나요? 이거 트런들 라인 경험치 먹고 6렙 진압 배운 다음에 하는 줄 알았는데 일단 경험치는 안 먹었고요. 이러면
그냥 그대로 진행시켜.
궁극기 없이는 좀
예.
힘들었거든요.
날개 펴고요.
카르마가 일단
라인은-
저만은 아니거든요. 네.
반대쪽으로 빠졌고요. 이러면
오, 시어도 없고.
다 타고
네.
이게 사이오는 좀 멀리서 라인 쳐다보고 있는 상황이라
못 먹은 지 꽤 됐습니다.
물론 근거 자체는 이해가 가는 게 위쪽 바이게가 확정이었기 때문에 피넛이 위쪽일 거라는 생각 자체는 KT가 알고 있었을 거거든요.
네. 그리고 할 거였으면 확실하게 카르마가 타워 받으면서 상대 묶어놓고 때린다는 생각까지 했어야 됐을 것 같은데
맞아요.
그걸 못 버틸 것 같아가지고
원거리 경험치도 먹고 6렙 찍었어야 됐고요.
네.
그런 디테일에 좀 아쉬움이 생기면서 결국은 제우스가 전멸 정도 쓰면서 버텨냈습니다.
네. 초반에 조금 어려움이 있을 수 있다고 생각했던 하나생명이지만 뭐 드래곤을 준 거 말고는 바텀 쪽에서는 수압을 통해서 복구를 하긴 했고요. 아트록스가 세지는 구간이 조금 빨리 와서 다시 한번 사이드 단계에서는 사이온이 좀 느릴 수 있는 상황이 되고 있는 것 같습니다.
예. 제우스가 잡았기 때문에 아트록스가 긍정적인 얘기를 들으면 안 되는데요. 방금 전 보니까 더 심상치 않습니다. 하이퍼 덕담 이쪽에 있습니다.
애초에 카르마는 약간 궁극기 개념이 좀 없는 느낌의 서포터라 지금 서포 쪽에서 레벨 격차 나서 니코 만개 있는 것도 이번 유충 싸움에서 엄청 지대한 영향을 미칠 거거든요.
그렇죠. 한타 밸류에서 사실 카르마는 니코랑 상대가 안 되죠.
그렇죠. 그냥 쏴대는 챔피언이라.
그러니까 그 라인전 단계 때 KT가 입었던 피해를 하나생명이
예.
복구한 순간 지금 좀 좋습니다.
진짜
하나생명.
우리 동료들이 있다.
그래도 지금 당장은 트런들이 세니까
이거
트런들
먼저
믿고 가보나요?
빠지고요.
만개 쪽
트런들!
미니 버즈 전멸
트런들
없습니다.
점사!
딜라이트를 막타놓고요.
커즈가
먹고
스킬 죽었고 그리고 버티는 상황에서 나중에 점사골 어떻게 날지 봐야 될 것 같은데요. 제우스가 밀어내요.
웨이 잘 버텼고요.
기창 안 받았습니다. 근데 네, 이러면은 케이트를 할만하지 않나요?
강타.
그리고 제우스 쪽 마무리.
근데 제우스가
제우스 진입. 그리고 제카는 뒤로 빠질 수밖에 없나요? KT.
그래도 KT로 스톱.
아니 트라이 스킬을 많이 쏟아붓고 막 연계가 된 것 치고는 너무 안 잡혔어요. 그리고 처음에 피넛 쪽을 많이 때리면서 시작한 것도 컸고요. 그리고 이런 조합 자체가 약간 자르반 오리아나 연계, 막 니코의 만개 연계가 KT의 딜러진 쪽에 맛있게 들어가야 그 의미가 살아나는 건데 그게 아니라 그냥 커제 쪽으로 막 빠지고 막 연계가 됐다고 보기 힘들었거든요.
그렇습니다. 그러면서 KT가 어느 정도 만회를 하는 그런 장면이 나왔고요. 900원 정도 앞서 나갑니다.
확실히 지금 단계에서는 탱커 느낌이 나는 사이온이 잘 버티는 것도 있었고 진압 넣은 트런들이 끊기 힘들다라는 게 좀 드러났던 장면이었죠.
네, 잘 버텼어요. 자, 커즈 꽤 오랫동안 타겟팅이 됐습니다만 대신 뭐 유충은 마무리 짓겠죠. 하나생명이 다시 보겠습니다. 이거 치다가
앞라인 싸움 교전을 통해서 하나 선수들도 깨달았겠지만 이번 경기를 하는 동안 저 앞라인 싸움을 하는 게 아니라 상대 딜러진을 좀 완벽하게 물고 터뜨려야 되는 게 하나생명 조합이 어떻게 보면 임무라고 할 수 있거든요. 그러기 위해 뽑은 조합이고
근데 그 안에서 뭐 웨이가 마무리 안 됐던 것들도 있었고 어쨌든 한 번 붙었을 때 인원수가 있긴 하지만 자르반이 거의 빈사였잖아요. 그런 부분들이 마지막에 유지력에 좀 차이가 나면서 케이트루스터가 여기선 또 한 명을 또 잡아내는 결과가
그럼요.
있습니다.
자르반이 조금 더 비벼주는 모습이 있었어야 되는데 그게 안 됐고요. 다음 이제 용 50초입니다.
그래도 하나생명 입장에서는 사이드가 좀 편한 부분이 있는데 유충 2개 먹어가지고 이거 14분 전 타이밍까지는 좀 두둑하게 땡길 필요 있겠는데요.
빡빡하게 한번 좀 벌어보나요? 자, 현재 이제 10분 30초 지나고 있습니다.
그래서 뭐 KT도 이번 용 한타가 벌어진다면 할 말이 많은 부분이 사이온이 아트록스보다 합류가 좋기도 하고 순간이동 차이도 나고요. 이게 딜러진 전멸이 빠진 것도 아니라서 서로 할만할 것 같습니다.
자, 니충 전후로 그 싸움이 꽤 KT 쪽에 긍정적인 시선을 보여주고 있습니다.
특히나 진이 어쨌든 3킬이 되면서 다시 한번 아이템에서 앞서 나갈 수 있는 구간이 왔잖아요. 이걸 통해서 카이사를 압박할 수 있는 부분이 KT 입장에서는 가장 큰 희소식일 거예요.
선공도
네.
잘 먹었습니다. 딱 용이 막 나왔거든요.
그러니까 이거 먼저 자리 잡고 오는 걸 좀 싸먹어 보겠다.
예.
순간이동 없는 아트록스까지 먼저 불렀죠.
자, 위쪽 퍼펙트는 언제쯤 콜이 될지. 웨이브 들어가고
속도가
옵니다.
빠지진 않습니다.
예.
근데 이거 하나생명도 이게
만개로 일단 밀어내기. 밀어내기인지 아무튼
이런 같이 덮여있는 많이 빠졌어요.
그러니까 이거 피넛이 와
엇급 빠지기.
되게 빠졌고
바로 죽고
지금 지나고 마무리.
제우스까지는
지금 전면
충분히.
없습니다.
이거 제우스도 위험한데요?
예. 그러면
그래서
진짜 오래 버티긴 한데 뭐 결국
와
게이트.
이게 하나생명도 버스트를 하려고 친 게 아니라 오는 적을 싸먹기 위해서 친 거였거든요. 근데 그게 1차로 니코 만개가 안 들어간 순간 계획서가 다 공중분이 됐어요.
네. 그러면서 두 명을 비용으로 지불했습니다. 용을 먹기는 했습니다만
니코가 전멸이라든지 벨트가 있으면 만개를 제대로 적중하기 좀 어려울 수 있거든요. 그런 부분에서 KT 로스터가 저 순간적으로 뒤쪽으로 빠졌던 움직임이 엄청 효과를 봤습니다.
정광석가처럼 움직이지 않으면 니코의 움직임에 맞춰 대응이 가능합니다.
전멸은 있습니다. 그래서 막 뱀픽 단계 때 KT 조합에 나왔던 안 좋은 우려가 막 데미지 밸런스가 어떻고 데미지가 없을 수 있고 이거였는데
한번 달려들어서 자,
이거
웨이브가
너무
걸대요. 오! 갑자기!
아이 잠깐만요.
딜라이드 참! 야!
아니 좋은 얘기를 하려 했는데
네.
이게 막 KT가 다 잘 커서 데미지 충분하고 딜탱 완벽하다 이런 얘기였는데 카이사 자르반 좀막
네.
성장 이렇게 되면 괜찮죠 않아?
그렇죠. 갑자기 지금 1데스가 들어갔습니다. 아, 일단 용사부터 알아보도록 하죠. 딜라이트 기다리고 있다고. 근데 갑자기 거리를 좁힐 수 있는 방법이 천천히. 예.
근데 이건 거리 조절을 잘했다고 보는 게 맞을 수도 있을 것 같습니다.
맞습니다. 드래곤 체력을 보니까 이게 바로 안 가도 될 것 같다는 느낌이 들었던 것 같아요.
진압 데미지에 마무리된 피넛이나 위쪽에서 구조를 같이 바라봐주고 있었던 제우스 좀 죽일 수밖에 없었고요.
네.
사실 피넛이 보여준 방금의 그 센스 있는 플레이는 약간 여기서 보여주는 최대 값이었는데 결국 손해로 이어졌고요.
저기 피넛이 진짜 바이퍼부터 달려들고요. 한 명 한 명.
KT 바텀도 너무 유리하다 보니까 더 거세게 압박하다가
네.
이게 서로 정글이 반대쪽에 있을 때 사고가 나네요.
그렇습니다. 자르반이 달려들 때 커즈의 트럼프는 헬프가 될 수 없었고요. 자, 그러면서 아래쪽 바텀 쪽에 태클을 좀 주긴 했습니다. 한화생명.
더 이상의 피해는 KT로서 용납하면 안 됩니다. 이게 본인들이 이기고 있을 때 상대방이 들어오게끔 만드는 전투에서 뭐 상대 뭐 니코라든지 자르반의 이니시를 탱커가 받으면 좋은 거지. 조금이라도 하나씩 유리해지면서 그거를 뚫고자 하고 한다면 KT가 진영 잡기 진짜 힘들 거거든요.
그럼요.
네.
축싸움에서는 그게 됐었습니다. 자, 앞라인의 단단함을 보여줬었는데 자, 그런 구도가 깨어져서는 안 됩니다. KT.
막 커즈도 단단한 템을 가기보다는 데미지 밸런스 좀 보충하기 위해 3일체를 간 거라서 이 나중에 카이사 잘 풀리고 막 한쪽 뚫었을 때 파괴력도 좀 무시할 수 없고요.
예.
KT 입장에서는
집에 가는 거 조금 이따 가라.
네. 아까 럼블 공략하던 것처럼 바텀을 때리고 싶긴 하지만 사이온이기 때문에 그런 플레이는 조금 힘들고요. 가능하면은 이 미드 쪽에 배치가 되면서 시야를 뚫은 쪽에서 액션 나오는 게 필요해 보입니다.
지금 웨이가 위쪽 솔버터 타고 넘어가고
우리 하나
덤벼놨어요.
미드부터 덤벼.
와.
이쪽은요.
근데 그래도 BDD가 킬 먹으면
그러면
나쁘지
네.
않죠.
자, 서로 노렸습니다.
주고받는다.
예. 자, 덕담과 제카 양쪽 모두 주요 인물들이 지금 끊긴 상태.
서로 할 말이
바이퍼.
예. 빅토르가 성장하면 어쨌든 메인들 역할을 해줄 수 있으니까.
예.
네.
하나생명도 카이사 잘
세 명이야. 좀만 와봐봐. 거주 잠깐.
네.
예.
오지 않을래?
네. 아니 우리가 가면은 이게 만개로
만개.
끝자라.
전멸은 있거든요.
근데 자꾸 떠서
진압이긴 한데
결국 잡았습니다. 거주까지. 앞에
확실히
보이는 것은 전령.
성장을 잘한 카이사가 운영에 도움을 준다는 게 정글 입장에서 부담이긴 부담이에요.
네.
왜냐면 자르반은 이니시의 제왕이거든요.
그렇죠.
빅토랑.
예.
그리고 아까 막 바텀 갱킹 당하는 장면이나 이런 쪽에서 막 전멸 빠지고 그랬어가지고 덕담이
거의 동시에 위아래 서로 노립니다.
사실 오면 이렇게 하면 죽어야 돼요.
예.
그렇죠. 사실 덕담이 잘못한 건 없는 것 같아요. 하나가 설계 잘한 거죠.
BDD도 집 타이밍 잘 꼬아서 제카를 잡아내긴 했는데 그거 이상으로 또 이후에 펴려진 구도에서 좀 손해를 봐가지고
요게 문제입니다. 기다렸다 안 오니까 우리가 들어간다. 하나생명.
카이사는 위치를 바꾸면서 싸울 수 있는 챔피언이기 때문에 거리가 좀 있더라도 추가적인 딜링이 가능했죠.
네. 그러면서 이제는 300원이라도 앞서 나가는 바이퍼입니다. 덕담에 비해서요.
근데 카이사 구도에서 좀 중요하다고 또는 대카이사전에서 중요한 게 미드 주도권을 주지 않고 카이사를 미드에 최대한 묶어두는 건데 이렇게 되면 바이퍼가 완전 전 맵을 돌아다닐 수 있는 상황이 나오거든요.
네. 저도 말씀해주신 게 되게 중요한 포인트가 될 것 같은 게 빅토르가 성장을 잘했기 때문에 이쪽 라인을 믿으면서 KT가 하고 싶긴 하겠지만 카이사가 미드를 밀면서 아래쪽으로 내려오면 그 사이드 플레이가 막히는 거예요. 그러면 서로 똑같이 뭐 손에 안 입고 끝나는 거 아니야? 그게 아니라 맵 장악을 하나생명 입장에서는 카이사 쪽으로 훨씬 잘 펼칠 수 있기 때문에 KT가 계속 불편한 운영을 할 수밖에 없습니다.
그럼 맵 전체적으로 항상 조바심을 갖고 긴장하면서 플레이해야겠네요. 용도 나왔습니다.
실제로 강가 삼거리 끼고 좀 불편한 진출을 KT가 하고 있는데 그러니까 하나생명도 아예 미드 쪽 못 나오는 거 아니까 바텀 막고 있죠.
이게 결국 뚜벅이기 때문에 양 팀의 정글러의 차이에서도 느낀 압박이 다를 거란 말이죠. 트런들 기둥은 뭐 적당히 피하면 또 그만인데 자르바는 이게 강제성이라서
전멸 없을 때 한 번 더 전멸 시작.
덕담 한 번 더.
세요 강제!
바이퍼 마무리해줘.
그리고 나가면 이제
덕담 마무리를 하고 삽니까?
그래도 바이퍼를 잡는다면은
대략 강자.
BDD 먹어!
BDD입으로 한 입.
이거는 결과적으로
어떻게
봤을 때
되는 거예요, 그럼요?
바이퍼 스펠도 많이 뺀 건 나쁘지 않는데 또 하나생명 입장에서도 탑타를 밀어냈기 때문에 사이온의 부재 동안
그리고 무력 행사가 좀 완료가 됐죠?
그리고 뭐 바텀도
그 미드 내놔.
BDD를 강제 호출했었고
어쨌든 쓴 것도 맞고 여기서 KT 로스터가 드래곤까지 먹을 수만 있다면 확실하게
예.
재미를 봤다고 말할 수 있거든요.
먹어야죠. 그런데 방금
먹어야죠.
예,
그럴
먹어야죠.
거면은.
먹어야죠. 제우스가 왔거든요. 왔다 빠지고.
잘 뺐어요.
예, 피넛도 왔어요. 정글러도.
네, 커트가 들어가면서 이게 만개 덮일 때
일단다.
전멸이 없어요. 전멸이.
와, 트런들이 이렇게 금방.
확실하게 덮지 못했습니다.
예.
BDD가
지켜보자.
아케인 폭풍
아케인 폭풍.
이거
커져라.
오래가면 커트코로 오거든요.
커져라. 죽으면
살상연이 거리가 이제 슬슬
살상연이
맞다. 와! 커트걸 백.
한발 더.
야! KT.
그리고 킬이 또 BDD 입에 들어갔어요.
BDD에게요.
진짜 BDD 이거 과성장이에요.
네. 즐거운 소식이죠. 과성장 BDD.
네. 그리고 똑같이 큰다고 했을 때 진보다는 화력이 잘 나올 수 있기 때문에 진짜 한 방에 아케이 폭풍으로 다 쓸어버릴 수도 있습니다.
야, 이거 빅의 최근에 안 좋은 이미지 역시 BDD를 통해서 바뀔 수 있을 것인지.
진짜 이것까지는 하나생명이 지독하게 전멸 실수 다 카운팅하면서
네.
잘 괴롭히는구나 싶었는데 진이 막 베리어에 판금 장화 들고 있으니까 잡는데 너무 오래 걸렸고요.
그리고 퍼펙트가 일단은 붙잡아 놨습니다.
그리고 이런 과정 속에서 BD가 킬을 너무 예쁘게 다 몰아먹었어요.
그리고 여기서 커즈의 움직임이 자르반이랑 오리아나를 뒤쪽으로 한번 물리게 만들면서 바로 연계가 안 되게 만들었던 것도 컸던 것 같습니다.
네. 다음 싸움.
그리고 나니까 결국에 먼저 죽었던 진 입장에서 오면서 지원이 가능했던 거였잖아요.
그렇죠. 지금까지 왔죠.
확실히 덕담이 진 잡았을 때 요즘 이 팀적으로 도와주는 게 진짜 훌륭하네요. 덕담도.
점은 밀린 것 같고요.
미세했습니다만 돈 차이가 왔다 갔다 하다가 결국 지금은 차이가 없습니다.
그래서 하나생명 입장에서는 좀 미션이 저 BDD의 빅토르를 잡아라가 됐는데 이게 연이은 전투구도 속에서도 BDD가 전멸을 활용한 그런 것도 아니라서요. 좀 1차, 2차로 나눠서 해야 되거든요.
예.
전멸을 한번 빼고 그 다음 궁극기 쿨타임에 잡아내는.
그래서 KT 로스터가 지금 잘하고 있는 게 덕담은 스스로 버티는 역할을 쥐어주면서 팀 내에 중요할 수 있는 저 빅토르 쪽 라인을 우선순위로 두고 있어요. 저 시야만큼은 절대 꺼트려지지 않도록 계속 설치해주고 있거든요. 그런 것들이 결국 사이드 쪽에서 한쪽 밀어낼 수 있는 거라서 우정의 그 힘을 좀 맞춰주고 있습니다.
네. 이 위기를 두 번에 나눠서 끊어야 된다. 이거 한 번도 쉽지 않아 보입니다만 그래도 해야 됩니다. 504.
막 다른
과성장. 예.
챔피언이었다면 막 탑 쪽 라인 가가지고 1대1 하고 있는 거 카이사가 죽여주는 방법도 있었는데 하필 또 사이온이라서요.
예. 그래서 사이온을 KT가 퍼펙트에게 결정적인 순간에 자주 줍니다.
네. 체력바만 보더라도 가도 못 잡습니다.
예, 바코드. 퍼펙트 쪽 팀 지원이 별로 필요 없습니다. 저런 것만 딱 잡아놓으면요. 아타칸.
만 조금 차이가 날 수 있는 부분은
예.
트런드
오,
카드만의 킬캐
돌다가!
게 없지만
예.
이쪽은 있거든요.
누가요?
그래도
누가요?
무조건 잡아야 돼요.
헬프! 사이언도 와요. 반격이다! 빵! 제카 쪽
그리고 한 발 더.
BDD 오고 있는
오!
간다! 박아!
돌진이다.
추격파 뒤로 떼내고요.
했고요. 이 정도 교환이면 KT 루스터 입장에서 나쁘지 않죠.
예. 아타칸이 왔다 갔다 제자리 돌고 있습니다. 자, 모인 김에
네, 미드 밀고 있는 거라 이거 이런 KT 쳐야겠는데.
예. 자, 정모 모인 김에 아타칸.
근데 중요한 게 이거 아트가 와야 돼요. 지금 오리아나가 충격파가 빠져있기 때문에
예.
데미지 지원이 좀 필요한 상황이거든요.
반피에 일단 피넛은 위쪽에 있습니다.
KT도 하나만 해야 되지 않을까요? 하나만.
아, 대격변은 BDD에게
아무도 안
이것도
지켜요.
하고
정면.
BDD 아무도 안 지켜요.
네.
나 좀 지켜.
자, 반켓. 아, BDD를 죽어.
나도 그래 땡겼으면서.
KT 잘 지키다가 결정적일 때 이거 에이스인가요?
아까부터 막 BDD 얘기만 왜 하냐 하실 수 있는데
네.
실제로 BDD 죽으면 KT는 멸망이거든요.
네. 진짜 이거 5대0 나온 거 아닙니까? 이건 말 그대로 멸망 플러스 아타칸.
그리고 KT 루스터 선수들이 뭔가 좀 순수하다고 해야 될까요? BDD가 평소에도 너무 많이 해주니까 이거 혼자 나가도
예.
할 수 있다고 봤는지
이번에도
너무 안
잘해주겠지.
도와줬어요.
성희 형이.
BDD도 빅토르 잡으면 도와줘야 돼요.
네. 아, 지금까지 전멸도 안 써고 안 쓰면 거의 안 쓰면서 버텼던 BDD인데.
아, 근데 이게 KT도 막 안 좋지는 않았던 부분이 아까 과정에서 막 퍼펙트도 체력 다 깎이고 퍼즈도 막 상태 좋지 않고 그랬거든요. 진압도
네.
빠지고.
네.
살려주러 도와주러 가는데 맞게.
아 근데 여기 사슬 걸리면서 이 순간 한타 그냥 끝.
아, 근데 다른 인원들이 다 죽더라도 한 20번씩 죽더라도 BDD는 살렸어야 되거든요.
예.
심지어
빅토르. 진노플. 아타카는 미드.
큰 차이가 났습니다.
방금 5대 사실상 진짜 큰 손해 때문에 지금까지 벌었던 KT의 이런 이득들 많이 사라졌습니다.
예.
거의 뭐 게임 박살 났죠. 네.
두 분이 KT 쪽으로 긍정적으로 말씀하셨던 멘트는 지금 다 편집돼야 됩니다.
그래서 뱀픽 때 나왔던 어떤 KT의 딜 밸런스, 딜은 누가 하냐 이런 거 빅토르 안정성 떨어진다 이런 얘기가
네.
대두될 수 있습니다.
맞습니다. 솔직히 팽팽했을 때에도 KT 루스터가 그렇게까지 긍정적인 것도 아니었거든요.
음.
조합 보면은 자르반 니코가 이니시했을 때 빅토르랑 진이 살기 어려웠던 구도였잖아요. 그래서 이 팽팽했던 흐름에서 KT가 조금 더 잘했어야 됐는데 그게 뭔가 붕괴된 순간 사실 조합의 차이가 이제 나옵니다.
BDD 한번 쓰러지니까 5대0이 뜹니까? 교전에서
지금 뭐 소 잃고 외양간 고친다고 어떻게든 BDD 좀 먹이는
예.
운영을 하고
그렇죠.
있는데
외양간 고쳐야죠.
그러다 보니까 지금
키우려면
전면 없는 쪽 조심해야 돼요.
네.
반대쪽은 아직 없습니다.
특히나
같이 빠져.
KT 루스터는 소 한 마리 키운다고 생각해야 돼요. BDD. 예. 지금 진이 할 수 있는 역할은 한계가 있거든요.
아, 그렇군요. 이게 외양간인데 한 마리. 예. 하지만 그게 큽니다.
아까 바텀 쪽에서 그 갱킹 당했을 때 진이 가지고 있는 역할은 좀 잃었다고 봐야 되고요.
네, 원딜 쪽에 차이가 나고 있기 때문에 이거는 중간에 킬을 먹는다고 하더라도 절대 카이사보다 좋은 퍼포먼스를 보일 확률이 없어서요. 쉽지 않네요. 네.
그렇습니다. 그리고 타워도 돌려깎이면서 이제 5개가 파괴됐습니다. K팀.
그러니까 이게 막 KT가 이대로 시간이 간다 해서 막 그래도 막 미드 원딜 밸류가 좋고 이런 게 아니라 하나생명 챔피언들이 클수록 KT가 막 잡기 더 힘들어질 거거든요.
그렇죠.
흐름을 바꾸긴 해야 돼요.
또 챔피언들이 뭐 아트도 어쨌든 막 이동기 있고 자르반 또한 마찬가지기 때문에 저거를 콕 집어서 잡는 건 분명히 쉽지 않을 거예요. 그런 부분에서 이 드래곤 전투 때 KT가 어떤 판단을 할지가 궁금하긴 합니다.
예.
안 그래도 한타를 해야 되는데 이 화학공학 드래곤이 들어가 있으면은 더 안 막힌단 말이에요, 데미지가.
더 죽이기 어려워집니다.
아 그렇다고 막 용 쪽에 다 우르르 몰려가자니 이게 바론 버스트가 느린 조합도 아니고 하나생명이
네.
저 카이사도 있고
그렇다고 막 BDD 전멸 없는데 막 따로따로 작전을 수행할 수도 없는 노릇이.
예. 자, 이두저도 참 하기 좀 애매합니다. KT. 자, 그럼에도 불구하고 자, 묘수를 찾아야죠. 뭐 별 수 있겠습니까?
네.
또 맞으면 안 됩니다. 이미 6,000차.
용 때는 뭐 BDD 전멸 돌아오는 거 볼 수 있으니까 그때까지 잘 버티다가 해야 될 KT고요.
아 근데 이게 너무 무서운 게 나갔을 때 자르반이 그냥 대격변 뽑으면서 기창으로 나가는데 어쨌든 리스크가 없잖아요. 전멸이 없으니까 이게 시야 자극하는 것도 너무 어렵습니다.
맞아요. 그 하나생명이 이전 한타에서 정말 잘했던 게 그 퍼펙트나 커즈 쪽에 시선이 쏠리는 게 아니라 딜러진 너무 잘 노렸거든요.
버스트?
아
카이사 잘
이거는
컸으니까 버스트?
이거는 위치가
속도가
너무 멀어요.
이거는
이거,
3분의 1.
네.
벌써 먹
2분의 1.
먹었습니다.
벌써 그냥
오 4분의 3.
어떻게
터즈.
아무리 빨려도
땡겨버렸어요.
먹었어요.
터즈를. 그러면 발언 완성.
근데 좁아지면 니코 만개 들어와요.
네.
좁은 곳으로 가면 위험합니다.
이겨야 돼요. 비디디. 전멸 걸렸습니다. 그런데 전멸 안 돼요.
근데 덕담 쪽도
반대 포기했어요.
비디디. 피로
이거
빠졌고요.
안 끝났어요.
웨이 아웃.
더 들어갑니다.
BDD에 싹 들어갔어요. 마지막에 BDD까지.
이거 탑라인이나 미드라인으로 밀고 들어오면
네.
그렇죠. 그리고 이거
강타
서드
끼고.
누가 키워요 이러면.
네, 하라 생명. 에이스 두 번째인가요? 일단 5명씩 2번 정도 제압하고 갔고요. 그러면 쭉쭉 가면 어떻게 될까요?
그래도 이게 가장 빠르게 나오는 인원들이 15초면 나오긴 해서
네.
근데 예, 그렇죠.
쌍둥이 쪽에서 멈출 것 같긴 한데
예, 끝나지만 않으면
다 파괴하고 있습니다.
근데 이미 12,000차
아니 이거 탑미드 억제기 주고 사용한 타는 어떻게 하란 건가요?
네.
못한다는 얘기 아닙니까 이거?
많이 불리하죠.
못한다는 얘기죠.
이걸 하면
네.
그게 맞는 판단일까요?
가혹하십니다.
예.
못할 거 알았으면서. 네.
그러게 저도 느낌이 그런데 프린스!
아무튼 이거 발언 판단이 너무 좋았고요. 하나생명이
네.
KT도 빠르게 이제 주면 안 된다 판단하고 온 거였는데
그리고 카르마나 유티폿의 단점 중에 하나가 상대방이 들어오는 걸 저지할 힘이 없습니다. 반대로 하나생명 이니시가 너무 셌고요.
이게 사실 저대로 한타 끝나도 하나생명 이득이거든요. 비드디 전멸 뽑아서.
네.
근데 손해를 더 크게 봐버렸어요.
바이퍼.
그 안에서 바이퍼 딜 넣는 거 보세요. 무섭습니다.
오늘 바이퍼 요즘 바이퍼
예. 10킬 한참 넘거든요.
예.
진짜 맞다 일단. 야 뺐다 가비.
AP 카이사의 적 강화 공업 추적자 적중률에 따라서 데미지 포텐이 정말 달라지는데
네.
전부 적중시켰고요.
네. 자 12킬에 700골 달고 갑니다 바이퍼.
욕먹을 필요도 없단데요.
네, 그렇죠. 뭐하러 먹습니까?
그리고 피넛이 마지막 희망마저도 하나생명이 짓밟습니다.
네.
그 순간 전멸이에요.
네.
그렇습니다. 전멸이 빠지면서 덕담 죽고 전멸 사실상
그냥 선생님 킬 드세요 모두요.
네. 바이퍼 선생님 2킬 더 드셨네요. 바 선생님.
와 그래서 진짜 하나생명 그리고 이 3강은
네.
넘을 수 없는 건가요?
그렇습니다. 넥서스 깨면서 진대 하나생명 KT를 연파하면서 TJ나와 젠티나와 이제 하나생명 앞에는 T1과 젠티가 우뚝 서 있습니다. 하지만 꺾을 수 있을 겁니다.
맞습니다. 그래서 하나생명 최근에 뭔가 경기력적으로 보완이 필요하다라는 본인들의 인터뷰도 있었지만 오늘 경기에서 특히나 자리 잡은 그 구간에서는 여전히 체급의 하나생명은 강하다라는 게 또 드러났습니다. 그래서 보이는 게 진짜 이게 3강 이거 어떻게 해야 되나요?
진짜 확실히 그 인터뷰에서도 나왔었는데 유충이나 전령 쪽 템포에서 수정을 많이 하겠다.
네. 제우스의 이런 세레머니.
네.
스트라이크.
야.
이겨도 본인 마음에 못했던 좀 차지 않는 경기력이 나오면
네.
세레머니 잘 안 하거든요. 제우스
자르반
예.
너무 훌륭했고요.
네.
그리고 언제나 제카 슈퍼솔저 모드 진짜 필요합니다. 해주고요.
예. 한 명 바이퍼! 원딜의 신 바이퍼!
요즘에 참 수업 듣기 힘듭니다.
네.
수업이 끝나지 않고 있어요.
선생님이 가르치시는 게 아니라 직접 뛰고 있거든요.
야간 강의까지.
딜라이트도 필요한 중요한 순간에 딱 맥을 짚어버리니까요.
네.
한타 이기기 너무 힘들었고요.
네.
그래서 진짜 KT도 과정은 좀 좋은 부분들이 많은데 이 결과표가 이렇게 나오니까
네. 저는 KT 롤스터의 경기력에 꽤 좋은 포인트가 많았다는 생각이 듭니다. 근데 확실히 조금씩 부족했던 것들이 쌓이면 사실 되게 커지거든요. 게임 내에서 영향을 많이 주고 그런 게 참 사라지기 힘드네요.
이제는 바이퍼를 한번
진짜 뭐 최고 주가를 달리고 있는 바이퍼 상대로 막 라인전 킬도 나오고 좋았는데 여기까지도 막 조합적 강점이 나와서 딜러진들 끝까지 살아남고 좋았고요.
네.
맞죠?
그런데 어느 순간부터는 카이사에게 킬이 들어갔던 점, 그리고 자르반의 뭐 이니시가 좀 강제될 수 있는 부분에서 KT가 약간 동력을 잃은 포인트가 좀 있었습니다.
예.
그런 좋은 흐름 속에서 특히 그 자르반한테 바텀 갱킹 당했을 때가 진짜 컸던 것 같아요.
그렇군요. 순간이 일단 비디디 저 처음 잡히는 장면이죠 이거.
아, 이게 너무 컸죠. 사실 아타칸도 칠만 하니까 치는 거란 말이에요.
네.
근데 먹기도 실패했었고 한타마저 대패해버리면서 KT 로스터가 여기서 사실상 부서졌습니다.
맞습니다. 그리고 한 번 더 BDD 전멸.
사실 막 여기서 하나생명 이니시도 막 잘 들어갔다고 보긴 힘든 이니시였는데
네.
그냥 찍어 눌렸어요.
많이 뒤에 있는다. 일단 깨볼래? 깨워서 봐. 야, 니코한테 줄게 이거. 내가 지금 받았다. 억지로 걸었는데. 볼게. 나 지금까지 높여. 나 펜타 만들어보세요. 맛있게 먹었다. 좋다. 나 펜타. 파이어 녹어. 살려줘. 안 좋긴 하지. 살려줄게. 안 좋긴 하지.
그래서 막 다른 팀은 펜타 얘기 나오면 팀원들이 기겁을 하는데
네.
여기는 분위기가 좋네요.
자동으로 뺏어부터 나온다니까.
근데 중간에 맛있게 먹었다 있었거든요.
그것
네,
역시.
네. 그래서 확실히 하나생명이 진짜 최근에 다시 한번 또 연승 달리면서 분위기 또 상승을 이어나갈 수 있겠네요.
이번엔 또 한 20분 이후로는
네.
하나생명이 엄청난 경기력을 보여줬습니다. 그러면 POM은 누가 될까요? 또 700포인트.
다시 한번 20킬이죠.
와.
네, 진짜 뭐 게임당 10킬 요즘에 훌쩍 넘습니다.
네.
프리쇼에서도 그런 부분 짚었었는데 이렇게까지 연속기록 가지고 온 선수가 없었거든요.
네.
그리고 정말 그 유나라 보고 싶었거든요. 바 선생님의 유나라 이런 거였습니다.
맞습니다. 요즘에 바텀 쪽에서도 하이퍼 캐리 원딜들이 많이 뜨고 있는 만큼 원딜도 저 윗자리 하나 차지했네요.
네, 선의의 경쟁 바이퍼 제우스 이 말씀 지난번에 드렸었거든요.
진짜 제우스가 압도적인 좀 POM 2등을 가져가나 했었는데 바이프 선수 이렇게 우뚝 올라왔습니다.
네, 최근에 그 바이퍼가 몇백 점을 먹은 겁니까?
그렇죠. 진짜 거의 뭐 몰아먹듯이 계속 쓸어담고 있는데
네.
결국 저 경쟁에서 누가 웃을지도 참 궁금하고요.
그리고 그 바이퍼를 위한 자료 저희가 마련했습니다.만 바이퍼가 기록을 달성하지 못해서
네.
오늘 바이퍼의 자리를 뺏었습니다.
아깝네요.
보고
싶었는데.
끝내버렸어. 500. 네, 다음 경기가 되겠네요. 자, 그러면 POM 인터뷰 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 보시죠.
2025 LCK 4라운드 하나생명 e스포츠가 KT 롤스터를 꺾고 2연승을 만들어냈습니다. 오늘의 POM 바이퍼 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다.
감사합니다.
네, 승리할 때마다 하나생명의 POM은 바이퍼 선수입니다. 승리 소감과 함께 4연속 POM에 선정된 소감 여쭙겠습니다.
네, 뭐 받아서 기분 정말 좋고 또 오늘도 승리할 수 있어서 다행이라고 생각하고 이제 남은 경기도 잘 준비한다는 마음입니다, 지금.
네, 오늘 스코어는 2대 0이었지만 경기 내용은 엎치락뒤치락한 양상이 있었는데요. KT 롤스터를 상대하면서 좀 까다로우셨던 점은 어떤 거였을까요?
이제 첫 판을 하면서 상대 정글인 커즈 선수가 바텀을 초반부터 빨리 이제 갱을 오면서 좀 주도권을 신경 많이 쓰는 게 느껴져가지고 첫 번째 판, 두 번째 판 둘 다 이제 라인전을 하면서 좀 안 죽어줘야겠다는 생각을 많이 했던 것 같아요.
네, 오늘 바이퍼 선수의 유나라가 첫 등장을 했습니다. 덕담 선수의 아펠리오스를 상대했는데요. 누구보다 아펠리오스에 대한 이해도가 높은 바이퍼 선수인 만큼 맞대결했을 때 가장 신경 쓴 점은 무엇이었을까요?
이제 아펠리오스가 나왔을 때 이제 전멸을 빼고 전멸이 없을 때 무조건 죽인다는 마인드로 했고, 왜냐면 풀이 없을 때 너무 잘 죽어가지고. 근데 좀 생각보다 그렇게 잘 노리지는 못했던 것 같고, 좀 지켜봤을 때 뭐 나쁘지 않은 픽인 것 같습니다.
네, 잘 노리지 못했다 이렇게 말씀을 해주셨는데 사실 1세트 아펠리오스의 성장이 말씀해주신 대로 굉장히 잘 돼 있던 상태이긴 했습니다. 교전이 근데 어려울 수도 있었는데 그런 상황에서도 무기 상태를 잘 확인하고 교전을 잘 여시더라고요. 이런 교전 콜은 좀 누가 주도적으로 했을까요?
이제 다 같이 이제 싸움을 다 같이 보는데 이제 특히 오늘은 좀 저희 팀 이니시를 좀 담당했던 피넛 선수랑 이제 딜라이트 선수가 주도적으로 콜을 잘했고 그거에 맞게 좀 다 같이 움직여서 좋은 결과가 나온 것 같습니다.
네, 그리고 2세트도 1세트와 마찬가지로 초반에는 조금 불리하게 흘러가다가 역전을 했습니다. 이럴 때일수록 원딜의 역할이 정말 중요하잖아요. 바이퍼 선수는 후반 가면 내가 좀 캐리할 수 있겠다 이런 믿음이 있으실까요?
사실 이제 상대 조합을 봤을 때 카이사를 좀 잘 이제 억제하기가 힘들다고 생각을 했고 제가 성장만 좀 잘 된다면 무조건 이길 수 있다고 생각했습니다.
오, 그런 자신감이 밑바탕 돼 있었군요. 그리고 최근 승리한 경기에서도 사실 좀 아쉬운 점이 있었다고 팀적으로도 선수분들도 그런 생각을 좀 하고 계신 것 같은데요. 그렇다고 하기엔 바이퍼 선수가 너무 잘해주고 계신 것 같은데 어떤 점을 좀 개선하고 싶으신지가 궁금합니다.
사실 네 여러 가지 많긴 한데 최근에 이제 좀 안 좋은 경기력이 많이 나왔고 또 저희가 소통도 잘 안 되고 좀 플레이적으로 실수도 많아가지고 좀 차근차근 다시 이제 예전에 했던 것처럼 좀 실수를 줄이고 저희가 뭘 잘했었는지 좀 기억하면서 폼을 다시 올리는 걸 좀 목표로 하고 있습니다.
잘 해내실 것 같습니다. 그리고 바이퍼 선수는 이제 곧 LCK 통산 500전을 목전에 두고 있는데요. 오랜 기간 이렇게 활약하고 계시고 베테랑으로서의 모습도 이렇게 멋지게 보여주고 계신데 원딜에선 바이퍼 선수의 앞으로의 목표가 궁금합니다.
벌써 500전이나 했는지 몰랐고 되게 얼마 안 한 것 같은데 이렇게 오래 할 수 있었던 것도 여기 와주신 팬분들 그리고 응원해주시는 팬분들 덕분인 것 같고 앞으로도 이제 꾸준히 잘할 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다.
네, 500전을 승리로 가져가고 싶으실 것 같은데요. 다음 상대는 하나생명을 맹추격하고 있는 T1입니다. 격차를 벌리기 위해서는 꼭 승리해야 할 텐데요. 마지막으로 각오 여쭙겠습니다.
이제 순위도 중요하고 뭐 사실 맞대결 했을 때 저번에 너무 무기력하게 패배한 적도 있었고 이번에 저희가 달라진 모습으로 꼭 다시 승리할 수 있도록 하겠습니다.
네, 기대하도록 하겠습니다. 오늘의 승리를 가져간 하나생명 e스포츠의 POM 바이퍼 선수와 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
이어서 분석 데스크 만나보겠습니다.
정말 치열한 내용의 KT 롤스타와 하나생명 e스포츠의 오늘의 경기였는데요. 경기 내용상 분명히 치열한 포인트는 있었다고 하더라도 결국 하나생명 e스포츠의 승리로 마무리가 됐습니다. 그래서 그런 건지 바이퍼 선수의 인터뷰에서 약간 이제 팀에 대한 무거운 이야기들도 나왔는데 결국 그럴 때일수록 바이퍼 같은 원딜을 믿을 수 있는 게 더 빛이 난다고 생각은 돼요.
맞습니다. 그리고 사실 또 고점을 보기 위해서 저런 말씀을 계속 해주시는 거잖아요. 뭐 팀적인 피드백이나 그렇기 때문에 결국에 하나생명이 좀 바라는 부분들은 더욱더 스텝업해서 뭐 월즈라던가 뭐 이제 더 좋은 결과값을 만들어내기 위한 과정인 거죠.
바로 월즈로 그냥?
그러니까 뭐 제일 중요한 거는 모든 게 다 중요하지만 월즈가 마무리를 끝맺음이니까 또 그게 중요한 거잖아요.
그렇죠.
네.
자, 그래서 이제 정말 중요한 게 또 하나 있는데 저희 뱀픽을 봐야 됩니다. 와. 지금 뱀픽이 되게 화끈한 게 역시나 카이사에 대한 집중도가 최근에 좀 높은 편인데 카이사라는 게 좀 사용할 때 제약이 걸려있는 픽이긴 하잖아요.
그렇죠.
그 바텀을 좀 세게 가기 위해서 KT 롤스터는 진카르마를 꺼내들었어요.
맞습니다. 그 말씀하신 그 제약적인 부분에서 사실 어떻게 보면은 카이사가 요새 니코랑 같이 파트너적인 부분을 많이 보여주잖아요. 그래서 이미 니코가 나온 순간부터 그만큼 바텀에서 KT 롤스터가 가져가야 되는 주도권에 대한 심리전이나 싸움 구도를 굉장히 많이 봤었고 또 어떻게 보면은 사이온이라는 챔피언을 쓰러뜨리기 위해서는 결국에 카이사가 강제될 수밖에 없잖아요. 그런 부분들을 모두 고려한 듯한 뱀픽 구도였고 결국에는 그래도 역시나 라인전이 터져버린 진 카르마 쪽이 좀 더 안 좋은 상황이 됐던 것 같습니다.
전 딱 하나만 더 얘기하면 사실 카르마가 웨이 선수가 지금 이제 다시 올라온 거잖아요.
그렇죠.
이런 여건에서 하기 쉬운 픽이라고 생각은 절대 안 되거든요. 근데 그래서 더 한 것 같아요. 일단 라인전을 세게 가야 되니까. 그러니까 그런 부분에서 리스크는 있는 선택이었지만 분명히 그 선택의 이유도 있었다는 거고요. 저희 또 장면 보면서 좀 더 게임에 대한 얘기 해보겠습니다. 우선은 자르반이 가지고 있는 과감한 그런 이니시에이팅 능력과 또 카이사가 잘 커서 그쪽의 시너지를 하나생명 e스포츠가 활용을 하려고 했는데 가는 과정은 보였어요.
그렇죠. 그러면서 여기서 좀 KT 롤스터 입장에서는 그런 판단을 했던 것 같아요. 덕담 선수가 일단 이제 소환사 주문이 배려밖에 없는 턴이기도 했으니까 이걸 받으면서 순간이동 쓰고 사이온과 함께 막아내자라는 생각을 했던 거죠.
그렇죠. 그래서 이제 카이사 쪽이 포탑 탱킹을 하다 보니 빅토르에게 또 킬이 들어가서 이 부분은 저는 하나생명 e스포츠가 좀 마음에 안 들었을 것 같거든요. 여기서 이제 상대 인원 중에 핵심이었던 카이사가 비는 걸 아니까 하나생명 e스포츠가 미드도 미드대로 살짝 때리고 드래곤도 같이 하는 멀티태스킹을 KT 롤스터가 시도를 합니다.
그렇죠. 그렇기 때문에 아무래도 하나생명 입장에서 이걸 다 주는 건 말이 안 되잖아요. 그래서 아트록스가 정비를 하고 순간이동을 쓰면서 턴을 한번 늘어뜨리는 이 판단력 자체는 굉장히 좋았던 것 같습니다.
근데 이 교전에서 결국 빅토르 쪽 마크도 안 됐고 잘 보면은 드래곤한테 오리아나가 꽤 많이 맞고 있어요.
아, 그만 때려 드래곤! 사실 제카 선수는 드래곤과 거의 1대1을 한 거나 다름없었어요. 제우스 선수가 옆에서 고군분투를 하고 있는데 아 이게 좀 눈이 계속 좀 가더라고요.
그러니까 한타는 한타대로 하고 있고 오리아나와 드래곤의 스파링이 또 따로 이루어지고 있었는데 결국 카이사가 다이브 과정에서 끊긴 이후에 이 기노업의 과정에서 KT 롤스도 좀 재미를 봤다는 걸 강조하고 싶은 거죠.
그렇죠. 그리고 어떻게 보면 좀 하나생명이 그래도 이제 진을 좀 완벽하게 쉽게 잡을 수 있다라는 판단을 했기 때문에 좀 널널하게 하다가 그런 구도가 나온 것 같고 어떻게 보면 KT 롤스터도 잘 쫓아갔다라고 이렇게 정리를 하면 될 것 같습니다.
그렇습니다. 그리고 이후에 KT가 아타칸을 노리던 중에 벌어진 한타에서 하나생명의 에이스를 띄웠던 게 큰 승부수가 됐습니다.
그래서 저희가 방금 얘기한 대로 빅토르가 그래도 나름 성장이 잘 된 편이었고
그렇죠.
미드 쪽 성장 차이도 발생해서 이 빅토르를 어떻게 활용하냐가 양팀 한타의 제일 중요한 구도였어요.
맞습니다. 근데 이제 마지막 시야에서 보시면 피넛 선수가 트런들이 빠지고 있었던 위치를 어느 정도 예측을 하고 있었잖아요. 그래서 카이사가 내려오는 타이밍에 맞춰서 커즈 선수를 노려주고 어느 정도 이 과정 속에서 서로가 티격태격하면서 스킬 뺄 거 빼고 여기까지 딱 봤을 때는 이 정도면은 제카 선수도 전멸도 들고 있고 한번 빨아들이는 구도로 나쁘지 않은 상황이 되었습니다.
근데 이게 추가적으로 말씀하신 그 제카 쪽을 노리다가 사이온 쪽에 궁도 빠졌고 체력 압박도 많이 됐잖아요. 근데 그 와중에 상대 아트록스가 미드를 밀고 있단 말이죠.
그렇죠.
이걸 다시 미드로 따라가는 건 너무 비효율적이어서 KT 롤스터가 아타칸을 치면서 여기를 전장으로 만들려고 했어요.
맞습니다. 상대를 불러들이면서 잘 성장한 좀 BDD를 활용해주면서 교전각을 생각을 하고 있었지만 제우스의 아트록스는 미드를 밀고 뒤를 잡는 포지션을 잡고 있었고 이 과정 속에서 서로의 좀 노림수가 나왔던 것 같습니다.
근데 여기서 보시면 강조하신 대로 뒤를 도는데 KT 롤스터가 위로 보는 빅토르랑 아래를 보는 빅토르가 갈렸잖아요.
그렇죠.
여기서 제일 중요했던 빅토르가 노출됐어요.
네.
그러면서 말씀하신 것처럼 노출된 빅토르 그 이후에는 제우스 선수가 붙어주면서 니코도 붙어주고 이 위치적인 부분을 봤을 때는 BDD가 더 이상 할 수 없는 빅토르가 터져버리는 최악의 한타 구도가 된 거죠.
결국 이 아타칸에서 정말 비등비등한 성장에서 KT 롤스터가 눈을 감았습니다.
그래서
KT 롤스터도 정말 할 만한 상황이 많았는데요.
그렇죠. 그러다 보니까 또 아타칸 공동묘지가 열리면서 숙연해졌습니다.
이 시기가 괴담의 시기잖아요.
네.
공동묘지.
그러니까요. 그래서 오늘도 레전드 그룹 경기가 2대 0으로 하나생명이 승리를 가져갔습니다. 오늘도 POM은 바이퍼 선수였는데요. 투표 결과 한번 살펴보시면 13표 가운데 12표나 바이퍼 선수가 받았고 서포터 한 표가 나왔습니다.
이렇게 보니까 또 정말 좀 어떻게 보면은 하나생명이 뒤로 가면 뒤로 갈수록
네.
바이퍼 선수를 믿고 게임을 한다라는 걸 다시 한번 느낄 수 있는 그런 좀 표 결과인 것 같습니다.
네, 그렇다면 두 분의 코멘트도 한번 살펴볼까요?
나와주세요.
본인님부터 부탁드립니다.
또 바이퍼 선수가 오늘 유나라로 아펠리우스 상대를 했는데 또 나름 아펠리우스의 일가견 있고 나름 정도가 아니잖아요.
그렇죠.
나름
스킨의
네.
주인인데요.
네, 그래서 아펠리우스 이해도가 뛰어날 테니까 또 상대도 잘하지 않았을까?
나다.
그렇죠. 실제로도 총 관리가 안 되고 있을 때 한타 그냥 빡 열어버렸잖아요.
어이 구총이 아니야.
그렇죠.
헬리오스님, 봐.
이렇게 잠시만요.
오케이 다시
천천히 가요. 천천히. 네.
봐.
바이퍼
이.
이렇게
봐.
퍼펙트.
오.
정말 기가 막혔습니다. 근데 뭔가 저는 좀 퍼펙트하지 못했네요. 굉장히 좀 많이 절어가지고.
아니요.
그런데
이가 중요했어요. 바이퍼니까.
맞아요. 이렇게 삼행시를 준비해 주셨잖아요.
그렇죠.
프린스님도 삼행시를 준비해 주셨거든요.
그만 좀 따라해.
일단 꼬꼬님의 코멘트부터 살펴보시면 선생님 진도가 너무 빨라요. 바 선생님의 진도가 너무 빠르다고 해주셨고
그렇죠.
프린스님의 삼행시도 한번 봐볼게요.
제가 한번 해볼까요?
해보시죠.
바이퍼 선수
이.
이렇게만 하시면 퍼스트도 가능하겠는데요.
자, 이거 포니님이 보시기에 두 분 중에 어떤 삼행시가 더 좋았나요?
이쪽이 간결하고 임팩트가 있어요.
오.
감사합니다. 또 이제 옆에 있다고
네.
옆에 있다고 또 이렇게
눈치챘어?
이렇게 또 챙겨주는 이런 사람이 어디 없어요.
이렇게 프린스님도 또 삼행시를 준비해 주셨네요. 그렇다면 글로벌 전문가분들의 코멘트도 살펴보겠습니다. 두 분 모두 바이퍼 선수
근데
좋아하셨습니다.
아까 우리가 뭐라 해서 그런지 멘트가 조금
사실
길어졌는데요?
쉬는 시간에 울프랑 마주쳤어요.
네.
저희 대충 한 거 맞아요라고 얘기하시더라고요.
오.
저희 조금 해이해졌어요. 시정하겠습니다.
신경 쓰겠다.
예,
해주셨군요.
그렇게 하셔서 예, 지금 보시면 황금의 비늘, 불꽃의 송곳니, 바이퍼가 지나간 자리에 변하지 않는 것은
이야, 정말 기가 막히네요.
네, 와디드
제제왕이에요.
그렇죠. 굉장히 좀 뭔가 소설 같은 얘기를 해주셨고 또 와디드님은 또 그의 원딜을 보면 제 심장이 두근거려요. 이건 무슨 감정일까요?
무슨
이제
감정일까요?
서포 출신이시니까 또
네.
이제 저런 원딜 보면 반할 수밖에 없잖아요. 그 사랑입니다.
이렇게 바이퍼 선수를 12표가 바이퍼 선수가 12표를 받으면서 POM에 선정이 됐습니다. 그렇다면 레전드 그룹의 순위표 살펴볼까요? 하나생명 e스포츠가 18승을 달성했고요. 2연승을 이어갑니다.
이 레전드 그룹 같은 경우도 1, 2 그리고 3, 4 이런 게 되게 중요한데
네.
그 과정에서 결국 그래서 또 인터뷰에서도 이후에 있을 T1전 얘기가 나왔던 거잖아요.
그렇죠.
거기까지 하나생명이 더 경기력을 끌어올리는 발판이 오늘의 경기가 돼야겠죠.
맞습니다. 그리고 KT 롤스터 입장에서도 정말 너무 아쉬웠을 것 같아요.
네.
뭔가 시도도 많이 하고 변화도 계속 추구하고 있기 때문에 그런 결과값이 조금 더 이제 과실을 맺을 수 있게 응원하겠습니다.
네, 그래도 이렇게 치열하게 흘러가기 때문에 앞으로의 경기가 기대되는데요. 바로 내일은 세러데이 쇼다운이 있는 토요일입니다. 내일의 첫 번째 매치 세러데이 쇼다운 경기는 DRX 대 OK저축은행 브리온이 경기가 펼쳐지고요. 내일의 두 번째 매치는 농심 레드포스 그리고 T1이 있고 T1이 롤리나이스도 있습니다. 내일.
이걸 또 롤리나이스 또 못 참죠.
그렇죠. 팬분들이 얼마나 기대하시는데요.
맞습니다. 내일도 또 이제 어디 멀리 가지 마시고 자리에 앉으셔가지고 요새는 날이 좀 풀리긴 했는데
네네네.
또 괜히 돌아다니다가 이제 좀 열사병 걸리거나 그런 거보단 시원한 곳에서 SK 즐기십시오, 여러분.
또 이
그쵸?
롤파크가 제일 시원해요.
직감도
냉방도 진짜
오시고.
빵빵하고.
네. 내일은 또 세러데이 쇼다운 그리고 롤리나이까지 있는 만큼 정말 기대가 됩니다. 여러분 그러면 저희는 내일 더 잘 준비해서 재밌는 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 내일은 3시에 만나요. 내일도 협곡을 함께 누벼요. LCK!
와, 꾀토끼! 와, 꾀토끼! 와.
결과에 따라서 플레이인 진출이 결정이 되잖아요.
그렇다면 그 안에서 서로를 잡아먹으면서 몸을 키워야죠.
테디도 복귀한 이후로 매판 너무 잘해주고 있어요.
은맨이 멈출 기세가 아니에요.
지대! 여기서 살아남기 위해 오늘도 열심히 싸우는 그 팀들이 있어요.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
like WE who love to play around Monkey and really like to play through their jungler, FPX might utilize Milky Way in a slightly different role. We saw in their first series that they weren't quite able to get the most out of this, mid-jungle pairing in the same way that they were last year. And I think a lot of that is just Milky Way maybe not being on the same page right now as everybody else. So hopefully that can grow and get a little bit better as they continue playing more.
Yeah, there's just a couple of times where he's just a little too ahead of the rest of the team, right? But you don't really have time to like gel together, right? So I'm not sure what FPX are really expecting because you don't really have enough time. Like, do you really think you're going to keep this team together in 2026? Like, you might, but like, I don't really think it's super likely. I think they would have just been fine with keeping IYY and just kind of calling it a day, but either they know something and they're planning on keeping Milky Way for beyond 2025, or they really think that they can go and instantly just turn things around. And in these particular clips, Care, who had a really good game on this Ahri, also had a lot of critical mistakes this game.
Yeah, we're going to see that a little bit more as we continue on in this replay. But as we kind of talk about what FPX's outlook looks like, I think there is a lot of internal thought about, Milky Way was like a borderline MVP caliber player at times last year, ended up really stepping up. Let's just bring him back. He's not playing for anyone right now. We might as well. Like, we don't really have a jungler that we feel good about with Shadow leaving. I don't know if this is...
You said it. You said his name.
Before. I've ruined it. My bad. I've thrown everything out. But no, this player, I'm talking about former Mad Lions jungler. I don't know who you're
referencing. My bad.
But it is what it is. But Milky Way obviously being a player that I think really needs to start showing that he can be on the same page as everybody else and needs to show that he can adapt. I think that was his biggest problem last year, and it's a big test right now.
Yep, well, we'll see if he's able to get the job done. Again, as you said, a tough test. He's going to have to go up against Tarzan, who, as we all know, is one of the best to do it. He is a very, very excellent jungler, and it's going to be really, really hard to try to find any weaknesses there, despite the fact that anyone's Legend have shown quite a few weaknesses. But if Milky Way can get the job done here, the worst part is, okay, man, I don't even know if you would have given Milky Way any credit. I think everybody would just say AL's broken.
Unfortunately, that might be the narrative. Yeah, right now is that AL is they have to win here today. I don't think there's anything else to say. This is their get right series. For all the people out there that want to kind of use that phrase a lot, this is the one you have to win. Where if there was ever a time to draw FPX on the schedule, it's right now when this team is in a funk, so you can get that mojo back. And they're going to do it by locking in the Trundle first here. This has been very successful for quite a few teams in the LPL in particular, but it leaves up the Yunara, which will be the first pick for Jachi alongside the Rumble. A lot of power picks flying off the board here.
Yeah, really, really good picks. Now, the issue here is that Trundle's just going to run at you, right? You need to have some setup at least to make things all right for him and, be able to make some creative uses of that pillar so nobody can really get away. I think Ornn does that pretty well. And for FPX, just don't pick a tank. Whatever you do, don't give this Trundle any extra power. Don't do it.
Yeah, and they're doubling down on the identity here. Azir and Ornn give a very clear picture as to maybe what AL are looking for. We always talk about simplifying comps and really making things a lot easier on yourself. I think, playing things that are just naturally scaling, having it out no matter how you play in the early game, I think that is a good way to kind of ensure that you're always at the very least going to be relevant, so long as you can keep yourself in the game, especially when Tarzan's going to be on something like that Trundle. But as a compliment to the Yunara, we see the Alistar locked in as Engage alongside it, so pretty aggressive comp coming in from FPX as well. A lot of tools to be able to fight later on. Yunara versus Azir is certainly an interesting proposition, and I think the way that these comps are ended, the way that we see it in the second phase here, rounded out, I think is really going to determine a lot about who actually has pressure early.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what kind of bans FPX are to go for. It looks like going to take out Hopes Ezreal to kick things off. I do wonder if they're going to aim anything at Kyle. If you're really good Renatas can play really well into Alistar with the handshakes, and the hostile takeover on a Yunara will rip a team apart. Like, Yunara typically going Runans, right, and has a lot of magic damage on these autos just passively, will be able to deal a lot of damage to your own team. So I do wonder if that would be an idea. We haven't really seen that champion in a little while now, it's kind of fallen by the wayside, but I think it would fit very well here considering they already have an Ornn.
I completely agree. I think that it actually makes a lot of sense. Now, saying Renata might just tempt a team into picking Kalista Renata. So hopefully that, we'll see how that ends up going. Kalista finding a lot more success after MSI than maybe she did at the MSI tournament. So we're kind of back to that being a pick that people are interested in again. But it will be the Ezreal and the Rakan taken off the board. The Vi also makes a lot of sense. Free engage alongside the Rumble just is a nightmare. Like, it's a really, really good setup, and I'm honestly shocked if I made it through the first phase here with just how clean it would be to kind of pair it up with things like Yunara and Rumble, but obviously you only have so many slots, and so nice takeaway there. Wukong, the other primary engager to kind of, be the easy one out of that jungle position. We already saw things like Jarvan come out in the previous series. I think that is on the table here if you want to do a bit of the Rage Cage stuff coming in from Rumble. But overall, I think you have plenty of options if you're FPX. And for Milky Way, does he even want to play one of these engagers, or does he want to play something more aggressive? Obviously, he's got the track record that would show that he wants to be a bit more of a carry, but it's all really about, what he might want to prioritize specifically for this draft. It will be the Yone locked in, which definitely leans more engager.
Yeah, I'll give him the 5th pick, and this does mean that Sejuani could potentially be on the table. Not really. Listen, if you're putting Milky Way on Sejuani, something's gone horribly wrong, but listen, it would fit really well with the team composition. The problem is Sejuani into Trundle is a bad time. If we're on the side of anyone's legend, they're just going to go Lucian Braum. I really, really like this, especially after that Yone pick came in.
This is a very strong bot lane duo to close out this draft. Lucian's going to be in a really strong spot early into Yunara, and this Braum is massive this game. He actually shuts down so much of the aggression that FPX want to go for, whether it be Yone, whether it be Alistar, who Braum naturally is very good into as well. This is a bad situation. It will be the Sejuani locked in. You talked about rounding out the comp, drafting for yourself, and not so much drafting to take down your opponent. That is what they're going to do here, but I think you were right to call out, okay, well, not only is this anti-playstyle for Milky Way, but this is also a bit of a scary pick into something like Trundle on the other side, who can just steal a lot of those stats, but you have to kind of choose. Sejuani, Alistar, you can only ult one of them as the Trundle, so it will end up being something. I do think you scale well for FPX. The Yunara does give you that out in the late game, and we've seen Jiachi actually play pretty well in some of these late games, especially if Jway can get those engages off, but certainly a very easy comp to execute and a pretty classic one for AL.
Yeah, the only thing that I am worried about is getting Tarzan going. You don't really have too much of a way to do that. Braum, not one of those champions that's like, oh, I'm going to lock you down. It is, if I tag you with an auto attack, we might stun you. If I tag you with a Q, it's pretty likely. But even then, Shanks on this Azir, again, not a champion that has any CC to provide until post 6, right? So we're not really going to see Tarzan run away with this game unless, critical mistakes are made, right? And he's able to get all these kills. Sure, he can farm up just fine, but if he's not getting ahead, then you're really relying on this Lucian. And then if you're using the Lucian and the Trundle to bridge the Azir, well, as you said, FPX, their scaling is really, really good. So you get outscaled anyway.
Yeah, it can be very scary in that instance. Ironically enough, I think that there is something to be gained on the top side of the map here if the Rumble ends up overextending, but we'll have to see where they end up putting their priorities in this game as we see the player graphics flash up on the stage, and this is a big one for both of these teams, much bigger than we anticipated.
Yeah, we never expected AL and FPX to be like, this is a big match for AL, because you go 3 and 4, at least salvage something. It'll be very important. You get on to Summoner's Rift for game 1 of the last best of 3 of the day. You mean to tell me we couldn't get one Gio for Group Nirvana? That series was lit, bro.
Yeah, unfortunately, that seems to be the trend that we're on right now, is that Group Ascend is the Gios, and everybody else just kind of gets left in the dust, but, at least we got some passion here
team.
for this series.
Hang on. No. I got to rant about this, all right? Because, I live just outside of Philadelphia. I've been a Philadelphia fan of sports for, as long as I could conceptualize sports as being a thing. And I know that physical sports and esports are not one-to-one, but you got to stick through your team through the good times and the bad. There are a lot of times where some of these Philadelphia teams were absolutely putrid. And yeah, I talk about the 76ers a lot and how much I think they're really, really poorly managed and have a lot of issues with them, but I still cheer for them when they go and they play, and I want them to win. I have a big problem with these fans, these fair weather fans, not chanting for their teams.
If Yanni can cheer for Michael Carter Williams, anyone
if I
can
could
cheer for anything.
Michael Carter Williams. Dude, you're so right, man. I thought I burned this man out of my brain. And if I could cheer for Jaleel Okafor, Nerlens Noel, you can cheer for Baya.
Yeah, that
cheer
is
for
absolutely
Shaosha.
true. That is absolutely true. Luckily, we did get some cheers for even some teams that might not be performing perfectly right now in Anyone's Legend and Fun plus Phoenix, and so. You know, that's there is some passion, some desire to see these two teams go head to head, especially because I think that there are some very popular and interesting players to talk about. You know, Dway going up against KL is a really interesting matchup.
Yeah.
You know, Milky Way going up against Tarzan, something we would have been really excited about even just last year. So
Run, Milkman,
Tarzan already
run.
making his presence known.
Run, Milkman. The Shanks taking the bad end of a trade, but he is ranged into melee, so he will have some sort of priority.
Yeah, and Milky Way continuing just to get completely pressured out here. Tarzan doing a great job to push forward as you know, we see our standard 2v2 exchange on the bot side. And, you know, this should be in favor of the Lucian, but Tarzan continuing to just invade and take as much as possible. This is a nightmare start for Milky Way. And, you know, I talked about this a bit off air, and so I'm glad we get to talk about it here. Milky Way's pathing last year definitely got a bit exposed. He can sometimes be a bit robotic. We'll see if he can adjust the programming a bit. Perhaps look at the top side here and maybe, you know, react. But clearly Tarzan has seen something on the tape that a lot of other teams have seen and is taking advantage of Milky Way. So we see Tarzan, a really, really strong record on Trundle, and he's showing it at the beginning of this game. He clearly understands exactly what he should be doing right now, and it's a very big lead for him in the jungle.
And bro left this Milky Way out in the sun. It is completely melted and a really, really rough start. It always feels bad, right? Whenever you get invaded and you just can't do a darn thing about it. So, well, you know, this should keep him off level 6 for at least a little bit longer than you would expect, which is a big boon to AL because of how impactful we expect the Sejuani to be in this composition.
Yeah, I mean, the Sedge matters a lot in terms of how this game ends
R5.
up continuing to go. Yeah, this is your big pick, and you put the player that you just brought in to kind of save your split, quite frankly, on it, and you know, at least in the early game, not quite going perfectly, although Milky Way's not out of it by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen worse starts go better for other players. It's all just about how he reacts from this point. Shanks pushing Care under tower. This is how you can expect the first part of this laning phase to go. The moment Care hits 6 and starts to get some items under him, this becomes a lot more manageable for the Yone, of course, but at least for now, Shanks using that range advantage to its absolute fullest. Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. It will be Chem as the first dragon, so no Chem soul this game, certainly worth noting.
Nothing too crazy. A couple of pings on the bot side as Hope and Kyle are pushed up. Meanwhile, up in the top lane, Flandre seemingly getting the better of Sheer right now in the CS department. Really solid start for him as Shanks getting as much damage down on the Care as he can, sending those Sand Soldiers, getting him very low.
Yeah, good trade there, all things considered. You know, Shanks obviously utilizing the Azir very well. This has been one of his most played champions over the course of his career. Nice stun onto Giachiba here, but not really much to actually play off of in the bot lane. As much as I like the Lucian Braum here, most of it comes from what I expect the skirmishing potential to look like for AL. I don't imagine FPX's bot lane is going to make some gigantic error. They are widely considered to be one of, if not the biggest strength of this team, and so you're really looking at that Yunara potentially being a big deal as the game continues to go along. Care has hit level 6. Relatively important as he will spot out Tarzan taking his Raptors here. We'll be able to disrupt at the very least a little bit, but we'll see what Kyle wants to do on this Braum because I think his combat power matters a lot.
A really interesting thing to note is that, you know, with this early start from Milky Way kind of getting speed bumped a little bit, is that there was a moment where, you know, all of FPX's lanes had no priority, right? There would be a perfect time for Sejuani to come in and get a gank going, right? Didn't really get that opportunity. Now has a moment to at least try to force Shanks off. The knockup is there. Shanks using his ultimate well to knock them back away. He does not burn anything.
Really nice buffer there from Shanks. You have to time that, about the right time. It's a little bit lenient in terms of how things go, but overall it's really well done, and that leads to AL having enough pressure to take this dragon. They were likely going to take it anyways, but they don't really have to sacrifice anything. It's just ult for ult in the mid lane. So nice play for anyone's Legend to generate a small lead, and you're looking at leads in most lanes. You're seeing the Lucian generate an advantage, the Azir generate an advantage. Even top lane is neutral, which is definitely in favor of the Ornn. So you feel pretty good about the game state right now for AL. It's all really just about where the rotations come in for FPX and whether they want to try to pressure elsewhere.
And one thing to note, take a look. Milky Way is teleport right now. He took Spellbook on Sejuani here.
Certainly interesting. You don't often see that on Sejuani in particular, but, you know, I don't hate it. I think that there is, you know, against a something like a Trundle, I think can be really useful, can, you know, really push forward. So we'll see how Milky Way ends up utilizing it. We've seen some mismanagement of Spellbook not only today, but throughout the split from some supports. We'll see if the jungler maybe has a bit more success with that Spellbook, but at least for now, not really a lot of action going on around the map. Specifically what I'm going to be looking for, obviously, when the grubs spawn in 10 seconds, is just how much FPX want to invest in that, because right now, they have sent the Yunara to the top side, and it looks like both Trundle and Azir are going to be making their way there. So do they want to try and contest this down gold and, you know, without Yone ultimate, without, you know, things like that available, or are they going to be more willing to, you know, potentially try and do something else? We will see.
Okay, so Yunara, 9-9, a perfectly balanced as all things should be. Jauchi looking to be the 10th winner on Yunara. These grubs being taken down pretty immediately. FPX looking to make their way in here. Milky Way trying to force in. There'll be 2 grubs going the way of anyone's Legend. Calling coming down. Trying to get a little bit of chip damage. Call the Forge God ready to go. Looking to hit multiple members and does. All 3 grubs secured by AL as they look to win the rest of the fight. But Tarzan dies in the pit. And FPX are winning this fight. Flandra with a big knockup, but Hope ain't there. Shanks ain't there. And down goes Flandra too. It's a 4-0 for FPX. It's 3 kills for Jauchi.
Massive for Jauchi moving forward. This is a huge, huge turning point in the game. Yes, AL are able to get all 3 of the grubs, but with 3 kills going over to the Yunara, this game becomes significantly more difficult to play out moving forward for AL. The one thing that could not happen just happened, and this has been something that FPX has actually been really good at, is these grubs fights early on in games, despite the fact that they've not been able to win a lot of games in general. We see the big knockup coming in from Care on the Yone here, and that really sets everything up. Tarzan kind of sacrifices his life in order to get those grubs, and at this point, Shanks is already so low. Jauchi just is able to free hit, and, you know, once things are falling, it's a snowball. It gets out of control, and you do not want Yunara to snowball out of control, and that's what we're seeing. Yes, she has no sums, and I think that is worth noting, you know, for a potential future play, but really, really big turning point there in the game if you can get this Yunara in a great spot.
And there was a bit of a nombo. Shanks with the Emperor's Divide knocking multiple members up, while Kael's Glacial Fissure hit them as they were in midair, so they did not get pushed any further. And they landed right where they were on the knockup.
Very brutal. Very, very brutal stuff there. It's something that you just kind of have to live with. You know, hard to coordinate that, but certainly not what you were looking for. But at this point, you're looking forward towards these objectives, and with a minute 30 on this next dragon, Cloud Dragon here, Sheer's not going to be able to stop the back, is going to just have to let this wave freeze as much as possible. With a minute 30 on that dragon spawn timer, you are really looking at how those setups end up occurring around this bot lane. Lucian is still very strong, but it's Jauchi's game to carry now after those 3 kills go over there. We just saw Blade of the Ruined King completed for this Yunara. Going to be a very dangerous fight to take, especially against that full completed item. And, you know, we also see that Steadfast Heart completed, Heartsteel, I'm TFT pilled, I guess, completed for Sejuani as well.
Yeah, how did that game against our producer Rare Adam go? I know you played against him very recently.
I did finish above Rare Adam. Unfortunately, it was only a 4th, so you know, I can't take a crazy amount of credit.
You took his LP.
I did. I took his LP.
Now Adam's complaining about Mort Dog in the background here, and we're gonna complain about some bad plays being made by AL. They're gonna go all in on Kyle as FPX, and Jauchi's gonna pick up kill number 4. It's super simple.
Yeah, as it turns out, when you pick a hyper carry, you just
Let's
get
go.
the kills. Oh,
Hope!
no way.
What are we doing? Jauchi has transcended himself and has forced away Hope. He at least gets to hang on to the flash, but K-Man, what is up with AL? This is not the AL that we know.
Yanni, I don't want to panic, but I'm starting to get real concerned with how
You
this
should be
game is
panicking.
breaking
I am
down.
panicking.
We are slamming the button here. Sheer going to be the target if they
Sheer.
can get this back here. It's big.
Okay, hold on. It looks like they are going to get that back at the very least. All right, Tarzan will get the first kill for anyone's legend and at least have a pulse for the much maligned squad here in Split 3.
We saw the Azir ult committed. It did get the flash from Sheer, which kind of set up the rest of that play, but not enough to pull back any sort of like even game state. This is really bad for AL as Kare starts to take a fight with Flandra on the bot side. Ult is going to whiff.
Hey,
Ooh,
listen,
that
you
could have
know what?
been
He
very
tried.
scary.
He tried. They did not succeed, but he tried. And listen, if you would have landed it, I think he kills Flandra. And we're talking about how, wow, Kare is insane.
Yeah, if you're solo killing an Ornn as a Yone at level 10, that's pretty good. But we will see how the rest of this breaks down.
Tarzan's
Obviously,
on the
the
top
dragon
side,
started up here. Yeah, Tarzan's not in the area. This is a free dragon for FPX that will stop the stacking coming in from anyone's legend, and they are losing control of this game very, very quickly. I have a hard time imagining a world where, you know, this team fight goes even relatively neutral. If you can have Peel for Jiachi in these fights, I don't know. This is looking pretty good for FPX moving forward.
Yeah, I'm struggling to think of how you actually come back in this game if you're AL, K-Man, because your bridge to get Shanks into the late game did not work. Your bridge is not ahead, right? You're down 1,000 gold in the bot lane, and you're down about 100 gold in the jungle, right? Which is, after the start that you had as Tarzan, being down is really, really tough to swallow. And even if you get Shanks there, I mean, just look how Fanjachi is. You know, Kare is in lockstep as well as Sheer, and we know at Rumble later on in the game, you know, he goes through a small power trough, but his ultimate's still good, and really late in the game, he'll be really strong. So even if this game goes long, we talked about already, you don't have the scaling. So where do you find a way in when they're already this strong?
I think the lucky thing for AL is they have a lot of playmaking tools available to them. Not only the Ornhorn, but the Azir Shuffle is going to be pretty massive this game to be able to catch out that Yunara, potentially making a mistake. If you can get on top of the AD carry, any fight is still winnable if you are able to find the right engage. I think it's also worth noting that if this is the plan, if the plan is to go long in this game and to try and stall it out, eventually those ornaments will come through. And Azir with an ornament, a Trundle with an ornament will be a lot of free stats over to AL. So they're not completely dead in the water. This gold lead, while in favor of FPX, is certainly not insurmountable. But if FPX play their own game, as long as they don't make any major mistakes, they're definitely going to be the team that's in the best possible situation here. And that's not even accounting for the fact that you still have Jway on something like Alistar that can be a big playmaker, which is huge for him as a player. You have Milky Way on the Sejuani who can be a frontline. Even if you ult the Trundle, or if the Trundle ults the Sejuani, you've still got Alistar on the front line. Rumble ultimate dropping. You're absolutely right. This is going to be a scary game for AL.
Yeah, and the one stat, well, you know, during this last sequence where some wards were getting cleared, just one plate apiece for both of these clubs, right? And, you know, anyone's legend, you would have expected them to do much more work and be able to get more plates, right? Especially with Shanks having the range advantage against the melee Yone, right? And, you know, maybe expect Tarzan to make some sort of impact, or Hope and Kyle to really hard win their lane. And they weren't able to get any of that early gold that this team desperately needed.
It's definitely looking scary. 1.5k gold lead here for Jiachi in the bot lane, but the posturing has come up because Rift Herald has spawned. This could be fight.
Kyle does get engaged on, Culling going down by Hope, taking Jway about 50% HP. They're going to go look at Milky Way, take him down a little bit as Kare is looking to stack up his Qs. We'll use that third Q to get over the wall. Looks like FPX will at least try to shade toward Jiachi as he continues to push. Hope is going to have to catch this wave. So there's a small man advantage right now for FPX. Let's see what they're able to do with it. They get in there, they clear out some vision. They take purchase in the pit right now. Shanks is going to slide back and look to regroup with the rest of his team. So both these teams playing this team fight pretty well for the moment. Kyle going to take a lot of damage on the way back. All the Forge God coming in. It's not going to land on anybody. Knockup from the Braum lands on the 2, but they don't really do anything off of it. Big knockup coming in from Jway. And there's the equalizer on top of it, too. Tarzan's got to run for the hills. Kare with a big Fate Sealed. Jiachi with a huge splash over the wall. And he manages to find the Braum. And now he's going to look for Hope, but he got stunned, but the rest of the team is there. He will fall for it, but can they find Hope? Hope gets stunned with a Permafrost and goes down. It is another win for FPX.
Still a very big win for FPX. It is a shutdown going over to Hope, so there is something going at least the way of AL. That's not always been the case in these fights, but FPX is completely dominating the game and these fights right now as they are just executing better. Their setup was incredibly strong. It was really hard to find a way for Trundle to be able to get in. Once that Ornhorn goes wide, once that ult ends up not landing on anyone, a lot of your engage tools end up falling flat. Really, at this point, it's just the Shuriman Shuffle. There's no easy way to get in here, and as we can see, Braum ends up stunning up, Jachi and Care as much as possible, but Dway with a gorgeous flash in. The Equalizer ends up dropping, and all the damage coming down on Tarzan, onto, even KL, like, down on the bot side. It's all answered by a really nice flash from Jachi to avoid the Azir ultimate. Now, he does have to pay his life for this, which is not ideal. Again, giving that shutdown over to Hope, but this could have been worse, and you know what? FPX is in a great spot. More kills going over to the Yunara. 5, 1, and 3 at 17 minutes here. 2 completed items for that champ. It just gets worse for AL.
Yeah, and you secured the Herald, and guess what? You're going to give all that gold over to Carry. You see, Shanks and Kyle trying to do what they can up on the top side, but Shanks in particular has had a really rough Azir game so far. He's, used 3 Emperor's Divides, 1 defensively in the mid lane. He missed one that was in a picture-in-picture against Sheer, and then the one in that fight that Jachi completely outplayed him. I mean, this guy is feeling it right now, and they're going to lose a bot tier 2 on top of it, too. So a huge injection of gold going over to Care.
Yeah, the tier 2 going down is massive for FPX. It opens up the map so much, and with Dragon spawning right now, this is a free second Dragon for FPX. They have full control of the map. We do see some pings coming down. There's no way AL want to contest this, but they might try.
I think you're in the stage where you might have to, but it looks like they're not going to. They're going to get the Rumble teleport out, so FPX will get their second Dragon of the game. There's just nothing that AL can do right now.
Yeah, it would have been very, very aggressive to try and contest that. You are almost never going to be able to win that fight if you do end up getting in there. So AL wisely, I think, at least allowing the Dragon to go over. As bad as this situation is, it only gets worse if you start playing desperate. So we'll need to see them continue to keep their wits about them. But we are seeing some Yunara success. That, at the very least, I can continue to push forward. The ups and downs of that champion are very clear. We have not exactly seen her dominate, but we have seen her be incredibly successful, and she is set up to really dominate this game going forward. Jachi's in a great spot on the Yunara, hitting that level 11 and, potentially being the #1 champion in this game to watch.
So what you're telling me is because of the law of averages and how averages work, Jachi and FPX are going to win this game. It's a foregone conclusion.
It's the exact same way that we thought that, of course, Ultra Prime won the previous series. Xiaoxia didn't die, more than 2 times. It's the exact same,
so right.
Principles, so we're all familiar with it. Jachi is going to carry the game, and it's impossible to lose at this point.
Yeah. And, if that is the case, this is really bad for AL, not only because you're losing, but most of AL's wins have come on blue side in Split 3. They've earned the blue side merchant moniker, right? And, they did not get any against IG, obviously, and these were not great versus top esports, but, I mean, that's where most of your wins have come from. And you are no longer winning on that side. Stay with me here. This means that you're not winning a lot.
And what you just said, that's a problem. that actually ends up in it not being very good. Not winning is not good, as it turns out. So, AL really needs to start picking up the pace. As much as I think this game is a really tough spot for AL, nothing is unwinnable, especially against teams in the LPL where all of this action can happen at any moment, and especially when so much of the gold is on one member of the enemy team. You can find a miracle situation. That can be it, but they're going to look for it here starting the Otacon.
Yeah, we're going to shotgun an Otacon. Teleport coming in from Kara as AL are going to pull out. Kara is stuck in the back of the pit right now. Doesn't have a flash up either.
Ult out.
Will have to ult out. Yeah, good call out there. So the Otacon is still aggroed right now. It looks like both sides will pull off and allow them to reset. Anyone's legend will head to the mid lane to try to take that tier 1 turret.
Yeah, when Kara has to blow ultimate there, I think they're just like, well, we don't have to take this. Like, we don't need to try and flip this if we're FPX. We're in a good spot. But AL, good transition into the mid lane here as they're able to take that mid tier 1. A pretty smart play, small advantage here, small victory, I guess, for AL, all things considered. But, it's just one of the many things they're going to have to do to get themselves back into this game. They don't need one of those plays. They're going to need quite a lot of them. So Jachi going to be able to catch this wave. But at this point, you're still looking at these major objectives. Otacon, of course, is up on the map, but 2 minutes from now, it's going to be Mountain Dragon. That will be sole point for FPX. I imagine they're going to want to prioritize that pretty heavily. And especially with that being on the bottom side, you know, we could potentially see a lot of that Otacon pressure go wide, at least right now. You know, we'll see what AL want to do. Maybe they want to try and force a trade. Wouldn't be the craziest thing in the world, but it's all really about making a decision in the moment.
There's not going to be too many more opportunities for them to do something like they just did, right? Where you pull a teleport from a solo laner and you go and you're able to get a turret off of it. That's a great way to get back into the game a little bit, get some gold. We are going to see Shanks teleport over to the top side. Kara has to snap back. So AL once again have purchase up on this top side on this Otacon. There is a ward on it though. So FPX is well aware and is working with good information, but that ward's going to get cleared out. It got hit a couple of times. So they do know that this is being done. Sheer does have teleport available if he wants in. Kara still cut off. His flash is available. 5,000 HP, 4,000 HP as this Otacon begins to tick lower. Kara going to trade on to Shanks very well, get good damage in. Here we go, looking for a steal. Who's going to get it? It's Yunara that secures it. And it's going to be Zhui up in the front, taking a lot of damage. Call the Forge God, going to land onto 2 as Tarzan wants in. We're going to do damage to Kara. Kara able to get out. Milky Way looking like ex-Smithy there, not quite landing the ultimate, but here it go. The fire's burning. Care with the fate sealed, and they turn it around. Sheer and Care take over. FPX say game over. They ace AL.
Well, if we thought it was bad for anyone's legend before that fight, it is catastrophic after that fight. Really well played by FPX for a majority of that time. Milky Way's ult ends up going completely wide. Great shout out on the Smithy call there, but really the sealing, their fate was sealed, I would say, by that Yone ultimate. I think that that is a fair way to call out what ended up happening there. Care looking really solid. Shanks ends up delivering the final kill to FPX as well. But as this goes lower, I'm trying to see how this ends up going over to Yunara. It's just, the smite comes in a little bit early. The bounce comes in at 36 HP and ends up picking up the Otacon. And Joy with a really nice flash to be able to stay alive. We'll see why that's important a little bit later. But Care doing a good job to try and keep them at bay. Unfortunately, Milky Way's ult goes wide, but when Flandra's engaged, does not connect. Care sees the angle to combo the knockup, and unfortunately both Tarzan and Kyle are in a terrible spot. Shanks unfortunately delivering the rest of the team to his AD carry as he dies. And it is a disaster for anyone's legend.
Wow, indeed. And yeah, you know, finally Shanks got an ultimate that hit multiple people that did good damage. The fight was just over, and we take a look at the damage charts. You know, Shanks had a long time in that fight, did a lot of damage, still got out damaged by Yunara, who is now 6-1-7 and inching closer to that 9.8 mark, I believe it was.
Yep.
Yeah, these things are not looking good for anyone's legend. They haven't been looking good since that Grub fight. A play here or there that has really been like, oh yes, this is the AL of Split 2, right? This was the team that went to MSI and performed very admirably and took Gen G to 5 games and took T1 to 5 games. And then you take a look at the rest of this and you're like, are we sure we didn't leave Group Nirvana for the evening?
I think the most concerning thing for me for AL right now is look at the minimap. Do you see a blue ward? Like, there's one control ward on the map. Everything else is red. Everything else is illuminated. Care is pushing down on the bot side. He has teleport available. He's completely unmatched right now. AL is trying to posture over tempo, but right now they can't force anything. They're going to try, though, but Kyle might just be walking into death.
Okay, Shanks trying to get in there. He's going to find Jachi, but Care's showing up to the party. He's going to try to deal with Shanks directly in front of him, knocks up Tarzan, and they're going to find him too. Fate sealed, not going to catch Hope, though. So it is going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of FPX.
Yeah, I mean, even a play that looks like it's okay for AL, where they're able to catch out Jachi early on in the fight, still ends up being something that isn't super winning for AL, all things considered. Milky Way stopping the back there, very close to Kyle losing his life, but he will survive just barely. But even with a dent in the gold lead, we're still looking at an 8k gold lead for FPX, more than enough to be able to push this advantage. And with Baron having spawned over the past minute, they should still be in a pretty solid spot. Again, no Care for this fight. He ends up teleporting to the tower instead of to the ward. Certainly a choice. I don't think it's the wrong one, but Shanks dashing in and being able to land the shuffle onto Jachi. That's big, because with the Yunara out of the fight, it's still playable. Care showing up, though, completely changes the dichotomy. It's no longer just Yunara that you have to deal with on this comp. The gold has started to trickle to everyone else, and Care has more than enough to be able to pull at least a couple of kills back, but it's still the map pressure that needs to be established, you know, for FPX to control this area, and it looks like Baron's going to be their target.
Yeah, and, you know, while that play is all well and good and you go and you take out Jhachi, he had no summoners, and you invested Shank's Flash for that. Dragon is in 2 minutes. That would be an FPX Mountain Soul. A Baron fight could happen at any moment. And that means that the burden of execution, speaking of Baron fights, as they FPX just rip it, the burden of execution is on Shanks. He must come up huge. But guess what? This Baron is gone. Tarzan cannot get in. Secured by FPX. Care looking to end this game as they're going to be able to find Tarzan, and now they're going to look for more. Sheer looking to heat up and deal some more damage. He's going to target out Hope with the taser. Fade Seal not going to land on anybody, but Shanks is going to knock Milky Way over the wall and have to deal with Jhachi. Meanwhile, Sheer is taking out Hope, and down goes Shanks. Down goes Flandra. Teleport from Milky Way just to get a little bit closer, and FPX are going to push down and win game 1.
Yanni, it was not even close. It was a destruction of anyone's legend in game number 1 by FPX. They were better early. They were better in the mid game. They were better late. Every part of this going in favor of the Phoenix. And if we had concerns about AL, those have been compounded. And if we had some excitement about FPX, we might have just seen even more. Death timers are getting a little bit low here. We'll see
it's
AL
Jover.
can make this interesting.
It's
Yeah,
Jover.
over.
Yep. See you later. FPX 21-3. An absolute decimation of anyone's legend who are looking like nobody's legend right now, K-Man.
Ooh, anybody but me's legend. As I think it's fair to say. It's not working out for them right now. This team is in free fall in terms of where their standings are out. But, man, what a win for FPX. As much as I'd love to sit here and be like, oh, you know, we got to talk about AL being bad, I want to give a lot of credit to FPX for actually
they played
just
so well.
outplaying them at every avenue.
Care looked so good that game. Like, we had been, you know, there was a lot of talk in their last matchup against WE that's like, man, if Care could be consistent, like, he will play really, really well. And he'll be like, you know, really good player. The franchise player for FPX actually starting to show up a little bit here. You know, I hate to say it, but like the problem is AL's trending toward a way that, you know, Care does really well, and you'll be like, oh, it's just Shanks. So what do you mean just Shanks, bro? Like this guy was doing very well at internationals. I mean, yeah, all credit to FPX. I mean, in every phase of the game, they won.
They were better. Like, there's nothing to say. Like, there's not... that you can get into the intricacies of, oh, you know, Care did, you know, these specific things that ended up being great. He had some great ultimates and fights. I think his positioning was really solid. Obviously, you got the early kills on Jhachi, but at the end of the day, it was everything. Like, everything went in favor of FPX, and that is terrifying if you are an AAL fan, because this is not isolated. This is not something that has been, oh, we just lost a game to FPX. This is exactly what happened against IG. This is what was happening at the beginning of the split against Billy Gaming. This team is in some dire straits right now, and if you're losing to the 1-5 Fun Plus Phoenix, who just kind of got beaten up on by Team WE, yeah, you're starting to get concerned.
Yeah, you're cooked, bro. Like, I don't know. I don't really know what to tell you. Because, you know, if FPX, they take the win here, they go to 2-5, AL falls to 2-5, like, forget any hopes of top 2. You're not even getting top 4 at that point. Like, you're in the jackpot. Like, you got to just try and find a way through the play-ins, right? And I mean, this was really rough to watch. And, you know, like, as somebody who went to MSI, who cheered on anyone's legend, who were like very, very morose and down when they finally got eliminated, this hurts. This hurts to watch. This is not the team that I spent very good lung capacity on in Vancouver. And it's very disappointing.
I get it. I was right there with you cheering for AL at MSI, and unfortunately it didn't end up, you know, really working out for them at MSI, and right now it's going even worse. Like, I think they played great at that tournament. And the scary thing is, and I've seen some people saying this like online throughout all of this split, you know, on various social media sites, like, oh, one split wonders, right? Like this idea of AL, you know, they just were good in spring and that it's actually kind of a mirage. We've seen this with other teams in other regions, but let's not pretend like this wasn't a team that made finals in winter, that they didn't
Yeah.
immediately come out and were, consistently a top 1, top 2 team in the regular season and then beat up everybody in the playoffs. Never really looked all that tested, looked good at MSI. This is the first time all year that this team has shown weakness that is consistent in any real large, capacity, but the weakness is strong. I know that the team has come out and talked a bit about how they feel like they have a bad meta read right now. I don't even think this draft is unplayable. I think they just got diffed. And that's the bigger concern for me.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that play as an example. I mean, Shanks just ulted absolutely nothing. I mean, yes, I understand that we see the Yunara go over the wall, but I mean, you have to hit some of these. You have to be able to anticipate that there's something like that could happen. And I mean, this fight looked very awkward at first, and you thought for a second, hey, maybe AL win this, but where is Flandra? Flandra's over in BFE, as I like to call it. And, AL was just so split that it allowed FPX to get out, and then Flandra said, all right, guys, I'm going in. So it's all right, we're going to go and fight. And you just allow FPX to, regroup and just win here. This team is still so good at punishing mistakes. I don't think FPX actually made too many mistakes this game, but they are making so many of their own. It is a cacophony of errors coming out constantly from anyone's legend. Uncharacteristic errors that we have not seen from them in 2025 that are rearing their ugly head, and it couldn't come at a worse time, K-Man.
I think you were right on the Flandra thing. I counted 3 Ornn ultimates that hit 0 people. That just completely whiffed. That were not effective in any capacity, that did not impact things. Also, want to give a big shout out to Sheer. What a Rumble ultimate in this final fight.
Sheer played a great
what
game.
An equalizer. Yeah,
Sheer
really,
played a great
really great
game.
stuff from him there as well. So it was the whole team, man. It was just...
It's the whole team!
It's the
as
whole
Jason Kelsey
team!
would say.
Yes.
I mean, all right, so if it's the whole team, who do you give the MVP to?
I mean, come on. It's kind of got to be Jacci, right? It's got to be this Yunara.
Yeah, maybe... Okay, all right, so what if you gave away, MVP shares? What percentage of this MVP would you give to Jacci? Because I think it's an MVP that is worthwhile to go to the whole team.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'd be fair to give... I don't know how generous we want to be here to everyone. I think it'd be fair to give 35 to 40% to Jacci.
That's what I was thinking, bro.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's what Adam, our producer, was thinking. Yeah, this is the East Coast power that we bring to the table, all 3 of us. Yeah, 35% seems really good. If you want to give him 40, you could give him 40. Even if you want to give him 45, I could go with that. Jacci's going to get your MVP. Absolutely nobody is shocked by that, except for maybe anyone's legend, because I'm sure they were expecting the MVP on their side. This guy had 100% kill participation. Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, maybe 35% is a little too low. Maybe we should have given him 50. I didn't know he had 100% KP.
That is ridiculous. That is actually insane for him. 174% damage per gold. That's insane. This guy was
that's video game numbers.
Yeah, video game numbers. Very good point. He was almost 4K gold up alone, by himself. This was disgusting. He was excellent throughout this game, and I think the thing that has really encouraged me with Jacci in particular, specifically how he's played on FPX, is he is not a secondary piece for this team at all. He is willing to flash in. He is willing to step up. He is willing to play aggressive, and I think I really like that. We talked a bit about how him and Jway have been strong as a duo. Jway is also not scared to go out there and make plays, and you know what? I talked about this in the first series. I'll talk about this in every series that we cover. Sometimes in the LPL, it really is just about who makes the play, not so much what the play is, and that's what I really like about this FPX team. They're not afraid to make plays.
Yep, not afraid at all, and they looked a lot more linked up than they have been in some of their past matches, K-Man. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a short break, but before we do want to mention that we do have a sponsor. I want to give the sponsor a shout-out, right? If you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, you can take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or LTA. He will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching from the pros today at prodiff.gg. Use code LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. I'm going to be completely honest. I'm going to be using this myself because I'm playing in a couple of leagues upcoming, and I already, a couple of friends are on that coaching list that I would like to give them my money and also like to learn a lot because, man, I am sick of being hard stuck in Emerald. I want to be able to get back to Diamond, so I am definitely going to be utilizing ProDiff.gg, using the code LPL10 specifically. K-Man, what about you?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, ProDiff is an unbelievable product. I'm so happy that we got them as a sponsor here because just the fact that you can, you know, get coaching live from like active pro players, like what an amazing thing to be able to receive. And, you know, obviously thanks to all the pros who are willing to donate their time for this.
What a time to be alive, and what a time to take a break because FPX are up in the series 1-0, looking to make it a 2-0 shutout. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to some more LPL English on the unofficial LPL English broadcast here. FPX are up 1-0, dude. You know, when we were getting into this, we were like, oh, you know, quick 2-0, anyone's legend, right? You know, this is their get right. And then you said, yeah, FPX 2-0. And I wasn't sure if you were joking or not. And I'm not even sure if you knew if you were joking or not. But guess what, bro? FPX is up 1-0. And if AL plays even half as bad as they did in the first game, they will lose.
That's more than true. Like, if it's even close to how they played in game one, this will not be a close series. It has to be better. You know, we'll see, obviously, if the prediction ends up coming true. I will say, to cast or curse myself, I have yet to cast an FPX loss this split. I have casted all their one series win before this. All one of their wins. All one of their wins before this against Invictus, and now here I am up 1-0 on anyone's legend. Maybe it's just meant to be, but we will see for FPX, because if you get Jhachi going again, regardless of what champion he's on, I know people are going to talk about the Yunara, but let's be real. You donate 5 kills to an 80 carry, he's probably winning that game. Like, yeah. It's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it's going to be bad news. So, you know, if you're AL, try not to do that. You know, it felt like they could have just been happy with the 2 grubs and actually, like, left. And you know what? I think that this game would have been completely different. Because I don't know if FPX actually kill them or get more than, like, 1 or 2 kills. And it's playable. The game was just unplayable from the moment the grubs went down and they stayed and they greeted for that 3rd grub. The greedy AL just, again, can't get out of their own way sometimes. It is a stark difference to the very clean, prim, and proper team that we've seen. And I don't know, I'm just like looking at Tarzan, and Tarzan's never been a particularly emotional guy, but he just doesn't doesn't look very happy right now.
Yeah, I imagine morale is not as high as it's ever been for anyone's legend after the last couple of games. And
mental low mid-open.
Yeah, true. But I think that there is, you know, a way to, you know, salvage this. It's just game 1 at the end of the day, and as much as we call them blue side merchants, at least they get blue side again in game 2. And
bro, I don't even know if they're blue side merchants anymore. They haven't won a blue side game in a while now. It's true. Been literally 3 games.
Yeah, it's a very good point. So, you know, maybe you're starting to get a bit concerned, but, you know, some of the big picks taken off the board. No Rumble, no Yone. I think both of them looked very strong. So we'll see how it goes. The Kaisa kind of a necessary ban against Jhachi, who, you know, probably his best champion. So
made his name on it. I remember, what was that, Split 1? He made that crazy Kaisa play down at the Otacon. Oh my god, that was so crazy. This guy's really good. All right, so if you're anyone's legend, I think if you have a break class in case of emergency composition, you need to pick it right now. Like, it is emergency time. You need a dub. Like, play your best composition. Vondra doesn't even look happy about this Scion thing. He's like, yeah, I guess I gotta play Scion.
Which is crazy, because he has been incredibly successful on Scion this year. This has easily been AL's best champion in terms of, they pick Scion, he's really dominant on the top side. Now, Ornn has also been a champion that really, you know, enables this team to fight consistently, but didn't quite work out for them in game number 1. It's going to be more engage threat here coming in from the side of FPX with the Wukong. I like Wukong because I think you can go in a lot of different directions. You can follow it up with even more engage, something like an Annie in the mid lane that we've seen partnered with it a lot, or you can just go a lot of damage to be able to capitalize on the Cyclones and go for an engage support. I think it leaves a lot of options open, but the Corki is going to be that second lock. I am very sure, maybe not very sure, I'm pretty sure this is going to Jhachi in the bot lane. He does like to play Corki, at least last split was something he was willing to play. So we'll see how that goes. Care obviously has played Corki a bit before, so the flex is active, but you want to go for that damage. You saw what he could do on the Yunara. Corki can still put out quite a bit.
Yep, and if they lock in this Poppy, I think it's a really good pickup here for the side of anyone's legend. Might put a pin in that for right now. We'll see what the options are here. Is drafting Sivir this early just feels very, very strange to me. You know, this is typically a champion you pick when it's like, hey, we're rounding out this comp. Now it sends a lot of signals to FPX that like, hey, we should ban champions that are really, really good around this Sivir. It is just a strange pick for the Sivir.
I agree. I would have expected, if you wanted to go something safe that had late game options, you know, I think that there were other things available. Obviously, you know, things like Ezreal pop into mind in terms of just raw strength, but even something like a Jhin I think would have made sense as well. Just, you know, whatever happens in the bot lane happens. But it's Poppy who ends up getting locked in. You correctly pointed out this is a really big Poppy angle. Every game's a big Poppy angle. I don't mean to hype up the champion too much.
Honestly,
but,
you're
man,
kind of right, bro. Like,
every game's
even
a
if
Poppy.
you're not getting that you know, value out of the steadfast presence, you slam people on the walls, you can knock people out of fights. She's a fine laner, she's a solid jungler, not as much of a support anymore, but you could still take her there if you wanted to. This champion honestly needs to catch a nerf soon.
Yeah, I just think Poppy's really good. We saw
No, you're
even in the
right.
previous
You're so
series,
right, bro.
like you give her gold, she's going to become just as tanky as Scion or
Yeah,
Ornn
she's
ever is as
unkillable.
well. So
You can even build her lethality. Don't do that. Don't do that. But you could.
yeah, maybe not endorsing that on the broadcast. I don't want to see that in my solo queue games, and so I'm not going to put that out into the ether. But
I have seen it in my solo queue games, which is the worst part.
I'm so sorry.
Yes, my producer has played it in my solo queue games. Do you know how many times this guy has inted me, by the way? Not to just derail everything, but this guy has inted me so much in my life, dude. Silas support ruins my dreams and nightmares. It's so bad. All right, anyway, continue. We're going to see Xin Zhao get banned over here by the side of FPX. And now we're going to see Zhui's pool get targeted, specifically this Nico, which would go really well with this team comp. They all said, you know what? Yeah, it would go well with the team comp. Let's take it away.
It's almost funny that Jway has gotten so good as a player that we almost forget that Nico has to be banned against him because he's so good on everything that we almost forget that champ is even better than everything else. That, you know, you kind of have to take it away. That was a perma ban against Jway for most of the split number 2. But it will still be junglers targeted with that, of course, taken off the board for FPX. They clearly do not think that this Poppy is going
buying
jungle.
it.
They are not. They are buying the Kyle Poppy, and honestly, I kind of get it. Kyle's played quite a bit of Poppy over the course of his career. That was an LCK pick for a very long time when he was, you know, on Sandbox over in the LCK. So certainly something that could be played. But the Annie called it out earlier. Really nice like combo for the Wukong. I think it makes a lot of sense to take out here as even more setup for Aatrox diving in or Corki kind of pumping out damage. So I think the mid lane pick is going to be pretty influential in terms of maybe what they want to go for, but I could also see support coming out here. I would expect support to be saved for R5. That's a Jway thing to do, so we will see what they lock in, but...
Not only is it a Jway thing to do, but also not sure where this Poppy's going to go yet. You don't really want to go, hey, you know, we're going to go and I'll grab a poke mage or something like that and, you know, have it... Oh, Poppy got shifted out. We're going to see a Victor get locked in here for anyone's legend, and we're seeing a support hover and a lock-in. It's going to be Rel going over. That one will go over to Kyle. So this AL team, it's just a bunch of meatballs and a couple of scalers. And honestly,
yeah.
If that's your draft, if that's your break glass in case of emergency draft, I'm not inspired by it. This is boring. This is not LPL League of Legends.
It is indeed boring. We do see the Braum. Braum is, of course, taken off the board here. It is unplayable because of Fearless. It will be the Nautilus locked in here as, you know, we do get to see the comps kind of rounded out. Honestly, I agree with you, but I also will push into the direction of I'm not in love with either of these drafts, just in terms of how things are going. I think it's going to be a bit more difficult for FPX to control the pacing in the way that they did before. While I do think Corki is still in a good spot, I think you're looking at 3 lanes that maybe aren't going to have the same kind of push that they had in game number 1. You're looking at a lot of situations where you've got, you know, something like Aurora into Victor is not going to have that pressure, and you are probably going to need to spike in the mid game. But if you can do that, if you can win those skirmishes, it's all really about who gets the gold. I didn't expect Yunara to get donated a bunch of kills at the beginning of last game. If you can do that for Corki, or especially for Aurora, this game becomes very difficult for some of the immobile carries on the other side of the matchup.
Yeah, and AL has to be very careful in lane, specifically in the bot lane, because Nautilus Corki is a very potent combo, and people really forget that Corki's best ability at level 1 is his W, actually. Like, sure, his E gives you a lot of value in the armor shred, but strictly pound for pound damage, it's his Valkyrie. So at level 2, if you hit level 2 first, you get the Valkyrie, you get the Gatling gun, you can kill anybody. And having a Nautilus on your side, knowing that some Rels really like to kind of get aggressive early on, you could really find yourself in a favorable position to snowball the game out of control, get a big lead on Corki, set this Sivir behind, put her in an uncomfortable spot.
That's the goal, is to make sure the Sivir is in as bad of a spot as possible. But as much as we want to critique the 3 meatballs and 2 carries, you get the carries in a good spot. The meatballs get some tank items on them, you know, front to back. That can be pretty difficult to break through. There's also a lot of engage on the side of anyone's legend. A lot of ways to start fights. So we'll see who ends up coming out on top here.
You can hear the gyos getting weaker for the side of AL as Sheer is still
Yeah, maybe
holding
they're
his
getting
flash
weaker
in the
from
back
FPX.
pocket.
The flash burned.
Yeah, all right. This is a very good start for AL. If there was ever a time that you needed to come out and do something, that's the one.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a good summoner to burn early. Wow, that is a huge stat. Upper Finals, Game 4 versus JDG was the last time AL had 3 kills or less. And again, really what that shows you is just, this team doesn't play like this. It's not just that this team is in bad form. It's actively getting worse in terms of where it's at. This is one of the worst games in Game 1 that they have played all split long, all year long. And if that continues, FPX is going to be the kind of team that can take advantage of it. Luckily for AL, they are able to get that flash early onto Sheer. Him just kind of walking up, donating that for free, essentially. But I think you correctly called it out. We'll see what kind of aggression we get out of these two bot lanes, because I really do think if one of them overextends, and if you do see that Corki Nautilus trading pattern, could be quite dangerous. But Sivir will eventually get the shove in here if things go a bit neutral.
So with Flandra having this flash advantage up on the top side, I mean, it doesn't really seem like the only thing you'll really get out of this is Sheer being behind. As a nice hook there from Jouet, as Jauchi will trade back with a Q, which means that he is not really going to do well in trades. We're going to see a heal burnt by Kyle simply to stun Jauchi. Jauchi standing there, probably a little stunned that actually happened.
That's the Summoner Spellbook difference as we get the double stun coming out. You know, that's maybe a bit of over-reliance on a certain rune being taken there.
Just a little bit.
You know, it's just donating a heal. They saw the flash burned on the top side. And, you know, Kyle felt bad. Wanted to donate a summoner back. You know, make it a little bit more fair and even.
Yeah,
so we see trade on the top side here for Sheer. I agree that I really need to see some pressure on the top side coming in from AL. It's actually a miracle that they ended up burning that Aatrox flash early, but this should be exploitable. This is already a laning phase that I think is a little bit difficult for Aatrox to actually do well in, because you're never really able to punish the Scion, especially the, you know, level 4, level 5, you know, pre-first back spike, so we'll see. But Kyle, once again, looking for some aggressive trades. Jauchi trying to stabilize.
Yeah, having a rough go of it down here, and you know, Corki is very short range, so it is easy for Sivir to get a lot of incidental damage down. You see Tarzan farm up this bot crab from right under the nose of Milky Way as he will step onto a ward. They're aware of where he's at. Milky Way will wisely take not a back, but lie in wait as we're looking for a dive from
Milky
AL.
Way's here.
Milky Way looking to go foil this one. Hope tanks up a couple turret shots. Going to take him a little while to get in there. Jauchi on the backside dies to Tarzan. Meanwhile, Kyle will fall. Milky Way gets credit for that one. And Tarzan, buddy, you are on the wrong side of the tracks. Jouet with the hook. Tarzan will fall to care. A 2-for-1 for FPX.
2 for 1. Tarzan does get the first blood, so you know, it's at least something to pull back there, but getting a kill freely donated onto your Aurora and even getting a kill onto the Wukong this early on in the game is very, very positive for FPX. It's a really nice counter gank there from Milky Way. I think a lot of people would have expected more pressure on the top side, but Milky Way sees this play coming, and Tarzan looking for Jauchi, seeing the low health bar, you know, obviously burning the cleanse early on, Jauchi getting out. Tarzan, though, you know, ignoring the entire fight, flashing in to make sure he secures that kill, sacrificing his life to do so. We'll see how much that can be worth it if the Poppy can continue to make big impacts across the map. Maybe the kill is something that actually does go in the favor of AL, but right now, especially getting that kill onto Aurora, this looks like a pretty good trade for FPX to start off the game.
Yeah, and you have to, if you're AL, really attack the summonerless Corki, because Corki's big strength is earlier on in the game. As the game goes on, he tends to get weaker and weaker because he's just so short-ranged. And if you can continue to attack him and keep him down, you'll be in a really, really good spot. You see Jouet and Jauchi looking to keep up the pressure here. As much damage as you can on the Hope and Kyle.
Yeah, you don't really want to let this go. Obviously, Sivir is eventually, and even now, going to have that push in the lane, but you still have so much combat power. Shanks, you know, losing a little bit of XP for that play. He is not quite level 6 yet, whereas Shanks has hit that level 6 power spike. Does need to be at least a bit careful, but as per usual, it will be the Victor ult dropped just for a bit of pressure early on. We see this basically every game from Victor players, and just wants to get that first back and recall off.
We're going to get another hook down. Shui, only level 3 right now, so now he'll take over to level 4. A little bit of extra stats for him, but now the game has slowed quite a little bit. Shear's flash is back up, so, you know, AL did not choose to go punish the FPX top laner. I wonder if that will come back to bite them. So we all know that if Aatrox can play the game unabated, he will take over.
He definitely will. The Aatrox can be a big problem if you are not prepared for it. You know, I know there's been some memes in the community about Shear's Aatrox in the past. We will see if he can maybe go against that reputation in this particular game. But Dragon, of course, having been spawned, we'll see if Milky Way, looks like he might have wanted to prioritize it, but no, he's just going to head to the top side of the map. Care trading a bit with Shanks. I think notably, of course, Grub spawning in a minute here. As per usual, LPL team's going to really put a lot of attention into that. But Tarzan now looking for Sheer on the top side.
Well, Sheer does have flash now. Flandre is out of mana. Whirlwinder going to get popped here. So he's going to just not do anything here. Tarzan going to show up, say hey, walk away.
A bit of a time waster there. Did get the ult coming out from the Aatrox, which is something. So certainly could have been worse in that instance, but not too much as we see a fight bot lane.
Yeah, here we go. Ignite is down on the Kyle. Jachi, get in there. Use the Valkyrie to dodge out. Needs to find Kyle. One more auto attack will do it. He'll fire the Q. It will be a trade of kills, but Jue needs to find a way out and fast. He has to hook the wall for a little bit extra distance.
Ooh,
Hope is going to flash after him, but Jue put himself in the corner.
He doesn't have
here.
it.
He uses
The
the
tower
heal.
shot.
Hope, the barrier, the hook. Jue with the outplay.
Oh, it's disgusting from Jue, who baits Hope into trying to get the kill under tower. He burns Hope's barrier, he burns Hope's flash, and he kills him in the exchange. Oh my goodness, it's a disaster class from Hope on the Sivir, but it's huge for Jue on the Nautilus. You know, that's actually a pretty big turn. It turns it into a 2-for-1. You know, gold not going in the perfect place, but certainly not a good sign that AL is over their mental faux pas from the first game.
Yeah, it just means that Hope has no summoners for the next fight. You can see this engage. It's pretty clean. Exhaust goes down. Jachi, I was just kind of surprised the way he used his Valkyrie later on.
Yeah, this was a really weird fight overall from FPX because I think if they just full commit onto KL right now, they probably just kill him. Instead, Jue flashes over the wall, feeling like he has to stay alive a little bit longer, and that means Jachi doesn't actually have the range to get the damage in. You're right, the Valkyrie was just way too defensive. I think both of them needed to be a bit more aggressive, but maybe not quite as aggressive as Hope was in this exchange, flashing forward to try to kill a Nautilus, who does end up burning heal, I guess, but Hope not able to dodge the hook, and Jue with the huge outplay to pick up the kill. Not going to be the most consequential outplay of all time or anything like that. Doesn't change the complexion of the game, especially with Sivir up so much in the CS department, but certainly not a good thing for AL.
2 grubs to 1, going over to FPX. It'll be very good for Aurora and their Aatrox later. AL not really too broken up about losing them with their solo laners. Not really going to provide that sort of power, although Sivir with them later is pretty nice. The first dragon of the game is still up. It's pretty much been avoided like the plague. I mean, I do wonder if maybe AL are afraid to take some objective fights that maybe they wouldn't have had any reservations about in the past after what happened to that Grubs in the game 1.
Yeah, it's been very slow, I think, for both of these teams. We saw Milky Way was kind of hovering around that dragon. I think it's realistic for either of these teams to want to prioritize it, but as we know, teams don't really care all that much about Dragon unless they feel they have a true late-game win condition, which I don't think either of these teams feel comfortable to fully commit to. But both of them are in the area right now. Teleport's actually going to be coming out here, so we will see the Victor meet up with the rest of the team, and this could be the pressure they're looking for. Tarzan contesting a blue.
He's going to take that one, put it right in his back pocket. Shui and Jachi just heading back around, going to go farm up. We're not going to see anything crazy come out as Tarzan's going to go take his back. Milky Way took his as well. Couple of teleports burned, a blue buff down, and the dragon still stands.
As it turns out, neither team wants to make a massive mistake, and I kind of understand that, but also I want to see some action. I want to see this game pick up in tempo. Right now, it's just not happening. Both top laners choosing to start proxying Sion a little bit deeper than the Aatrox, but still successful nonetheless, as Tarzan will make his way up to his top side here to his Gromp. He will find an Aatrox, who is 2 levels up on him. Milky Way is in the area as well. This could actually be a problem for Tarzan if he overchases.
Tarzan's like, hey, I'm winning the fight. I don't really care. World Ender popped, and Milky Way says, hey, man, we're not fighting this at all. He's going to run right into Flandra. Is able to dodge out there. Sheer, though, he's not going to have anywhere to go. Sheer is just going to get 1v1 by Tarzan. He will manage to flash away there as Milky Way also dying, too. So AL playing bully ball with their top side.
Very funny set of events there. I understand why Milky Way doesn't feel comfortable. He understands that Flandra is, of course, proxying and will be at this play. And if you go for the 2v2, you're in direct risk of just throwing the advantage. But
there we go,
Jacci.
There we go, Jacci. Get him. There we go. This is how you do
way,
it.
The flash.
Jacci getting the job done on this Corki. It's exactly what this champ is supposed to do.
Oh, he might be in some trouble, though. Kyle does have vision of him. The Rel is in the area, and unfortunately, Jacci doesn't see it coming.
Oh,
he executes!
He got executed. Let's go. Well played by Jacci.
What a play by Jacci, and what a series he is having against the defending champions here in the LPL. Takes over in Game 1, gets a solo kill on Hope in Game 2, and executes for his troubles. This Corki is incredibly strong right now. Triforce completed, and this will only get better as the game continues to go along. I'm really liking what FPX has building right now on the Rift, and with Cleanse still available for Jacci, you know, them sending him down the mid lane, he could be in a very dangerous spot. We'll see what prompted Jacci to go for this. It's just that Hope is overextended. I think Hope a little bit over-reliant on this idea that he's going to be able to dodge out on most of the damage. It doesn't happen. The autos are enough to be able to take him down, even if he misses some of those ult rockets. So really big stuff from Jacci. Big mistake again by Hope, and looks like Dragon will be started based off the fact by FPX, but Kyle.
Okay, they're going to hook him. They're going to knock him up. Milky Way looking to slide his way in. Kyle going to be able to hop over the wall. As FPX have complete purchase of the river right now, and they will be able to secure the first Dragon to the game fairly easily.
Just another win for FPX. It's Kyle looking to try and make a play, although Shanks...
Oh, hang on. Yeah, Shanks is on his way. Milky Way going to turn on to Shanks here. Going to dodge out of the gravity well. Meanwhile, on the other side,
big knockup.
Kyle looking for the engage. Jue's in trouble. He goes down. His Care is in there, and he bursts a man out. Milky Way going in, trying to land the Cyclone on somebody, but can't quite do it. Care going to flash in, right into the knockup of the Scion. Kyle lives, and Care will die. So does Milky Way.
Huge play by Flandra to fly down from the top side on that Scion with the ultimate. Care flashes in right to his demise as he gets knocked up there. Sheer will get a plate for that, but that's it. That's a huge play made by Flandra, and this is why a champion like Scion works so well for anyone's legend, why they have so much success on champions like this, is you can allow Flandra to really affect the map in places that other champions would need more resources to do, and that was a big turning point. AL has gone from being in a pretty bad spot to a good one, and Jue's on the target now.
Yeah, Jue will be able to just walk away here. Nothing too crazy, but there we go. Finally, AL makes a play that goes positive for them. Let's take a look at the replay.
Yeah, they do still get the Dragon, but this is a huge knockup coming in from Tarzan, and Jacci actually doesn't cleanse the knockup. You would have hoped that he would have been able to do that, but he cleanses quite late, which means he's actually not in a position to kill Kyle, and because of that, Care flashes forward to secure it, doesn't even get it, and ends up dying there. Some small misplays coming in from FPX that really end up being costly. Shanks, you know, capitalizing on Milky Way on the backside of that as well, so... You know, overall, just a good play from AL, but that's what they do. They capitalize on mistakes, and luckily for them, FPX made them in that fight.
Yeah, in Game 1, there wasn't really too many mistakes to go around. Game 2, a couple more there, as FPX just overstaying their welcome just a little bit. The good news for them, though, is they are still incredibly strong. Take a look at the suite of items that their carries are decked out with. A couple of Trinity Forces, a Sundered Sky, as well for Sheer in the top lane. And there's still a lot of items that are yet to get online for AL. You think the Yuntal and Rod of Ages. You know, you're not really getting too much value out of them quite yet.
It's definitely scary to try and contest this Rift Herald. Tarzan posturing like he wants to anyways, but he's fully on vision. Shanks in the area. Teleport coming in.
All right. Flandra getting in there. FPX are a little split, but there'll be no engage or anything of the sort, as it will burn the Scion teleport. He does have his ultimate, though, to still move around, as the Rift Herald has been started up and has been worked on for quite a little bit. Starzan doing what he can to just get his damage in, heal up. AL playing protection very well. We have a teleport coming
Watch
in.
the Aatrox.
From Care, big double knock up there from Flandra, and Kyle's gonna follow it up, and they get so much damage down. Jotchi's still alive, but he's trying to escape.
Poppy-ult.
Sheer on the backside with a big play, and now he's gonna look for Tarzan. But Kyle and Flandra trying to escape through the mid lane. Sheer and Milky Way trying to stop him. Flandra had gotten knocked up. The shield's not gonna be enough. He's gonna go down too, as FPX take the fight 2-for-1.
It's another example. One team gets the objective, the other gets the kills. This time it's FPX benefiting from the fight win. We're going to look to try to siege down mid, but with Tarzan and Kyle here, it's going to be difficult for this to actually be successful. The Demolish proc ends up going off for the Aatrox, but a big fight win for FPX. Really well positioned by Sheer on the back end of that fight. Again, I hope we get a replay so I can showcase Sheer walking down. The setup on this is actually really solid. Look where Sheer is on your minimap, behind the entire enemy team. So when Kyle ends up going in, yes, you land on some priority targets, and Jotchi in particular, you know, you probably wish he had cleanse in this instance, and he doesn't. Still able to get a lot of damage off because of the flashes necessary to kill him, but at this point, they've had to overextend so much to be able to win that part of the fight that when Sheer makes his way in and Milky Way still has his second proc of his ult available, they're able to clean up relatively easily. More than enough damage coming in. So really nice stuff from FPX to play patient in that fight, even if AL is able to get the Rift Herald.
And a bit of a miscue from Tarzan. He knocked Care out of the fight after Care had already gotten the damage in. So that's why he came back, and he was, you know, still relatively healthy. He had managed to get off scot-free with that. Now he's sitting at 4-1. We have 35 seconds until this next dragon. I'm very curious to see where AL puts this Rift Herald. They're going to try to leverage that into securing a Drake for themselves.
It's going to be necessary for them to start pushing. Unfortunately, Drake, not a very reliable win condition this game. We're getting second dragon spawning around 18 minutes into the game. It's going to take quite a while.
Great.
You know, for that to be an actual win condition for either team, especially if you're AL, who's already, you know, down one Drake. Like, this is, you know, going to be something that I don't think either team is going to be able to rely on consistently. The biggest concern for me is that number 4 sitting in the kill column for Care on this Aurora. You know, I talked in the draft about how strong this Aurora could be on 2 immobile carries. You can only spell shield one thing if you're Hope, and a lot of damage is going to be coming through, and Victor obviously cannot survive if fully dove on by, you know, Milky Way and Care and everything. So we'll need to see how they do it, but the Herald dropped mid. They're going to look to take this tower.
Yep, there's no wave left, so Shelly will charge in. Will get immediately bursted down.
Ooh, watch
Care
Care.
lying in wait, going to try to get a little bit of damage in, not all too much. Meanwhile, Sheer just up on the top side, hanging out, having a good time, taking a turret for himself. AL do start up the dragon, but have nobody committed to it because Jue and Jotchi have the inside track on the mid lane here, and they're worried about that turret going down.
Yeah, you don't want to overextend here if you're FPX. I like the way they're playing this. We'll see if they go for it.
Oh, Milky Way! He gets blown up immediately! Now Jue is forced to flash over the wall. Sheer teleported in, but he doesn't even join that fight. Jue's going to die as he tries to crawl to the mid lane turret. A big miscue by the FPX jungler.
It's ginormous. It's a huge mistake from Milky Way. Absolutely no reason to go in there. One thing I was going to say during the setup, it was really well played at the beginning by FPX because they were generating pressure across the map. We just talked about how Dragon is a tough win condition for AL in this game. If you have to give over the Drake, it's okay, but Shanks, is he going to fall for this trap that's being set here?
Absolutely. Okay, he flashes away, but that is a tough summoner to lose, especially as the victor with Otacon coming up in 35 seconds.
Yeah, you don't want to lose Flash for Otacon if you're Victor. Like I said, immobile carries on the backline can get scary, but look at this replay. There's no reason to play this aggressive. Milky Way ends up going over the wall with this blast cone, and Tarzan's ready for it. He has full vision of Milky Way this entire time with wards, and so he just perfectly stuns him up into the wall, and this play is dead. It's over. Luckily enough for FPX, it's the only member of the team to end up falling outside of Jue in this exchange. You didn't lose Jotchi, I think is the main point to take away from that, but it was a terrible mistake. Quite frankly, no reason to ever go over the wall there if you are Wukong, and he was really punished for it.
Yeah, and FPX had a chance to really, you know, in the next fight, really take control of the game. But now, it's AL who are the ones that have some tentative control here. Now, if FPX were able to get Otacon, they're up big when it comes to the Rose Petals. So that'll be a huge boon for them. We'll see if they will get the opportunity to do so. Corki is on that Manamune, so he is incredibly strong with the auto attacks. Sheer looking to clear out the minions on this turret, but he has realized really quick, I am in a 3v1. I'm against the wall, against the Poppy. He's going to flash away and stay alive. Turret's going to fall as Milky Way doesn't want more, but Jue teleported in. Jue is going to die here. He's going to get knocked up, and it's easy pickings, but look at the rest of the map.
Yeah, I mean, a lot picked up here by FPX. It's honestly not a bad play for FPX. I don't really like the teleport from Jue, obviously. If you would have just allowed the turret to go down, it would be even more of a plus, but that will be Otacon down on the bottom side. You're trading that for top lane tier 2. You're also trading it potentially for mid lane tier 2, but the teleport going to stop that coming in from Sion. So still a good play for AL, but look at the gold. It's basically even for both of these teams, as much as we're talking about pluses and minuses. For each team, both have advantages. Care still has quite a bit of gold on this Aurora in the right scenario. You can say the same thing about Hope and Shanks on the other side. It's all really about execution now, as Jachi could be in trouble.
Oh, Jachi, oh no, he cleanses too. He's just gonna die. Oh, he greeds for the blue buff and he falls. AL punishing these mistakes.
And FPX are making them. You know, AL can't punish mistakes that aren't being made, but luckily for them, there's a lot happening on the Rift right now. They've been very fortunate for FPX to just kind of have a lot of these brain fart moments where they're just not in the right place at the right time. That's going to cost them top lane tier 1 here, and it could cost them even more with some pressure coming down into the mid lane, but Kara looks like he might be able to equalize with a bot lane tier 1 turret. We will see how much AL can get out of this, but still a big mistake by FPX that loses them all their pressure.
Yeah, and it's really tough because they have a lot of front-loaded damage, but later on in the game, AL, we talked about their scaling, but also how tanky their top laner, their jungler, their support are going to get.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it. It's 2 carries and 3 beefy boys, you know, in terms of what AL has going for them. And, you know, it's really working out in that direction right now, where if you can get into that late game, it's going to be really hard to break through that main line. Now, the response to that, the solution to that is getting onto the back line much easier, which is absolutely possible for FPX. You've got Aatrox, you've got Wukong, you've got Aurora, you've got plenty of ways to be able to avoid a front-to-back exchange, and if you can get on priority targets, you can win any fight in any scenario, but you do need to start playing towards that win condition even more. It's not one of those situations where you can play through the Corki as much as you thought you could.
And that's starting to really slip away, especially against the Sivir, who, you know, if you're fighting near a minion wave or with, you know, a couple members on the front line, you're going to get hit as that Corki. And also against the Victor. It's so difficult to play into a Victor because he's just outranges you by a country mile, K-Man. It is very, very tough. You need to really rely on Jue to hit hooks on some of these really squishy targets. It's just so hard. There's so much stuff for him to wade through. These big tanks make it really, really hard. 25 seconds until this next dragon. Sheer is going to be on split pushing duty. He does have that teleport up, hoping that this teleport will be quite a bit more effective than the last.
It's going to have to be. He's going to have to find one of those angles. He is pushing pretty deep onto the top side here. We'll see how much they want to commit to something like this. We do see some pings coming down. Sheer trying to play at least a little bit respectful, but the control is entirely in favor of AL. No vision available outside of the pit itself for FPX, and that dragon will be started up now. This is only second Drake, and so if FPX want to give this over, it's not the worst thing in the world. We'll see if they want to contest, though. Kyle potentially looking to capitalize.
Sheer has backed off, just going to let that wave die to the turret, and it looks like FPX are going to take it easy here and let that one go. K-Man, you just start to worry for FPX that they're allowing the scaling team too much time to scale.
Yeah, it's a really passive play here from FPX. I think you had to be greedy somewhere on the map. Unfortunately, they just choose to be safe everywhere. Sheer backs off. They back off of the fight around the dragon. No teleport ends up coming in. So they lose the dragon. They don't necessarily get too much on the top side, even if the tower is, you know, maybe takeable soon, depending on where the wave state is at. But it's not a terrible spot. It's still only a 1k gold deficit for FPX. This is still playable in the right scenario, but it's starting to get scarier and scarier with Sivir really starting to get online. You talked about Victor's range, but Sivir makes that even scarier because of the movement speed that she offers the entire team. If you're in a bad spot, you're gonna get caught out by anyone's legend, and as we've seen, FPX certainly cannot be trusted to play perfectly throughout this game.
No, not at all, K-Man. This Baron is up, AL drifting toward it, just mostly to get some wards down. We have seen AL start up some really questionable objectives so far in Split 3 to little to no success. I wonder if that'll be the case once more. Just taking stock of things here. Take a look. Tarzan with a little bit more of an aggressive build on this Poppy is still very vulnerable to Care. Flandre, even we saw him take a lot of damage from Care. If Care is able to really take over this game, I mean, that'll be a huge feather in his cap. We talked about it in game 1 that, he did so well on this Yone, and FPX really looking for this franchise player to really spread his wings and be the guy that FPX can rely on. And, the longest journey start with a single step. And if FPX can get the win here, improve to 2-5 with good performance out of Care after he gets a couple of kills, I'm sure the FPX fans would be quite happy about that.
Oh, certainly. I mean, like, this is the time for Care to step up, and he must. Love him or hate him, he's had some big moments in the past. When he tries, he can really make an impact, and this could be the time for him to lock in on that Aurora, get onto the backline, and make something happen. Milky Way once again could be under fire, but at this point of the game, we've got everything really on the map. Baron has spawned. Dragon will be up in 2.5 minutes. That would be Soul Point for anyone's legend. But outside of that, it's just posturing. Sheer once again split pushing on the bot side of the map. Flandre is going to have to go down there to try to contest him. Both of them have teleport available, but if a fight starts, it could potentially be dangerous without the raw frontliner of AL tanking up everything. But at least for now, it looks like everybody's just going to disengage. No full commits, at least happening at the moment.
Nope, not at all. I mean, we got to start seeing something happen here for FPX. We see Kyle getting really aggressive here, but he will burn that ghost, and everybody will back off on the side of FPX. So, again, we're just kind of hanging out, K-Man. There's been a whole lot of nothing in terms of action over the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, no, this has been certainly not as exciting as game number 1 in terms of the fast-paced action. I think we're in for a long one in this one, just in terms of how things are going, but we'll see where the next fight ends up taking place. I wouldn't be surprised if we just fight around Dragon, if that's kind of the next major objective, if Soul Point is not something that AL or FPX wants to give over for free. On the flip side, I could also see them feeling okay giving over Soul Point if it meant them getting a lot of priority on the top side of the map. We can see the gold graph here, the gold difference over time. Very much going in favor of anyone's legend as of now, but as large as that looks in terms of a gold difference, the top has been 1,400, so still really not a gigantic difference between these two teams.
I have been up for 21 hours. I would like one of these teams to start taking some game actions, K-Man. As you take a look at the gold graph here, it's Hope on top by quite a bit, by 1.3k, as you can tell by the bottom middle portion of our screen, but still a lot of gold on a couple of key members here. Is the last kill 5 minutes ago? Man, that may as well be a lifetime. And in League of Legends terms, it is a lifetime. Care is going to get engaged on here by Tarzan. Tarzan going to stop him from really getting anywhere. Double knockup is there too. There we go. Anyone's legend. A snappy play. They pick off 2.
That is the biggest caster curse we could have looked at, and they're not done. Jway could be the target next.
He is. He's going to flash away. Teleport's coming in. This is Flandre showing up to the party. Shears on a big flank here, but guess what? It's not going to work out very well. Jauchi gets slammed up against the wall. Jway's going to fall. Jauchi's dead. 4 for nothing. And when the dust settles, AL are on the Baron.
That was a huge fight for anyone's legend. You know, it might not have felt like the game was on a knife's edge, but it really was. If FPX was able to get one fight off, if they were able to find one flank, things could have been very different. But it's Care, the player we asked to step up, who makes the critical error of being too far forward. Great job by Tarzan to be able to catch him out. Great follow through by the rest of the team. And that is Baron, now secured by AL. The game has been broken wide open. Dragon is up. That is Soul Point for AL if they want to transition right into taking that. But even more so, if they just want to start pressuring the base, it's going to be free for them as well. Let's get into this replay and kind of see what happens. But again, it's Care who makes the gigantic error. He's trying to get some free poking onto Tarzan, but this is a Poppy. You cannot escape if you end up getting caught. Milky Way tries his best to salvage the situation, but the combo of ultimates from Tarzan and Kyle end up locking down the 2 priority targets, and everything just falls apart for FPX. Dragon has been started, like I stated before. Huge, huge swing for AL.
And it hasn't been pretty. But that right there was a glimpse of the AL Split 2. You were like, oh man, this is like totally a play that they would make real snappy decision making that everybody seems to be on the same page about, K-Man. It's refreshing after a long desert that had no kills for quite a long time.
Yes, everything is opened up for sure for anyone's Legend, and they showcase that by taking this bot lane tier 2. They're pressuring in now on the inhibitor. Watch Jhachi if he's going to be able to, free hit on the backline. Sheer's looking for a potential flank angle. Flandra, of course, split pushing in the mid lane. Going to try to cut off this attempt. Milky Way.
Yeah, he's going all the way in. Sheer looking to get around here. He's going to look for Shanks. Kyle, very low on HP, but Sheer has to flash away as AL is pulled all the way off, and FPX have not able to chase them. Carrot taking so much damage.
Oh, the Victor ult.
The ultimate goes and hits the wall. Shanks below half HP. And this turret is going to fall as Sheer has not had an opportunity to back. Teleports are coming in here as the inhibitor will go down. As anyone's Legend just, again, bullying their way through.
Milky Way, once again, not really able to find
What's
that engage.
What's a polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas, bro? It's Sheer versus Tarzan, the 1v1 of the century. Legends say that Sheer is still looking for that flank as he teleports home.
Yeah, honestly, I was shocked he didn't do that sooner. The fact that he was still there is astounding, and the fact that he got out is even more astounding, but unfortunately, the flank angle not found for Sheer. He was trying to get onto the backline, but AL do a really good job of spacing that out. It's really difficult to jump onto the backline if you just play a little bit slower, if you can separate FPX and kind of delay their engage angles. Milky Way just a little bit too fast. We talked about it in the pre-show. It's been his biggest problem, and it really cost them here. Will it cost them again? We'll have to see as they march down mid.
Well, I think it's all over but the crying here, K-Man, as AL firmly in the driver's seat, and I do not think they are letting go. Again, we've mentioned multiple times on the stream today throughout both of these series, no lead is safe in the LPL, but when anyone's Legend get ahead, it is very, very hard for them to relinquish these leads. Zhui just hanging out, trying to mess with AL, trying to maybe get them to engage. It's a large super minion wave coming in. Sheer looking once again for the flank of the century, but guess what? He's on a ward again. Zale is going to knock down this turret. Hook goes in. They're going to look for Kyle. He gets bursted out pretty hard, down to about half HP. Milky Way once more, but Flandra's shield is going to be real big. Sheer already down to half HP on the backside. There's the Sivir ultimate as AL are ready to rip the fight, ready to go. Zhui's going to get bursted out. Flandra is a zombie, and he's running at Jhachi like a horror movie. He's about to get bit. Somebody kill this guy so he doesn't infect the others. And AL says, we'll put you down our damn selves. They got a wave in 2. They're going to take Nexus Turret 1. They're going to take Nexus Turret 2. Sheer, once again, fighting Tarzan instead of everybody else. Down goes the Milkman as the milk has spoiled and anyone's Legend. It was not pretty. In fact, it was uglier than me. But they still win Game 2 and force Game 3.
Well, there you go. There's your game number 2. Not quite what we got in game number 1, but it is a win for anyone's Legend. And you know what? That's got to at least feel a little bit relieving for them in terms of what they are in right now, situation-wise, because boy, did they need to just pick up a win. This keeps them alive in the series. More importantly, it gives them the confidence that they can win a game. They can still capitalize on mistakes, but you're right, this was not the prettiest game in the world. Although, Yanni, I think you're a poor comparison with your model looks over there.
Oh, well, thank you. You know, it's the beard that really does it. It's a little scraggly right now. I didn't have time, guys. Listen, like I said in the cast earlier, I've been up for like 21 hours. It's been really rough, and that game did not help at all, man. We were in snooze fest for a long time. This was classic LCK. This was NA do nothing. This was 2025 LPL. What are we doing? Man, what a weird game this turned out to be. I mean, you know, the scaling ended up working for anyone's Legend, but FPX, they had some of this like executive dysfunction that we see a lot of the lower tier teams have, specifically in Group Nirvana and, you know, FPX. Definitely one of these lower tier teams at 1 and 5. They just waited and waited and waited, looking for the perfect opportunity. Some say that, hold on one second. I see Sheer on the flank outside right now. Like, bro is still out there looking for it. And, like, listen, at one of these points, before you get to a point where it's impossible to win against the scaling team, you must fight. It just felt like after that one fight in the river where Milky Way took the blast plant over and got immediately fly swatted by Tarzan, he was like, we cannot fight anymore, guys. He got so scared after that. And you just can't do that. You're just going to bleed out and lose. That's exactly what happened to FPX.
Unfortunately, this is not all that out of character for FPX and
True.
for Milky Way, for even what he was
True.
at the beginning of the year for RNG. This is something where the programming goes off. I've called Milky Way a robot before. The programming gets thrown off, and it's like, well, you know, we shut down. We shut it all down. You know, what do we do? You know, there's just, it ends up kind of really ruining him
stopped
a bit.
responding.
Yes, and like, I'm not saying that Milky Way doesn't have a lot of great qualities, just that this is certainly one of his weaknesses as a player, and you know, unfortunately, that got exploited. And I think really the two moments, you pointed out one of them, obviously, Milky Way, you know, jumping in for that second dragon and immediately getting stunned up and dying when really there was no reason to fight over that objective. That was a major mistake. And I think the other part that really solidified everything was that third dragon where you have Sheer split pushing on the top side, pushing into inhibitor tower with nobody backing to stop him. And then you have, you know, the rest of FPX trying to contest and AL taking dragon. They neither commit to the inhibitor tower, nor do they commit to actually fighting around dragon, so they don't really get anything on the map. You just can't really be doing that. You have to do something, and they didn't.
33-33 game time. That's a bit of a weird time, but yeah, you gotta take a look at these damage charts. I mean, Carrot was doing so much, and then he just could not convert. I mean, eventually it got to the point where he wasn't really dealing damage anymore. These tanks got their MR items, got too healthy, and then he gets picked off in that one fight in the jungle, and it was over from there. And you know, K-Man, it's time to start talking about MVPs. I don't think you can go to anybody else other than Tarzan.
What a game from Tarzan. Not only did Tarzan out-damage his AD carry on Sivir in that game as Poppy, but he did, what, 4 times as much damage as Milky Way on the other side? Something around there, 3 to 4 times as much damage. This was a ridiculously good Poppy performance, and it came down to the ultimates, it came down to the team fighting. We were hyping up Poppy as a champion, you know, going into the game. We probably should have been hyping up Tarzan's Poppy in particular because he made it look like the strongest champ that you could play.
Hey, listen, we were talking about how it is probably the strongest champ that you could play. So, you know, Tarzan proving the casters right, contrary to what some NA pros might say. Sometimes the casters are right. And, yeah, overall, just, yeah, this is just great play from Tarzan. Big double knock up there. And, you know, this is a guy who really, like, obviously, you always want to win every game. But, like, when the chips were down, this is a guy that you can rely on. This is a must-win game for AL. Must-win series, but must-win game specifically being down 1-0. And there are only certain players in a must-win game that really show up, regardless of how good or bad the team's form is. And that's Tarzan in this particular game. Really showed that when the chips are down, you can rely on him to carry the load and carry AL's lifeless corpse across the finish line.
That is an apt way to describe, I think, the pacing of this game as well as the overall outlook of it. Tarzan was excellent, and, you know, there have been some conversations in the past about Tarzan. Is he or is he not a clutch performer? Is he somebody who chokes at Worlds and in big moments? And, you know, he finally wins his first domestic title this past split, and it feels like a lot of those allegations are starting to go away. I don't think those allegations were ever super valid to begin with when it came to Tarzan. You can very rarely point to major moments being his fault, at the very least exclusively his fault, but we are seeing, once again, you need this team to pick up a win. It's Tarzan that makes it happen. We saw it with Weibo last year when he stepped in for them. We saw it at times on LNG. Here it is for anyone's legend. This is the player who's been playing like the best jungler in the world for a large majority of this year, finally showcasing that part of him in the third split here, where we haven't really seen it so far.
And when his team needed him most, he did not vanish. He is not the Avatar. He has mastered the element of Poppy. He needs to master something else in order for anyone's legend to take this series. I mean, if they play like they did in that game, I feel a little bit better about it, especially because they were very reserved. And it kind of worked for them. You know, like I said, it was very boring. It's not very LPL. But hey, listen, it got the job done. And if it gets the job done, doesn't matter what kind of region his comp feels like. As long as it feels like it's from the winning region, I'm sure that's all you really care about.
Yeah, I mean, the victory is all that matters at the end of the day. The AL win that pops up on the stage is what they're looking for, and it looks like we got this one correct. Tarzan is going to take away the MVP. It couldn't have been anybody else.
It would have been an unethical MVP if it was anybody else came in. I mean, this guy just really showed up. The KP's not going to jump out at you. You know, the gold differential damage percentage is very, very high. 24% out of a Poppy jungle is very, very high. And you know, if you watch the game from start to finish, you would know that Tarzan was the guy. Well-deserved MVP. K-Man, we're going to go to our last break of the day. When we return, the final game of the Friday slate of games. Anyone's Legend FPX. We do it one more time, 6-game day. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the final game. You fucking troll. I hate you. You're the worst. How dare you do this to me? We are? Because I can't see us. There we go. Thank you. This guy. Unbelievable what production just did to me. Like, oh my goodness, man. Making me look bad back here, Rare Adam. He griefs me in solo queue, and then he griefs me on production. But you know what else is being griefed? This series, man. Anyone's Legend, FPX, has gone the distance, just like the brothers in Group Nirvana, the bad teams in Group Ascend. Yes, the bad teams. AL is 2-4. They lost Game 1 to FPX, who's 1-5. Guess what? If you lose in Game 1 to FPX, you are now a bad team. It's just how it is.
Solid logic. Can't really argue it. Can't find any holes in the argument. I think I just have to subscribe. You know, hopefully anyone's Legend can figure things out. Game 2 was, I guess, better. It didn't feel better, but it certainly was better. Like, objectively, they were able to control the map, and, you know, they were a little bit in, you know, of a better spot, I would say, going into the late game. But that game was neutral for, like, the whole game. And this is still FPX. Like, I don't want to sit here and say, well, AL, you know, played nice and slow and calculated, and then they were able to turn it on when it mattered the most. Like, that would be good against other Group Ascend teams that are expected to do well. Not against Fun Plus Phoenix. This is the team that just won the league. I need to see more out of anyone's Legend, and that has to happen this game.
Yeah, man. It is weird, a weird Twilight Zone that we live in, to be quite honest with you, my friend. That we are here, right? That we've made it to the fact that FPX could take the series against AL. Like, that's crazy talk. If somebody told you this at MSI, that like week 7 or game 7 for AL, 2-4, going to game 3 against a 1-5 FPX. Like, what are we talking about? All right. So for AL, how do you be successful? Can you just run back the same comp just with different champions is the question.
I think it's going to be tougher without a lot of the specific picks they had. The Scion in particular, I think is going to be difficult to replicate now that things like Ornn are also off the board. And so this style where you're just playing around the hopeful carries in the late game with, you know, big tanks, you know, in the way, it's difficult to replicate that in the same kind of way without the two main champions for Flandre. Now, typically after he ends up picking his two primary tanks, things like Scion and Ornn on the top side, it's something like Yorick that ends up coming through. Even through this... It's Yorick time? Is that what we're calling out? This is a Yorick game in Game 3? I mean, I certainly would believe it.
If Flandre really sit there and just be like, that's a good Yorick angle. He could have B1. He'll be like, I like Yorick here, guys. Like, there's nothing... I like Yorick here. Now, the good news for Flandre is that he could have last pick. The bad news is AL have not won many games on the red side.
I will give a little bit of credit to anyone's Legend. You are right. They have not won many games on the red side this split. They were very good on red side last split. And I think that is at least something.
Nope, it's in the past. This is a new world that we live in.
No,
this
it doesn't
is a different
count.
world than the world that we lived in a month and a half ago.
Yeah, you're honestly kind of right.
2 months.
Yeah.
God, man, MSI is so far away now. It's so far back in the rearview mirror now.
Yes, MSI feels like forever ago, and I think for AL it probably feels even longer than that. Longer than forever because of just how things have gone. It feels like an entirely different universe for them. But they have the chance to turn that fortune around. As much as we've critiqued them, they had this moment against WE as well, where it's like, oh, you didn't look good, you dropped a game, and honestly, I'm a bit concerned about this. They ended up winning that series. They were generally fine throughout the third and final game there that ended up really being the decider. And so maybe that ends up happening for FPX. And while I still don't think that would change my mind about everything, they need to do that. And if they come out here and dominate, you know, there is at least that to go off of. But quite a few big champions banned. I think we were talking about the top lane pool. It's worth noting Mbessa and Gwen, both off the board. Two of the more consistent top laners are not going to be available, but Pantheon is available. This is something we've seen banned out really consistently. However, received some nerfs and isn't quite considered to be the pick it was even just a patch ago. So we will see.
Yeah, and this is a champion that teams have struggled to really execute on, Kenan. We saw it earlier today, right? Like, we saw the worst Pantheon Talia combo I think that we have seen in the LPL. Man. It was real bad. We'll see if FPX, the Group Ascend team known as FPX, have the ability to really turn it around, and if Milky Way on this Pantheon can macro his team to great side lane plays Game 3 win.
Yeah, I think it's all going to be about what you supplement it with. No Talia available, but you do have a lot of the other big macro threats up. Things like Ryze and Galio are very much still available. I would expect that to be prioritized here, but it's the Rakan picked up for Kyle. A huge pick for him throughout his entire career, even going back to the LCK days, and it's Tarzan Xin Zhao. This is really what I was looking for in Game 3 from anyone's Legend. Just get back to basics. Start playing the stuff that you know you're good at. This is aggressive. This kind of holds the game in your hands, and I really like that from this team.
Gauntlet has been thrown. All right, you can get your jungler as long as I get mine. Let's see what FPX pair this Pantheon with. Looks like we're going to see, okay, we're going to see a Zaya and a Renata come through. I like the Renata here.
Yeah, Zaya, kind of the takeaway generally from the other side. You don't want to give over Zaya Rakan. That definitely is what Hope was angling for, I would imagine, with this comp. But Zaya Renata can still be scary, and you called it out correctly. Renata is a bit underplayed in terms of just the kind of effect she can have on the map as a whole. We've seen her kind of utilized as a pair. I think she can be very useful in her own right, but it's Flandra's Renekton that's actually going to be coming out here. You know, very interested to see that be kind of the gauntlet thrown down here, because while FPX supplement their skirmish-heavy, you know, macro-oriented jungler with, you know, late-game conditions with things like Zaya and, you know, even Renata who can help out in team fights, it's AL who double down and say, well, we're drafting Renekton on the top side. We want to fight early and we want to win.
Just need to see what we have in the second half of bans here. We have 3 melees on the side of anyone's Legend, so look for champions like Galio would be really good here.
Yeah.
You know, Annie has not been fearless away in this series against these low-range champions. Will do really good things. We see the Ziggs getting banned out. I actually very much like that ban. We've started to see Knight play that. It's kind of caught on a little bit in popularity, or at least in the back of the minds of the coaches, knowing that this is an available pick that can still be flexed if you really want to.
A lot of things that you have to worry about here for both of these teams, because even in Fearless, like, the later you get, it almost becomes more scary what you let through in the second phase, because this is the time where it's like, well, the top picks are already gone. The stuff that you know the enemy team likes are gone, and so you're just hoping and praying that your dart that you throw lands on whatever the third or fourth choice is for the enemy team, and, you know, that can be kind of interesting to talk about, but it is the Annie that's taken away. Pretty common combo option for the Xin Zhao. Again, you know, there are a lot of, you know, team fight oriented champions that are available if you want to try and make sure that the Renekton doesn't fully commit you into that direction. If you wanted to fight more in the early game, plenty of options available for that as well if you wanted to be aggressive, but it's all really just what Shanks wants to lock in. It will be the Orianna, you know, a big team fight problem, we'll just say, for FPX. Ways to kind of deal with the Orianna, I would say, on the other side. This isn't one of those, you know, Omega picks that just instantly wins you the mid lane matchup, but certainly something that I like pairing with the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, and, you know, a Rakan is also a really good ball delivery system. Sometimes you can just find the ultimates on your own here, and especially with the way that FPX is going to be kind of split, right? Sometimes you'll have the opportunity to ball the back line or ball the front line, and given the fact that you've got triple melee balling the front line, sometimes it's just going to be the easiest thing, making life super easy on the side of FPX. We're going to see a Jax lock in here. I'm very curious, K-Man. It doesn't seem like it would be a good idea. But I do wonder if there's a world where this Jax goes into the jungle and we see Pantheon in the top. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think it's interesting to explore that as Silas is our final pick.
I honestly don't hate the idea. I think you put yourself in a pretty decent situation, like, from level 1. In the top lane where Pantheon is just really solid into Renekton. I worry a bit about the Jax being exploitable in the jungle if you want to play really aggro, but you know, I doubt it's going to happen. You know, it just doesn't really seem like this would be the direction that Sheer in particular would want to go in, but we'll be the Jhin as the final lock-in here for Hope, rounding out the comp for AL, I should say.
Trade!
I will say this about the AL draft, which, you know, it's very standard. A lot of champions you've seen for many years in pro play, a very normal comp. While this is not a very strong comp in the late game, and I think I am concerned about what they're going to look like, there are a couple of lane matchups here that I think are terrifying, all things considered, for FPX. Like, you are scared of this Renekton, and honestly, you're scared of this Orianna being able to generate a lead, because that makes it very terrifying moving forward. I think this is going to be a big game for Care on the Sylas, and if he's going to be able to actually step up, and especially if Jiachi and Jue are going to be strong, down on the bot side, that's going to be the avenue for success, because I think eventually you hit a break point where Jax and Xayah are hard to deal with.
Yeah, as long as Shanks does not misposition and get caught by an abscond abduct before he gets his first rank of his E, he should be in good shape. But if you get caught by that early and really even thereafter, Silas does do a lot of damage. Orianna is really fragile. This is a lane matchup that if you're not careful and you get snuck up on or you get engaged on, take a bad trade, it's going to be a bad trade. It's going to be a rough time. K-Man, you're getting ready to get into this game. If I am FPX, we're hitting level 6. We're fighting every single objective we can see. We got Renata. We're going to go steal this Rakan ultimate. We're going to go steal an Orianna ultimate. You know, we're going to flash in Sombrero. We're going to do Rakan things on Silas. We're going to get into this final game.
Yeah, we had some.
Why was Bro rubbing his thunderstick like that?
You know, you never know what happens at an LPL match. But as for the setups, I guess early in the game, yeah, that's probably my job, is to talk about that. And in fact, I might not have time as Milky Way runs into Tarzan, but just going to be a bit of an exchange of damage. Milky Way going to walk up to place the ward. Pretty aggressive from him considering how that went down, but it'll just be a trade of wards. Neither of these teams really want to try and make too much happen.
You can't take the bad trade. You can't take the bad trade, Shanks. Okay, wait a minute. This is actually
I actually think this is a pretty good trade for Shanks.
Actually, it actually isn't, because once Care hits level 2 and you get access to that Kingslayer, you are able to heal up, right? So you don't necessarily need to burn any potions. Any damage that you get down on Orianna early, as long as you're not really far behind in terms of health, is pretty good in this matchup.
I think that that's for the most part true. I think that there are plenty of ways for Shanks to be able to delay that and just be more useful throughout the mid game as well.
True.
So we will see how it ends up going down. As an Orianna player myself, I actually quite like the Silas matchup, but that might just be a personal thing because Silas players are not always the most patient in the world.
That's really funny because I play a ton of Orianna too, and I absolutely detest it. Because
That's
I
fun.
always get caught with an abscond abduct at least once.
Yes, if you definitely, if you're getting destroyed by
man.
those abilities, it can be quite difficult, but Shanks should be able to at least trade out with the range advantage here. We'll see what Kyle actually wants to do early on, because I think there is the chance for him to be really aggressive with some of the plays that he wants to make around the map. If he just wants to isolate himself in the 2v2, I think that's also fine. There's not really a problem with Jhin getting priority in this lane, but you never can be too sure about what a Rakan might want to do. Looking at the jungle pathing, though, we do see Xin of course, on the Raptors, and it will be matched by Milky Way on the bottom side here, at the very least for now. So, pretty standard starts for both teams.
Yeah, and depending on where this wave kind of stands, you've got a minion advantage on the side of Sheer, which means as long as Flandre can hold it here, Tarzan could make an early move up top. Now, Sheer did ward that tri-brush, so he's very well aware. I do wonder if there's a world where Milky Way is able to do something on the bottom side. We see a lot of help pings down there. We see a little bit of a trade up top. As Flandre getting the better of Sheer just a bit here.
Yeah, I mean, you can expect that in the Renekton matchup. Very difficult for Jax to be able to trade this effectively when his cooldowns are not quite there yet. Tarzan is actually going to be the one here on top side. They do spot this out on a ward, so Sheer will be safe, but you know, it's nice pressure coming in from Tarzan, and this makes life very difficult for the Jax, who is just going to be rather behind in terms of this lane. Pretty even in terms of CS, though, so well done by Sheer at the very least in the early stage. We'll see how that ends up changing. But, you know, standard stuff. Level 4s have been completed, and crabs are taken, and everybody is exactly where they should be.
Yeah, pretty much. And nice, slow game so far for FPX, given the fact that there's nothing too crazy that's happened. And yes, it's the first 4 minutes, but you know, Sheer was already down a flash by, you know, the first minute of the game, right? And anything that you can do to allow this FPX team to get to level 6 on their champions without any issues is going to be really, really good for them, right? We talked about these objective fights and how you can see some really big plays come out from Zhui and Care with the stolen ultimate.
The playmaking is definitely there. The potential for plays is absolutely available. It's really just about which ones they're going to pull the trigger on. Milky Way had the potential for plays last game, and he ended up blast coding in and killing himself at Dragon. So it's not really so much about the plays you can make, it's about the ones you do make. So we will see which ones they end up committing to, at the very least in this game. Definitely going to be keeping my eyes on Jiachi on this Xayah. He was super important in game 1, and he did get a lead in game 2, just wasn't really able to hang on to it as the Corki. That cleanse was not going to be useful enough in every single fight to avoid all the CC. So he's going to be able to, maybe position a tad bit better, have a little bit more going for him in the later part of the game here on the Xayah. We could potentially see that advantage that he's been generating pretty consistently actually come into play here.
Okay, Sheer goes back in for that. Wow. Oh, man, I admire the cojones on that guy. That is so close, knife's edge type stuff right there. But Flandre will be able to get this full wave in. I mean, Sheer on the teleport back is going to lose a couple of minions here. Flandre also being level 6, carving out a very small CS advantage for himself.
No surprises just yet. I do want to give some credit to Shanks. Like I said, he should be able to generate some advantage for himself. It's about a 200 gold lead, but anticipated. Play bot lane.
Yep, double knockup is there. Hope's got a 4th shot in the back pocket. Gonna dump that onto Jiachi. So he's taking below half HP.
Yeah, the Joy Flash coming out there to potentially look for something very aggressive. Doesn't end up landing. It does burn Hope's Flash as well, though, so definitely a positive trade for FPX. You would much rather lose the Summoner Spellbook Flash on your support than the Flash on your immobile AD carry in Jhin. We'll see if that's going to be exploitable. Like we said, we saw Milky Way kind of on the bot side here. Dragon has spawned, and so that can definitely be the idea for FPX if they want to go for it, but Shockwave just used to push the wave and move around.
Really?
Yeah, this is actually a really shocking stat for me. I would not have expected this to be Milky Way's first ever Pantheon game, but I guess it wasn't as relevant last year. And he really was playing a majority of games, and it's been banned for most of this year as well.
Yeah,
so.
that's true. You know what? Yeah, I didn't really think about that game, man. That is very interesting, though. Thank you, Prod, for the worthwhile lower third. So far in his first Pantheon game, he has made no impact. He is also not level 6 yet, so that's okay.
Yeah, it's a free dragon, all for the most part, for FPX, and especially with that pressure generated on the bot side, you feel pretty good about that. We'll see if the dragon stacking actually comes to fruition in this game, because last game it was just a bait. The dragon really existed.
Hey, this time it started early.
Yes, this time it exists and is something that you can play for, as we see Kael teleport into the mid lane here. Grubs are coming up soon, though. 45 seconds on that objective spawn. AL do have a gold lead here because of the advantages in the solo lanes from both Shanks and Flandre. That should give them a bit of an advantage if they do want to try and fight this. Pretty difficult for Sylas to be able to walk up for free in these exchanges. He does have the ultimate available, so we will have to see how this goes. But at least for now, that shove in the mid lane is in favor of the Orianna. And with Kael here in particular, even with Jue trying to cover, should be relatively easy for AL to get that tempo going.
Yeah, and Kara just needs to make sure he doesn't take any really bad trades here, right? Because you're not really going to get too many opportunities to Kingslayer yourself up on HP, and you don't have a teleport. Sheer and Flandre are going to go after each other for a little bit as the Jhin trap. Probably surprising Sheer at least a little bit there. The Grubs have now spawned. Still have 2 members strong in the mid lane, mids and supports on both sides, just hanging out, helping the respective laners survive the current moment.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Sheer jumping in to go for a trade, but pretty standard stuff from the Jax Renekton matchup. Right now, all of the attention is going to be on which jungler wants to be more aggressive in this situation, because I think it's worth pointing out that there's not really a true frontliner on either side. We've seen Sion and Ornn and a lot of these big tanks throughout the series. Poppy, and you don't have one of those here, so we will see how easy it is for one team to be able to control area. Right now, looks like FPX is just pushed out of the pit. It looks like Milky Way happy to give this over, and it will be AL that is taking the Grubs. They already have a bit of a gold lead. That's just going to compound here. Nice roam up, like you called out, from Flandre. But Sheer will get some plates on the bottom side to at least equalize some of the gold.
Yeah, not bad. Flandre didn't have the teleport here, but, with the Grubs all going over to the side of AL, I mean, the good news is it's a really good takeaway. You give a little bit of power to Flandre. Orianna doesn't really utilize them the greatest. She's fine when it comes to a side lane, but, if you see somebody in the area, you generally want to run away. But the takeaway from these FPX solo laners is really the big thing when it comes to securing those grubs. So good on AL there. 2 minutes and 20 seconds until the next dragon, as we are still awaiting Milky Way to use his first Grand Skyfall, as he has been level 7 for a little bit. It would be his first career one, thinking about it, K-Man.
Yes, no, it would be, it's a big deal. It's a big one to get out of the way, so we'll see which one he ends up burning it on. Right now, we do see a bit of tempo, at least on the Crab, on the bot side river. Shanks and Care, once again, just going for a bit of a trade. Really difficult at this point for Silas to trade effectively because he's just going to lose so much health in a lot of these exchanges, and so he has to be so careful anytime he pushes up. Shanks is going to have full priority of this lane basically for the rest of the game. So we will see how that ends up going. You know, Rakan's going to make his way mid lane. One thing I really want to point out, Yanni, look at your minimap, look at the ward coverage on the bottom side. That's a lot of vision for anyone's legend. That is a lot of priority. We'll see how they use it.
They can see why kids love the great taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Like, you know, they have that much vision right now, and you know, knowing every move that FPX are going to make it makes it a lot harder for Milky Way to actually even get the ultimate off, right? Because, you know, if you get an idea that, like, hey, they might have vision here, it's like, oh, well, maybe I shouldn't make a play down there. And, you know, we are still waiting. He is now level 8. You know, there hasn't really been too many opportunities on side lanes, given the fact that all of the turrets are still up right now. You would expect that to be a little bit more of a factor. It does surprise me that teams don't really index into focusing down a turret and forcing people in a side lane so Pantheon can ult.
Yeah, you know, I think that a lot of good teams would maybe prioritize getting this Pantheon active. I think teams maybe that aren't quite as familiar are a little bit more hesitant to try to make egregious plays like that, because I think that they can be very exploitable. The right
what makes you think that Milky Way's not familiar?
I wonder what would lead me to believe that Milky Way might not be as familiar with Pantheon, but could be a play bot lane here. We do see Milky Way hovering the area, but this is just an impossible play to make. Not only do they have full vision of him, but they're fully safe.
They're playing with map hacks on right now, K-Man. Like, it's ridiculous. And guess what? You put a pink down. Yeah, we got some of their vision. Oh, we got more of their vision. Like, bro, you didn't get any of their vision. This dragon is up. FPX are hovering around near where Otacon spawns, as Hope is going to go pick up this wave. Kyle is going to start up the dragon. See if Tarzan goes and follows on. He is going to pull it out, and the dragon will lose its patience with him.
Once again, it is a stalemate. It is both teams staring off at each other, hoping the other makes some sort of error that they can capitalize on, neither wanting to be the one to pull the trigger here. Way is stepping up to contest the ward at the very least, but Dragon being on the table is pretty important for FPX. That does seem like a pretty easy out for them going into the later part of the game with things like Jax and Xayah and even Silas, you know, having a ton of damage available. It could be a nice way to force some fights in close quarter areas where they can take advantage of some of their abilities. But right now, looks like it is just going to be given over to anyone's legend. The contest maybe not coming down. Pink's coming in though. That Grand Starfall is available.
I would love for a fight to be forced, but unfortunately it will just be the dragon and split at 1 apiece right now.
Yes, unfortunately, no fight.
All right, 2 minutes. 2 minutes and it's Rift Herald, all right? You know what? This is where the fight's going to be. I expected FPX to want to fight by this point, right? Again, we talk about Care going to steal some of these high-impact ultimates, right? And we have Shui with the hostile takeover. And yet, we just see FPX just really unwilling to even give that a shot.
I think, yeah,
dude,
you know, I
honestly,
think we're all feeling it a little bit right now.
Listen, I am God's eepiest kitten right now, man. I woke up for work at 1 p.m. Eastern time yesterday, so I'm getting dangerously close to the 24-hour mark.
I think, unfortunately for you, Yanni, the reason that these fights are not happening is the CS difference in the jungle right now in favor of Tarzan. This makes it quite difficult for the Pantheon to feel comfortable jumping into a scenario where he's just going to be down in resources. They both do have completed items available, so, you know, hopefully this ends up being, you know, something that they end up, you know, pulling the trigger on. But I would actually argue as well that AL really also need to pull the trigger. This is not just a team comp that perfectly scales into the late game. Yes, Orianna's scary and you have the ball delivery system. This is Xin Zhao Renekton and you're not fighting at all in the early game. This is something that I think also can be a bit scary and negative for anyone's legend the longer this goes in the same vein. So this neutral game state I don't know if it favors either of these two teams.
Well, you've got a Silas and you've got a Jax, and I think these are the strongest late game champions in this game. I think Jin's pretty up there for late game strength. You know, as an Orianna player yourself, you know that late game Orianna, while it does a lot of damage, it's so reliant on like if you're hitting a good ultimate, right? And if you're at that point in the game, there's a lot of pressure. So I'd say that FPX probably has the edge in scaling a little bit here. We have 10 seconds until this Rift Herald, right? So we'll probably have another 30 seconds before we actually fight for this. Hang on.
Sheer.
Wait a minute. We're seeing things happen. Sheer tries to hop away. He flashes, but Tarzan's in hot pursuit. They're going to knock him up. Sheer's going to go down. Here comes Milky Way, but he's a little too late, and he's going to get chased down now. Wind becomes late and tagged on him, but Jway will be there to back him up. It is a 15-minute first blood for AL.
We finally strike. We finally get first blood on the board. It is for Flandra on this Renekton, which could be very good for this team moving forward. Having the Crocodile get a little bit more gold into these exchanges could be useful for him surviving just a tad bit longer in the back end of these fights. But I expected a counterplay to happen somewhere on the map for FPX. Instead, Milky Way just wants to go ahead and go to try and turn the play. At this point, could be walking into a trap.
Oh, Milky Way tagged a half. That's an interesting interaction, and Milky Way's on the wrong side of things. He's going to have to flash away. Hostile takeover. Doesn't hit anybody. Here comes the curtain call. Shots are not landing on this one as Sheer will stand still and be able to block for Milky Way. But over on the side, we've got Care off in no man's land, and he gets shockwaved to death. And now Sheer gets caught up in the errors that are ongoing. See, it's tagged with a bailout. Won't go down. But AL pick up another kill, and they will retreat to the Herald.
Care? Hello? Knock knock, is anyone home? Like, I'm just so confused as to what the idea was there. I get that he's looking for a flank angle, but it was over. Like, this was not the situation to try to put your life on the line, and that is a very big mistake. Not only is it gold going into the pocket of AL, it's free Rift Herald going over to them as well, and with Dragon spawning in 1 minute, it puts them in a great spot to set up for that. In the same vein, we saw the gigantic CS lead Shanks already had been accumulating over Care in the mid lane. That is only going to get worse and a little bit stronger as Shanks is able to farm up down here on the bot lane. That could be a pretty massive mistake that opens up the game. 1.3k gold lead for Shanks.
Let's take a look at this replay here as Milky Way is going to go right on Kyle, and they're just going to swap places.
Yes, it's a very funny interaction.
Classic Urgot ultimate.
Yes, yes, the classic Urgot ult indeed.
Hyperkinetic position reverser. What is going, bro? What happened here?
He is actively walking into 4 members of the enemy team. I think Care's
my
also
favorite
bold.
part. You know what my favorite part about this is? We're like, all right, Milky Way ultimate, Care, gonna steal an ultimate. We're gonna see a hostile takeover, and this is how FPX is gonna win fight. Milky Way's first ultimate. Sheer dies before he even lands. Jway's first ultimate hits absolutely nobody. Care's first ultimate, he steals the Rakan 1v4. Like, it's so comical. That's like, these are the things that FPX needs to execute on. And it's just literally the absolute worst scenarios that I wouldn't even see in my Emerald games. Maybe the Pantheon one. But.
yeah, maybe the lack of a Pantheon ultimate. I think that actually is pretty accurate for the Elo. But maybe the kill drought has been broken. Sheer forced off the tower here, and we're going to see AL at the very least pressuring down on this bot lane tier 1. This will be taken with the grubs. Really no contest available. Mountain Dragon is available as well, so this is likely just a free transition up there. Care trying to at least do something to equalize this on the top side of the map. But once again, a very nice play made here by anyone's legend, being able to force Sheer away, using the numbers advantage on the strong side to be able to secure the objective and pushing the game forward. These aren't exactly the flashiest plays in the world, but these are the clinical ones. And quite frankly, these are the ones AL was making before whatever mental boom they had. So it is encouraging to see that.
Yeah, you know, is a lot of it impotence on the side of FPX? Yes. However, AL is playing the game in a very controlled manner, especially with that fits well with what their comp wants to do. You've got the aggressiveness in Flandra and Tarzan. Look at them. They've got a kill, 2 assists on the side of Tarzan, and the control aspect of your composition with Shanks, Hope, and Kyle doing their thing. So AL are happy to kind of steady the course here. They just need to make sure, again, that they begin to convert this lead, and they're doing so through the Dragon takes. You know, it'll be at least another almost 10 minutes, though, before AL can secure a soul, if they even get the next Dragon, right? And that does allow time for Care and Sheer to be very, very big.
It's actually a really good shout out. You know, as much as we like to talk about, you know, dragons being really good to stack for AL because they absolutely are, it does just buy a bit more time for FPX to get into those power spikes that you mentioned. But once again, we're going to be looking at Milky Way to see where the plays are going to be made on this Pantheon, if the plays are going to be made on this Pantheon. I think the next couple of minutes are going to determine a lot. Otacon spawning in 5 seconds. It will be on the bottom side of the map, which I think is important to talk about because that means that that overload that had been set up by AL actually proves fruitful in multiple ways. That vision coverage they were able to establish really impacts their ability to fight over this second objective in the same vein. So, you know, it's a really nice setup overall. Tarzan going to be hovering around the area just to make sure that he's in as good of a spot as possible. And, you know, with Kyle being so slippery on this recon, forcing the flash out of Jway, it's even more difficult for FPX to walk up.
And you can see, like, Milky Way wants to do something. He walked up very quickly, looked like he was maybe going to go on Kyle, saw the Orianna was there, noped right the heck out. And we're at 20 minutes, and at 20 and a half minutes, K-Man, and this Pantheon has not done anything. 0, 0, 0. 0, 0, 0. Like, this is not good, bro. This is not what you want. And Milky Way definitely looks like this is his first game on Pantheon.
Yeah, not looking too comfortable. I'm not going to lie. It doesn't really look like he understands the ins and outs of the champ, and I think that that really is coming into play. And for that to be the pick against AL, the defending champs in Game 3, you know, it even calls that into question at this point, despite how strong people think the Pantheon is. But at this point, Kara, no tower to protect him, is just going to be able to escape.
All right. Yeah.
Tarzan's going to prioritize the Otacon over potentially a Silas that might be worth less gold. So they're going to start it up. Jack's still split pushing top, but this has to be a contest here from FPX.
Well, Milky Way going to go in and clear out some of this vision, and they just have no idea that this is going on, man.
Uh-oh.
And if they do, they have just decided to abandon hope. Otacon secured, getting the robot Tarzan as he's going to go drop.
Oh!
Take this man's license away. Take it away right now. This man does not deserve to drive.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure
That's
I can
gonna
call
be
Tarzan
me.
the king of the jungle after that.
Honestly, bro, that's
is...
going to be me in a couple hours when I got to take my dad to the airport because I didn't get enough sleep.
Well, you know, thankfully it was a large rock wall, I guess.
Oh, thankfully. Yeah, if my Toyota Camry goes into that, we're going to have problems.
Well, 07, you know, wish you the best.
07.
I think, you know, hopefully Tarzan's not the Uber that is coming back after, but you know, I think you're making the one-way trip to the airport. I'm not sure the round trip is going to be completed. So,
well, I am going to Philadelphia,
on the way
so
back.
you know it might be an accident or it might not be. I don't know.
Okay, you know, transitioning to the game, I guess.
What? There's nothing happening, K-Man. What are we transitioning to?
Are you
We're
kidding
waiting
me?
for a minute until this dragon is up.
Flandra is queuing the wave. He's shoving it into Care.
My bad,
And there's
my
a degree of separation between these teams that is so small that you can't really see it in the major plays. These minor moments are actually what determines everything here.
Flandra has picked up the bot wave. Will it make the difference?
I hope we're tweeting that out right now. That's definitely a socials play right there. But
shout out Liga Ace. If you know, you know.
If you know, you know. But
25
oh,
you know, I hate
man,
this.
We
You
are,
know, I really hate.
we are
I really
fully off the
hate
wagon.
this. I really hate this because, like, I do not like bullying players. Pro players are very good at this game. Milky Way is a good player. I just don't know what's going on. Is he a good player in relation to, like, what's been going on lately? No. Has he been playing well? No. Is he objectively, like, a good League of Legends player? Like, very talented? Like, yes.
Absolutely.
But I just don't know what's happening here. All I know is that FPX have finally decided to make a snap decision. They have started up this dragon. Anyone's Legend looking to make their way in. Ball is only on the Orianna right now, looking to scout out Sheer. Down to 3,000 HP is this dragon. It's going to look for a little bit of a fight, and it's secured by Tarzan. And they're going to turn all the way onto Care. Care stuck in the back of the pit, and Flandra is a really big croc. He's going to go real evil for a second, but he's still back there, still doing his thing. Shockwave lands onto 2. Milky Way going to be the target, but Sheer with a big counter-strike on the back line. Now the question is, can he get his team back into the fight? The handshake is there, but Sheer will fall regardless. regardless. Jhachi stuck in the back of the pit. He's dead too. And Milky Way's second career ultimate will get him the heck out of Dodge.
Just barely.
Oh yeah, and Jue's dead, by
it's
the
not
way.
even over. Jue is dead here.
Yeah,
It's gonna
he's
catch
dead.
him.
We don't need to
Yeah.
talk about that. He's dead.
He will be taken down here by
He
the
even
Jin.
knows.
The FPX, the old FPX logo flashed by Jue for wasting as much time as he can. Kind of an interesting fight to break down. I really do hope we get a replay. I imagine we will. Not a lot to replay over throughout this game so far, so excited to kind of break that down. But overall, a really slow, methodical fight that ends up just being really in favor of AL because of the lack of damage coming out from FPX. You can't get any of the critical threats into good spots, and now Care could be in a bit of danger. Does get stunned up over and over again under tower, but will eventually get out of that. Shank's taking top tower as well.
Yeah, now things are starting to really fall apart here for FPX as AL have realized that they can win the game by simply just waiting for FPX to make mistakes and doing nothing. Take a look at this replay as Care immediately missed. God, that's so
Flashes
tough,
in.
bro.
Flashes in to try and get on top of Tarzan. Immediately ults Tarzan into the middle of the rest of his team, where he then does a bunch of damage. Dashes back over the wall. Not really an ideal set of circumstances, but everything else happening in this fight is actually rather interesting. You do see a lot of nice play coming in from Shanks on the Orianna in terms of just how much damage he's doing. Sheer tries to go for the hero play, but at this point there's no follow-up. Milky Way is out of health. Jhachi can't really play on the Xayah because he's already burned the ultimate, and so any aggression is just going to be countered. Just doesn't really end up happening. Unfortunately, maybe Care hitting a skill shot in that fight could have changed some things, but even then, I think the setup itself was rather poor, and AL once again coming out on top after what is completely a 50-50 for that Dragon.
Yep, Tarzan securing it, and I think that's the nail in the coffin for FPX, especially the way that fight went. Jhachi on 3 items now, was able to pick up the Mortal Reminder for a little bit of heal cut on that Renekton, and to try to nullify that Sundered Sky over on the side of Tarzan. I mean, this gold lead isn't insurmountable, K-Man. The problem is you just, like, this Pantheon has no use in this game right now except for being a stun bot. Care isn't playing particularly well and isn't where he needs to be. Sheer at least had a nice play in that fight. It's just a shame that nobody could follow up. Maybe he can get really, really strong, but even he's only on 2 items right now.
It's tough. I mean, the Jax is in a good spot. I do think that there is an avenue for him to either continue to pressure side lanes and delay the game enough to be able to get everyone else online, or alternatively find a nice, jump into the backline. We saw it in that fight. It just came way too late in terms of how things happen. Sheer is going to be able to take down this bot tier 1. No pressure coming from elsewhere, but Baron is the dance at this moment. Care going to try to get as much vision as he can because he thinks he's the safest of the entire team, but at this point, I'm kind of convinced that Milky Way is going for the 0-0 and 0 Pantheon game. We will see how that ends up working out. We need to see him get involved. If he's got to go in and die,
baby.
he's got to figure it out.
We call him the Tony Snell. If you know, you know. It looks like K-Man
classic.
knows, and you know what? AL knows. They knows we got to do the Baron, and FPX also knows because Shanks was standing on a ward. FPX makes their way over as they will. AL will pull off the Baron. Kyle gonna burn this Ghost, looking to get on top of Care. Got the exhaust too. He's rooted up. He's shockwaved. He's standing still because he can't move anywhere. And Hope will get the kill, his 3rd of the game. Should be all clear for AL to do their thing.
It's going to look pretty bad for Care in terms of just the overall picture, but I do understand, like, someone has to check this Baron. Someone has to make sure that it's not being taken, and it's not going to be Jue, it's not going to be Jhachi, and Milky Way's not stepping up, so fortunately it falls on Care, and he ends up getting taken down, but FPX now feel the pressure.
Let's do it. Baron is up. See, Jhachi just gets jumped on, and he's going to bleed out in the river. Jue's going to be the next target. Hostile takeover. It only hit Flandra, and it's just over, man. It's just game over, man. Game over. Sheer is just desperately trying to run away, but even he has run out of bandwidth, run out of space, and run out of health. The soul up in 2 seconds. K-Man, it doesn't matter what AL does from here. There is no bad decision.
Yeah, I don't think there's any part of this that is not in favor of anyone's legend at this point. We questioned them after game number 1. We questioned them at the beginning of game number 2, but they end up closing out that second game by staying patient. Oh, Milky Way. Oh, no way. He's going to go for it.
You gotta do it.
No way he's gonna go for it. He's going for it.
You gotta do it.
He's too late.
Oh, all right. Listen, he tried. He tried.
He did try, and unfortunately, that will be his first career kill, death, or assist on Pantheon.
He ruined his perfect KDA.
His perfect Pantheon KDA is gone. And unfortunately, that I think kind of seals the nail in the coffin. We do see the teleport, coming in on this play. But I think for the most part, it's just Jachi being sandwiched in between Tarzan and Flandra. And this fight is over. At this point, there is no way to play.
That's the most AD carry thing in the world, bro. You just sit here like, all right. You kind of just like take your hands off the keyboard and you're just like, oh, I'm going to go sip my water now or whatever drink of choice I brought to the game because there's nothing better that I could do. Oh, call out summoners? Hell no. Why would I call out summoners, bro? It just don't matter at that point. 30 minutes into the game, soul secured for AL, 10 kills to nothing. Looking for a complete game shutout, at least in score. Couple of turrets went the way of FPX, but that's all right.
Yeah, not quite the perfect game, but the no-hitter I think will suffice if they can land it. We will see.
No, this isn't a no-hitter. They've 3 hits for those turrets.
Yes.
It's tough. It's really
yes. So we can look and see what the plan is going to be here for AL. They're just getting the mid inhibitor here by pushing in both of these lanes. This is what you can do when you have so much lane clear prio. But Hare at this point has to make a decision. He goes in.
All right, they go after Tarzan, but Kara gets knocked back in. He's got to go golden. Here's the hostile takeover. Hits multiple members here. They're trying to make a play, but Flandra is just way too big. Kara is so low. He's trying to get away from Flandra, and he goes back in. And just immediately gets called. Here's the last shot. Lands perfectly. It's a triple kill from Flandra. Mercifully, AL will finally end the game. It took 31.5 minutes. 15 kills to nothing. AL, they're not back. I am not calling them back, bro. I can't do it.
I don't know, man. They just shut out. They just shut out FPX. That's what we wanted to see, right? Look at the scoreboard.
Actually, that's the worst part. We wanted to see them play a clean game. And it's just like, they did play very clean this game. But like...
I'm with you, Yanni. Honestly, you're speechless. You're exasperated. There's no words to describe the emotions.
Even if I wasn't as tired as I am right now, like I still would not have like proper words for this, bro. Like this was.
It was something. That I can definitely agree with you.
This was one of the games of all time. Occasionally in the LPL, we get games like this, where it's just one of the games of all time.
Yes.
Congratulations to AL. They won a game on red side.
And they needed it, man. They really needed it. Instead of 2-4, or 2-5, we're sitting at 3-4. Certainly a bit of a different conversation surrounding that.
Yeah, a little better.
Technically, like top 4, it's really not out of the realm of possibility. We know that Invictus and Weibo Gaming.
They should not be thinking about top 4 right now, bro.
Hey, they're sitting in 5th place. That's the only way to go up from here.
I think I'm going to be ill.
You just gotta learn to love it here in the LPL.
I feel so bad saying that too. Like AL, it's like I don't know what happened to them. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they'll wake up tomorrow and be like, guys, we're back. We're ready to go. I don't know. I don't see it. They need to really fix whatever the heck they have going on there. They did not win this game. FPX lost this game.
I think that is definitely true. I think, honestly, I'll give them a bit more credit. I think both can be true here. I think FPX was slow and indecisive. They never utilized any of their big cooldowns to be able to capitalize on what is essentially a comp that needs to have some sort of pressure in the early game, even if they are going to be losing in their solo lanes. But at the same time, credit to anyone's legend for capitalizing when they did see some mistakes. They didn't want to overforce in situations against a Jax or against, a potential Silas that could really turn things in a bad situation. They wanted to make sure that whatever they went for was confirmed, and they did so. It was not aesthetically pleasing League of Legends, but it certainly was effective, and they end up taking the series because of it.
Okay, man. I'm scrolling through, I'm just, looking at Twitch chat, and Witch Hunter 1 brought up a good point. I'm very interested to see if you agree. This version of AL will lose to EDG. Your thoughts? As a big
Xiaohao revenge game.
Shout out Witch Hunter 1. Because
you're really tugging at my heartstrings.
K-Man loves EDG. And loves Xiaohao specifically.
Oh, you're really tugging at the heartstrings.
That team is real good.
They are. I mean, I don't know. I can't.
I don't
find
know
it
if
in
he
my
can
heart
out
to give
jungle
up.
Tarzan. I don't know if he can out jungle Tarzan.
Well, we saw last year who we'd rather have between Xiaohao and Tarzan, and Weibo Gaming made that choice very clear with Tarzan coming into the summer split and them going to the World semifinals. So, I'm pretty sure Tarzan ends up, being
Not
pretty
bad.
good in that instance. But, you're pitting like two of my favorite players against me. That seems almost unfair.
It just feels like it's like Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby, to be honest with you. But no offense to Xiao Hao, but like compared to Tarzan, he is Coughing Baby.
Yes.
Even Summer Xiao Hao is Coughing Baby. All right, K-Man, who do we give an MVP to this game, bro?
Oh boy.
Can we give the MVP to FPX?
I think the MVP was Care, if we're being direct on that. But, if I've got to pick someone else, if I've got to go in a different direction, I think Tarzan was really good throughout this entire series. I think that there were a lot of zones of control where he played really effectively in this game. But the damage coming out from Shanks, I thought, was really relevant. That was probably the most influential, bit of the team throughout this. I think the Orianna shockwaves were huge. And, outside of that, Fondra was really solid on the Renekton, was able to generate a big lead early in his lane as well. So
He's the first
I think
one
he can go in a
think
lot of
of.
different directions.
Flandra's the first one I think of, and maybe it was just because he got the triple kill at the end of the game, and like it's easy to just have that fresh in your mind. I mean, second most damage. He was a part of that early kill that kicked off the slowest, honestly paced game ever. I don't really know who to give it to, man. I mean, Shanks didn't really have any of those like wow shockwaves. Does Tarzan get it? I don't know.
It's tough.
Honestly,
I think
bro.
this was a team win if you want to categorize it like that for anyone's legend.
Honestly, bro, whatever they vote for, I'll deem it ethical. I can't.
All five are ethical, as it would seem.
all five are ethical in this game.
Excellent.
I don't really think there's a way out of it.
I mean, one of the big highlights here
is
is this interaction between Pantheon and Rakan, where they got ult each other.
That was fun. That was very fun.
Yes, very, very fun. I think in general there were some fights that were pretty intriguing to watch throughout this. But
this was not one of them.
There is no way to explain to me what happened there with Care just walking into 4 members and instantly dying. That was certainly a play, and I don't mean to rag on the guy, but another unfortunate example of most skill shots going wide in this team fight as well, where the damage isn't there for FPX. They're not able to break through the front line and the core pieces of what AL had set up, and that's the biggest problem. When fights are allowed to go this long for a team like AL that have Rakan with multiple knockups, Orianna shields, even Jhin, if he's allowed to, just sit in the backline and pump out damage, let the curtain call, go, like they're eventually going to be able to win these. And I think, credit to AL for their setups and their positioning to make that work. Here is the AD carry's worst nightmare.
Bro,
getting sandwiched between a Zinjao and a Crocodile.
I'm physically ill from that as an AD carry player. It's just like, oh man, like you just know you're dead to rights. The bailout. When the bailout's not even enough to save you, it's the worst feeling in the world. You just slowly see your health go down. They're at like 75% HP. There's no way they.
Oh no, they didn't zoom into that. Oh, no.
They did, bro.
Oh no, this is absolutely disrespectful.
Hey, he hit one. Oh wait, no. Oh no.
No, he's about to hit another one.
Oh
Watch.
no! Look at how much HP Hope lived on. Hope lived on 100 HP. It would have been FPX's only kill.
Yeah, the scoreless game stays intact from Hope's 100 HP survival at the end of the game. Truly tragic. But you know what? It gives us a storyline. It probably feels bad for FPX fans, but I'm sure AL are going to be happy to walk away with it.
Yeah, it gives us, listen, it was entertaining in its own way. I just can't believe that the AL FPX series was objectively worse than the Ultra Prime LNG series. That series was really, really awesome. Before we get to our MVP, we're going to go take a look at our standings real quick because we do have them updated. And with these changes, this means that Ultra Prime now sitting in 4th place as they have the same game differential, but they have one more individual win than Thunder Talk. Tarzan was our MVP. Congratulations to Tarzan. Again, ethical. Not really much to say. Let's go back to the standings. Thank you very much.
Oh, we're back to
We're going back to us instead of standings. Let's do standings, please. I just want to go look at the standings, bro. Because you got me talking about the standings, and now we got to do the standings. So anyway, Ultra Prime has one more individual game win, even though they've got the same differential. That puts them in 4th place, and with AL's win, that puts them to 3 and 4, puts them just ahead of JDG, and just below Weibo Gaming. So still in striking distance despite the rough start, and this does mean that with this win, AL does still have time to figure this out.
Yeah, some time for AL to at least, breathe at the very least. I think one little conversation from today is that a team that won a best-of-5 against the undefeated Billy Gaming in Group Ascend is now on pace to miss play-ins in terms of how things are going with Thunder Talk.
Weird.
Down at the bottom of the bracket. It's just been a crazy year in the LPL. You've got our defending champs sitting below 500. You've got a team that was in playoffs and was borderline top, 8 in the Winter Split and Split 1, not even in the top 12 in the LPL. So much is happening. It's been a chaotic year, and I, for one, am all for it.
Yeah, especially getting down to the wire. We're getting around Worlds time. It's always exciting to see how these things shake out. And, we got some more games tomorrow on the docket for people. WE and BLG will be the first one. It's a triple game Saturday. I will be on the cast with Bloxer. And then after that, we got Weibo and Top Esports. That'll be Alk and Rafa. And then they will also be doing JDG and IG. So we'll see if JDG can find a return to some sort of form or just look much better than they were. We'll see if Weibo Gaming can maybe sneak a game off the Top Esports. And we'll see if Team WE can ruin BLG's perfect honeymoon. K-Man, you got any interesting thoughts about this slate of games tomorrow?
Always excited to see some teams that are maybe considered inconsistent or flippy generally by the community go toe-to-toe. So Weibo and Top Esports are always, a joy to watch because one of them is going to play great and one of them will not. You just never know which one it's going to be. Excited to see WE BLG because we've got that one back-to-back, 2 days in a row. We're getting round 1 of it tomorrow. And then obviously round 2 of it will be on Sunday. So excited to see how that ends up breaking down in part 1. Yes, I do have that second one. So excited to see how that breaks down.
Yeah, that should be a really fun one. And before we go, we would like to give a big shout out and a big thank you to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Forest Without, and owners of Silmaril. Their pledged financial contributions help us level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew. Strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. And we do mean every single day because tomorrow, starting at 3 a.m. Eastern, and whatever time zone you're in, you can figure it out. Team WE BLG to kick off the day, as we just said. We will see you there. Have a great day, everybody.